Welcome to Moonlit Publishing.
Prologue. The metallic scent of the night air was wrong, sharp, cold, and heavy with the smell of ruin. I stood on my front porch, shifting back into a trembling human form, realizing with a jolt of ice in my veins that the hunt I'd just finished wasn't the only thing that had ended tonight. My front door hung wide open, exhaling a silence so heavy it felt like a physical weight. Whose shadows were those dancing amidst the wreckage of my home? The air inside was thick, a suffocating mist of dust and splintered wood that made my stomach churn. I moved like a ghost through the hallway, my bare feet stepping over shattered memories. My wolf was a whimpering mess inside me, a frantic heartbeat against my ribs, sensing the predator before I ever saw him. Then I hit the living room, and the world stopped. A man stood there, a mountain of shadow with eyes that glowed a predatory, rhythmic red. He wasn't looking at the destruction. He was looking down at my mother, who lay unnaturally still amidst the chaos. A sob tore from my throat, a jagged thing that broke the stillness, and my knees hit the floor. The red-eyed monster turned, a slow, deliberate movement, and fixed that hellish gaze on me. "Oh, what do we have here?" he purred, his voice a sinister vibration. "A female alpha? This will be interesting." I didn't think. I let the rage take the wheel. My bones snapped and reformed, for erupting from my skin as Sylvanus took control. I launched myself, a blur of teeth and vengeance, only to be swatted aside with effortless, terrifying strength. The impact stole the breath from my lungs, and before I could even snarl, he had me pinned. He hadn't even shifted, yet his power was an absolute, crushing reality. "Stop playing with the girl, Caden," a new voice snapped. A second man stepped from the gloom, his aura so suffocatingly powerful my wolf actually cowered. This was a true alpha. "Shift," he commanded. The authority in his voice was a physical hook, forcing me back into my human skin against my will. I lay there, shaken and defeated, as they dragged my father into the room. He was exhausted, his spirit flagging at the sight of my mother, but he found the strength to look at me. "Be strong, Graciela," he whispered. "Remember who you are." Then, the ultimate betrayal stepped out of the dark. My uncle. He didn't look horrified. He looked satisfied. "You've betrayed your own blood," my father cried, his voice thick with the pain of the ultimate deception. "No, brother," my uncle replied, his eyes cold and full of a lifetime of resentment. "I've simply claimed the position I deserve. You think I'd let a girl lead this pack? I'd be a laughingstock." He gave a sharp nod to the red-eyed alpha. "It's over for him." "Close your eyes, Graciela," my father commanded, his alpha voice forcing my lid shut. I felt the moment the world shifted, a sudden, agonizing silence where my father's presence used to be. The light of the pack bond flickered and went out, leaving a cold, hollow ache in my chest that told me everything I didn't want to know. He was gone. The world went cold, a devastating emptiness swallowing everything I had ever known. "You can take her," my uncle said, his voice casual, as if he were gifting a discarded trinket. "Just make sure she never returns to these lands." The red-eyed alpha laughed, his grip tightening on my arm like iron bands. "Scared of her, Albin? Don't worry. A female alpha is a rare prize. She'll serve a much better purpose in my pack than yours." I stared at the man I had loved like a second father, searching for a spark of the uncle who used to hold me. There was nothing but ice. In that moment, the grief in my chest curdled, turning into a dark, searing heat that burned hotter than any fever. "You'll pay for this," I whispered, the words steady and sharp as a blade. I leaned into the darkness, letting it wrap around my core. "I will come for you. I will take everything you've stolen. And then, I will finish this." I saw it then, a flicker of genuine unease in his eyes. The darkness finally claimed me, dragging me into unconsciousness as we left the ruins of my life behind. But as the world faded, one thought remained, etched into my soul: I am an alpha, and I am coming back. Chapter 1. I ran through the woods as quietly as I could, using the shadows of the trees to cloak myself. My hand was pressed firmly against my side, trying to steady my breathing despite the sharp, burning heat radiating from the Sylvanus wound between my ribs. I hadn't expected news of my escape to travel so quickly, but I should have known. Werewolves are a talkative bunch. My uncle was making it clear there was no level too low for him to stoop to. He wanted me gone and had thought giving me over to Kellen would ensure it. Yet, here we were 2 years later. Kellen was defeated, and I was still standing. I only wish I could have seen the look on my uncle's face when he found out. I caught the scent of humans on the soft breeze and held back a groan as I pushed off the tree I had been resting on. I moved swiftly through the shadows, senses alert. My hearing told me there were at least 4 hunters behind me, hot on my trail. I scanned the area for cover, my teeth clenched against the pain. As I searched, I heard the sharp twang of a bowstring. I turned quickly, catching a glint of moonlight off a Sylvanus arrowhead. Even with my acute senses, I was too slow. The arrow grazed my forearm with a searing sting, the force of the impact pinning my sleeve and the edge of my skin to the trunk behind me. I gasped, my chest heaving as I fought through the shock of the sudden restraint. The hunter stepped from the shadows. He was tall and willowy, wearing a smug expression as he gave a high-pitched whistle to signal the others. I gripped the shaft of the arrow, my vision swimming. "I wouldn't do that," the hunter said. "You'll only make it worse." I turned a hateful glare toward him. With a surge of alpha adrenaline, I snapped the wood. His eyes widened as I wrenched myself free with a defiant cry. I cradled my arm to my chest, but my legs gave out under the strain, my knees sinking into the damp earth. "Good job, son," a deep voice congratulated. I looked up, panting. A large man stood next to the tall hunter. His calculating gaze focused on me like a predator. Behind them stood another young man and a woman with eyes as cold as ice. The lead man stepped closer. "You know why wolves gravitate toward each other?" "For protection, sir," the tall hunter answered. "Very good," the man said, his steps heavy. I let out a low, warning growl. He only looked amused. "They form packs for protection. It's much harder to take down a whole pack." He towered over me. I glared up, refusing to collapse. If I were going to die, I wouldn't do it as a coward. He squatted down until we were eye level. My wolf shifted beneath my skin, her eyes darkening. "I have no quarrel with your kin." "Get out of my way, hunter," I growled. "What do your people call packless wolves?" he questioned. "Omega, the lone wolf," the female hunter, Maud, answered mockingly. "I'm no Omega," I spat. "Then where is your pack?" she asked, looking around with a cocky smirk. I ground my teeth. My wolf took her words as a challenge, her instincts honed by 2 years of captivity. The man held up a hand. "Hold your tongue, Maud." He reached out toward me, and my control slipped. Before he could touch me, I lunged, my hand locking onto his collar and pinning him back with a snarl of raw strength. "I told you," I rasped, "I am an alpha." His eyes widened in surprise as I threw him back. He stumbled nearly 50 feet, landing hard on the forest floor. "Shoot her," he commanded, scrambling to his feet. I used the chaos to dash toward the trees. I barely missed another arrow as I pushed my body to its limit. A smart alpha knows when to retreat. Don't let her get away. A sudden, sharp sting bloomed in my left thigh. I bit my lip until I tasted blood, staggering forward as the Sylvanus's fire raced through my veins. My pace slowed. I spotted a fallen tree and rolled behind it, using the overgrown shrubs as cover. Through the scent of my own blood, I caught something else, another werewolf. I peeked out and saw a young girl, barely 20, creeping through the trees. She looked frail and completely unaware of the hunters crashing through the brush behind her. "Target sighted," the lead hunter called, spotting her. The world slowed. Maud leveled her weapon. I didn't hesitate. I wrenched the arrow from my leg, the agony nearly blacking me out, and charged. I tackled the girl to the ground just as a shot rang out, the bullet grazing the air where she had been standing. I shielded her with my body and let out a fierce, territorial roar that echoed through the woods. I knocked one hunter aside with a harsh blow and snapped a second arrow midair, snarling. But as I turned, Maud stepped forward and blew a cloud of purple powder into my face. Wolfsbane. I began to choke as the particles hit my lungs, instantly draining my strength. She caught me with a heavy blow to the side of my face, and I hit the ground hard. My vision began to flicker. "You're not so tough now, are you?" she whispered, brushing my hair back with a chilling smile. "I'll finish you," I coughed. She smiled wider. "I doubt that. Think of the use we'll find for an alpha." Suddenly, a chorus of howls broke through the night, close and menacing. The hunters froze. "Fall back." The leader shouted. "What about the alpha?" Maud hissed. "Leave her. We aren't equipped for a full-pack response." "That's an order." They retreated into the darkness, leaving me in the dirt. I felt small, trembling hands on my shoulder. "Bunny, what are you doing?" A masculine voice barked nearby. "She's hurt. She saved me," the girl whispered, sounding close to tears. "Marshall, we can't just leave her," a second male voice added. "Fine," the one called Marsh sighed. "Leo, get her. Let's move before those hunters double back. Val isn't going to like this. Sylvanus is going to like it even less," Leonidas muttered as he lifted me from the ground. I finally let the darkness take me. Chapter 2. My throat felt drier than it had ever felt in my life, as if I had been wandering a desert for days. I could hear the faint buzz of a fluorescent light overhead, but otherwise the room was heavy with silence. It felt like a fog had settled over my brain. My senses were hyper-alert, but my mind was too sluggish to piece the information together. I swallowed hard, trying to soothe my parched throat as I forced my heavy lids to open. "I think she's waking up. Someone hurry." A familiar voice whispered urgently into the quiet. I frowned, my vision swimming. "Where am I?" My voice sounded like sandpaper. I blinked rapidly, trying to focus. A woman with a pink pixie cut stood beside my bed, adjusting some medical equipment. She offered a strained, nervous smile. "Hello. I'm Libra, the pack doctor." Her anxiety was palpable, radiating off her in waves. I gritted my teeth against the discomfort. "Libra? Relax. I'm not going to hurt you. Even if I wanted to, I'm stuck here for the moment." I gestured weakly toward my bandaged frame. Her brown eyes softened, and she let out a small, relieved laugh. "Of course. I knew that." I let my eyes scan the clinical room. "What pack is this?" Hopefully, it wasn't one in league with my uncle. My nerves surged at the thought, but I told myself that as long as they didn't know my history, I would be fine. "Oh, we're a new group." Too small to be on anyone's radar, really, Libertatis missed with another light laugh. My uncle would never ally himself with a small, unestablished pack. For now, I was safe. I tried to push myself up, but a sharp, biting pain flared in my side. Libra's hand was instantly there, gently pressing me back. "Don't move yet. You've been through a lot. Between the Sylvanus and the wolfsbane you inhaled, your natural healing is temporarily stalled. Until your system clears, you're healing at a human pace." I grit my teeth. Hunters. I had been so close to getting back to my own territory. Now, my uncle would have more time to consolidate his power, time I didn't want to give him. The door flew open, and the young girl from the clearing rushed in. Her eyes lit up when she saw me. "Oh, thank God you're okay," she sang out. She started toward me, but was caught in a protective hold by a large male. "Bunny, you can't just go charging into rooms. I'm going to have to keep you on a short leash." I recognized the voice, one of my rescuers. Bunny pouted, her shoulders sagging. "But I just wanted to see her, Marshall." Marsh set her down, turning her to face him. "Then tell me first. I would have come with you." "I don't need a shadow everywhere I go, Marshall. I'm a big girl," she insisted with a spark of spirit. Marsh ran a hand through his hair, muttering something under his breath that made me want to smile. Their bond was clear. They were likely mates. Another male hurried in, leaner than Marsh but moving with a wiry strength. He looked panicked. Hate to be the one to say it, but... "Where is everyone?" A raspy female voice barked from the hallway. The room went dead silent. "I thought she was out on patrol," Marsh cursed. "Leo, come with me, we'll intercept Valerie." "You too." He pointed to Bunny and Libra. "Get her ready. She needs to look presentable fast." "Marshall, she shouldn't be out of bed," Libertad protested. "We don't have a choice." Val is coming. Marsh looked at me, his expression iron serious. Listen closely. You are Bunny's cousin. You came to see her after hearing about her brother. You say nothing about the hunters or the clearing. Understood. My wolf bristled at the command, but I knew I needed their help to recover. I gave a sharp nod. Understood. Who is Valerie? I asked as the men scrambled out. One of our friends, Bunny said, looking at the floor. Liberta rolled her eyes. She's the beta. And she's intense. Don't tell her I said that. Your secret is safe with me. You saved my life. It's the least I could do. I managed to get out of bed with their help, the pain in my side a dull, throbbing roar. I changed into the oversized sweatpants and t-shirt Bunny provided, noting the thick bandages around my ribs. I did my best to stand tall, hiding the limp as I turned to them. How do I look? Like a survivor, Libertad said. The sound of an argument reached the door just before a woman with ebony hair barged in. Valerie's gaze locked onto me, her nostrils flaring as she caught my scent. Any visitors must seek permission from the Alpha. Valeriana snapped, ignoring Marshall's attempts to calm her. She's right, I cut in, stepping forward. Valerie's eyes narrowed with suspicion. I should have sought permission. I was just worried about Bunny. I could see Valerian added by the cousin's story for a second. She sensed I wasn't a typical rogue. Our Alpha is away, she stated coldly. Until he returns, I make the calls. And I want you moved to the guest quarters immediately. Of course, I agreed, wanting to avoid a confrontation I couldn't win while injured. I started toward the door, trying to maintain my composure. As I passed through the doorway, a sudden, electric surge of energy washed over me. My wolf, previously dormant from the wolfsbane, suddenly slammed against the surface of my mind, howling in recognition. Why wasn't I told about the guest in Libra's office? A deep, melodic voice asked. I froze. Standing in the hall was a man in dark jeans, his frame lean and powerful. His hair was a striking, pale blonde that almost glowed. Alpha, the room chorused. And who are you? He asked, his voice vibrating through the air. I looked up, my heart hammering against my ribs. I'm Graciela. He stepped toward me, his strides long and confident. He stopped just inches away and reached out his hand. Welcome to the pack, Graciela. The moment our fingers brushed, a literal spark of electricity jumped between us. I gasped, looking into his green eyes that were rapidly darkening to a deep, predatory shade. Our mate. My wolf screamed, her voice a triumphant roar in my head. Chapter 3. I stood there in a complete daze, unable to look away from him. This was something I hadn't been expecting, and to say I was surprised was a massive understatement. He tightened his grip on my hand for a moment, the heat of his skin jolting me back to reality. I quickly pulled my hand free, the intensity of the connection feeling almost like a physical burn. He let out a low, frustrated rumble and stepped closer, clearly affected by my sudden withdrawal and the shock of our bond. My heart thundered in my chest as I fought the conflicting urges to flee the room and to step into his space. He looked down at me with an intense, searching gaze, his alpha energy so potent it made my own wolf dip her head in involuntary recognition. Alpha, Valeriana spoke up, her voice laced with caution. She could clearly sense the room's energy reaching a breaking point. Her intervention seemed to snap him out of the trance. His eyes bled back from a dark, predatory shade to their original forest green. A deep frown marred his features as he finally broke eye contact. I let out a ragged breath and placed a shaky hand to my chest, trying to still my racing pulse. My wolf howled at the loss of the contact, but I was grateful for the air. Alpha, are you all right? Valeriana questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. I stared at his back, noting the tight coil of his muscles. I told you to stop calling me that, Val, he growled, running a hand through his pale hair. The room fell into an uneasy silence. I couldn't wrap my head around why an alpha would be so repelled by his own title. This pack was becoming more unconventional by the second. Sylvanus, Marsh broke the silence, his voice heavy. Where have you been? Around, my mate responded shortly. I peered past him to see the frustrated faces of the others. Marsh clenched his fists. Around? You've been gone for a month. What if something had happened? Don't you care about the pack at all? Sylvanus's response was a low vibration that seemed to rattle the windows. I don't have to answer to you. I didn't ask to lead anyone, and I don't plan on starting now. I've told you all, you're welcome to stay or go. It's your choice. It doesn't concern me. A wave of shock hit me. His words were cold, leaving a strange ache in my chest that wasn't entirely mine. How could he be so dismissive of those who looked to him? Whether he wanted the mantle or not, they had chosen him. It was a sacred duty he was treating like a burden. Marsh stepped forward, the air thick with the scent of a brewing challenge. Valerian quickly moved between them. Stand down, Marshal, she commanded firmly. He glared for a beat longer before exhaling sharply and looking at the floor. Valeriana turned to Sylvanus, her expression softening. I felt a sharp spark of jealousy as they seemed to communicate silently. He appeared to relax under her gaze, and I had to fight the urge to growl. Sylvanus let out a heavy sigh. I'm going for a run, I need to clear my head. He headed for the door with long strides, but paused in the archway, glancing back over his shoulder. Valeriana took a hesitant step. You're coming back, right? She asked, her voice uncharacteristically vulnerable. His forest green eyes collided with my stormy gray ones, filled with a sudden, longing curiosity. Yeah, I'll be back. Without another word, he vanished into the hall. My wolf scratched at the surface of my mind, desperate to follow the scent of our mate. The room remained silent long after he left. Valeriana pinched the bridge of her nose. That could have gone better. She turned a sharp look on Marshall. Now, what was that about? Is there something I need to know? The truth about the hunters eventually spilled out, and Valerie's temper flared. Her eyes snapped to me, darkening as she realized the cousin's story was a lie. You're not Bunny's family, are you? I met her gaze head-on. My wolf, already restless from the mate bond, didn't appreciate the hostility. I straightened my posture, letting my own alpha blood simmer just beneath the surface. I would be careful how you speak to me, Beta. I am not your enemy. My voice was calm but carried the weight of authority. Just who are you? She demanded. A traveler who ran into trouble and is trying to get home, I replied simply. And is that trouble coming here? I crossed my arms. If it does, though I plan to be gone before it could, I will handle it myself. Valeriana seemed to weigh my words, likely sensing the power I was holding back. She let out an exasperated breath. Fine. But if you bring trouble to Sylvanus or this pack, you'll answer to me. Clear. Crystal. Valeriana turned on her heel, heading for the exit. I'm going after our alpha. I'll deal with the rest of you when I get back. I watched her go, my jaw tightening at the thought of her following him. As Beta, it was her job to check on him, but the look in her eyes made me wonder if her loyalty was more than professional. Wow, Libertadsaid, breaking the tension. I've never seen anyone stand their ground against Valeriana like that. You're definitely interesting, Graciela. So, Sylvanus, he's the alpha? I asked, testing the word. Libra's shoulders sagged. He's the one we've chosen, Leonidas added carefully. But he hasn't accepted the claim. Not yet. I looked at the doorway where he'd disappeared. Complicated doesn't even begin to cover it, I muttered, feeling the pull of the bond tugging at my very soul. Chapter 4. You're a proper disaster. Now, what are we going to eat? Libertad states as she nudges Leonidas aside, moving quickly to open the windows in the small kitchen that is rapidly filling with smoke. I am leaning against the island, watching the two of them squabble over the burnt mess that was supposed to be dinner. Bunny walks into the room and hops up onto the island, settling herself next to me. Ignore them. They're always at each other's throats like that. I turn my attention to her, and she gives me a friendly smile before reaching over and grabbing an apple from the fruit basket. Have all of you known each other for a long time? I ask, curious about this ragtag group. Bunny shrugs as she takes a bite. I've only known them for a couple of months, honestly. I was the new girl around here, well, until you showed up. Did you come here with your mate? She chokes a bit on the apple, her cheeks turning a bright shade of red. No. I didn't know Marsh before I came here, she whispers. I try not to smile at her shyness. It's easy to see why they accepted her. She's a grounding presence. She clears her throat. Do you have a mate, Graciela? I feel my own cheeks heat at her question and quickly look away. Luckily, I'm saved by Marsh strolling into the room. How many times have I told you not to let Leonidas anywhere near the stove, Lib? He has the culinary skills of a startled yearling. Leonidas spins to face Marsh with a heated glare, and Libertad cracks a smile. Marsh approaches Bunny, placing his hand on the counter and sneaking a bite of her apple. Bunny frowns at him. Hey, this is mine. Get your own. And you're mine, so what's yours is ours. This apple is a joint venture, baby, he says with his mouth full. She doesn't look amused, but playfully nudges him. He doesn't budge. So, Graciela, where did you come from before you wound up here? Marsh asks, his tone turning curious. I figured this would come up. I was staying with some friends, Alpha Noak. Perhaps you've heard of him, I say with a casual shrug. Marshall's eyes widen in surprise, and someone coughs behind me. The room falls into an awkward silence. You're telling us you're friends with that Alpha? Marsh stumbles over his words. I narrow my eyes. Is that the reputation he has? I push myself away from the island, the ache in my leg a dull reminder of the hunters. I can assure you he's a loyal ally. If there's anyone to be wary of, it's his mate. She's formidable if you cross her. Just who are you? Marsh questions, looking genuinely shocked. I smile with a hint of amusement. I'm Graciela, just a girl who sometimes runs with the wolves. I keep it light. The less they know about my alpha lineage for now, the better. You know, when I found you, I caught the scent of an alpha, Bunny comments with a small shrug. I feel my smile falter. A female alpha? That's a rare notion, Bunny, Leonidas comments with a laugh. Marsh lets out a low warning rumble in his direction, and Bunny pouts. I know what I smelled, Leo, but obviously the wind was playing tricks. Now that I'm up close, she smells much softer than Sylvanus. I relax, thankful that 2 years of captivity taught me how to mask my scent, even if it wasn't a perfect shield. Why couldn't a female be an alpha? Liberta jumps in. Valerian eyes a beta. So why is an alpha so hard to imagine? I open my mouth to speak, but the front door bangs open, cutting me off. I glance over my shoulder to see Valerian marching into the house, her face flushed with anger. She looks like she's on a warpath. Her attention snaps to the kitchen, and her gaze narrows on me. She marches forward, stopping inches from me. Just who the hell are you? And where did you come from? The kitchen goes still. Something definitely prompted this outburst. When I don't answer immediately, she lets out a growl, her energy vibrating with a challenge. Answer me. I meet her gaze. I feel my wolf rush toward the surface, but I keep her caged. You're making a mistake, but I'm going to overlook it for the sake of this house, I say firmly, my muscles tensing. Valerie's lips curl into a sneer. No, the mistake was letting you waltz in here. Now answer my question, or I'll assume you're a threat to this pack. Val, calm down, Leonidas tries to intervene. Valerie. A deep voice booms from the doorway, sending a literal shiver down my spine. I look up to see Sylvanus. His hair is windblown, and his green eyes have a wild, untamed light. My anger vanishes at the sight of my mate. Valerian stands stiffly, refusing to look back at him. Step back. Now, he commands, and Valerian begrudgingly gives me space. Sylvanus walks toward us, and with every step, I feel my heart speed up. His eyes scan the room. Everyone out, I need a word with my beta. They don't need a second invitation. I watch as they practically flee the kitchen. I, however, remain frozen, staring at him. His eyes lock with mine. You're still here because, he questions, lifting a brow. My wolf snarls at his dismissal. I straighten my back. Clearly, whatever is happening involves me. I'm staying. His eyes roam down my body, and I can't help the heat that rushes to my skin. When his eyes meet mine again, there's a spark of cocky amusement. Remind me, who's the alpha here? I bite the inside of my cheek to hold back a sharp remark. I grit my teeth. You are, I mumble. Exactly. Which means I decide who stays for the conversation. Out. Now. I can't stop the small growl that bubbles in my throat. His eyes sparkle with curiosity. I look at Valerie, who is staring at the ground in silent annoyance. I lean forward, entering her personal space for just a second. You're lucky your alpha showed up when he did. I don't take disrespect lightly. Remember that next time you feel like challenging me, Beta, I whisper, before catching Sylvanus's I won last time. The look in his gaze is intense, a mixture of irritation and undeniable attraction. I pull back and strut out of the room with my head held high. I don't get very far before Sylvanus calls out, "Oh, Graciela." I freeze. What? Don't wander off. When I'm done here, we're going to have a talk. I can hear the amusement in his voice. I look back over my shoulder. He's standing with his arms crossed, looking every bit the leader his pack wants him to be. My wolf is practically dancing at how strong he appears, but my human side is growing angrier by the second. Don't worry, Alpha, I'll be waiting when you're done playing with your subordinates. His amusement vanishes, and I see his eyes darken with a new intensity. I turn away, searching for the others. We're going to find out who the true Alpha is soon enough. Chapter 5. I was angry, and I could feel my wolf clawing just beneath the surface. I'd pushed my body to its limit this past week, and my control was fraying. I'd only been an alpha for 2 years, and I'd had to learn the hard way how to master the beast. It didn't help that those 2 years were spent in the shadows of a cell, subjected to the whims of a man like Kellen. I shoved those memories back into the dark. They only served to feed the wolf's hunger for a challenge. I moved through the house, my legs carrying me toward the sound of rising voices. The tension in the air was like electricity, and my wolf was humming with it. You're going to keep your mouth shut, or so help me. Marshall's voice was a low rumble. Or what? You think you can force me to agree? Leonidas countered. Stop it. Both of you. Libra's sigh was pure exhaustion. I stepped into the archway of an old sitting room. Marcia and Leonidas were locked in a tense standoff, with Bunny standing between them, looking like she was seconds away from breaking. What's got everyone's fur standing on end? I asked, my tone light and teasing to break the heavy atmosphere. Neither looked away. This idiot wants to tell Sylvanus about the hunters, Marsh snapped. He's the alpha. He needs to know, Leonidas argued. He doesn't want the job. Stop trying to force a role on him he's rejected, Marsh growled. I rolled my eyes. Part of me wanted to walk away, but Bunny's pleading look kept me anchored. You shouldn't talk about him like that, I said, stepping closer. Regardless of his choices, he carries the mantle. You owe that position respect. Then let him earn it. Marsh turned his frustration on me. My wolf bristled. Careful, Marshall, I warned, my voice dropping an octave. You don't want to see what happens when an alpha actually decides to lead. Marsh held my gaze, his chest heaving, but the anger in his eyes slowly dissolved into a flicker of regret. I knew he was just acting out of fear and exhaustion. I took a calming breath. I know you're stressed, but these are your pack mates. They want what's best for the group, just like you do. Marshall's shoulders finally sagged. Bunny moved in to rub his arm, and he pulled her into a tight embrace. The sight sent a pang through my chest. I turned away, the frustration with my own mate boiling over. How could Sylvanus leave these people so adrift when they so clearly needed him? I sensed him before he spoke, that familiar, magnetic hum that made the hair on my neck stand up. Why is it that every time I walk in, you're all acting like a bunch of unruly pups? Sylvanus's voice was smooth and humored, but underlying it was a clear attempt to soothe the room. He moved into my space, and I instinctively took a step back. I didn't trust my body to stay composed if he got too close. What's the problem? He asked, crossing his arms. His presence filled the room. No one spoke. I finally shifted my gaze to him. They wanted to tell you about the hunters they encountered. Sylvanus's relaxed posture vanished instantly. His green eyes darted over his pack, checking for signs of injury. A small part of me softened. He cared, even if he tried to hide it behind a wall of indifference. What were you doing that far from the grounds? He asked, his voice strained. Bunny stepped forward, her voice small. It was my fault. I thought if I could find you and bring you back. I just wanted to help. She whimpered, and my wolf stirred with a protective urge. Sylvanus let out a heavy breath. Don't endanger yourselves for me. I'm sorry I was gone so long. He ran a hand through his hair, looking genuinely pained. I thought I was on your trail, Bunny continued, glancing at me with hero worship. But I found Graciela instead. I wouldn't be here if she hadn't stepped in. Yeah, and she'd be in a lot worse shape if Bunny hadn't found her, Libertad added. I wished she'd stay quiet. I'd lied about my identity, and having this discussion in front of a crowd was the last thing I wanted. I glanced at Sylvanus. He was watching me with an unreadable, heated intensity. She's certainly made an impression, Marsh added. Says she's friends with Alpha Noak. You've got to be one tough wolf to run with that crowd. I felt Sylvanus's power begin to leak out, a heavy, suffocating pressure that would have brought a lesser wolf to their knees. He wasn't just a leader. He was a force of nature. He offered a slow, knowing smile. Graciela has definitely made an impression. I couldn't tell if he wanted to challenge me or claim me, but my wolf was purring. I took another step back. I just have a way with people. Everyone out, Sylvanus commanded, his voice a low vibration. Except Graciela. The group scrambled. I looked toward the door, calculating my own exit. Stay right there, Graciela, Sylvanus growled, sensing my intent. I'm not playing games. The command in his voice was undeniable. My wolf actually dipped her head. He was on a level of alpha I hadn't encountered before. I glared at him. Don't use that tone with me. If you have something to say, say it. You lied to me, he said, his voice dropping. And I hate being kept in the dark. You know more about those hunters than you're saying. So, mate, let's talk about who you really are. I fought the urge to yield to his power. We were mates. We were equals. Fine. I was headed to my old pack to challenge for the alpha seat when the hunters intercepted me. That's it. I left out the years of captivity. He hadn't earned that part of me yet. Sylvanus's eyes darkened. Why challenge for a seat? You're clearly an alpha by blood. I bared my teeth. That's my business. It doesn't concern you. You are my mate, he countered, his wolf clearly taking the lead. Everything about you concerns me. Until there's a mark on my neck, I belong to myself. I snapped. We stood like statues, locked in a silent war of wills. Don't push me, Graciela. Then don't try to cage me. Sylvanus moved with a burst of speed, closing the distance between us. I reacted on instinct, my arm blurring as I parried his movement and sent a firm, open-handed strike to his chest to create space. He stumbled back, a look of genuine shock on his face as he steadied himself. His dark gaze swung back to me, a predatory grin spreading across his face. You've got fire. I like that. I'm not a prize to be won, Sylvanus. I'm an alpha. If you want a submissive mate, you picked the wrong wolf. I squared my shoulders, my wolf seething with adrenaline. He returned my smirk with a predatory grin of his own. If this is a contest of strength, prepare to be surprised, mate. The air between us crackled with energy. Two alphas paired by the goddess. It was a recipe for disaster, or the most powerful bond the world had ever seen. As I watched him focus, ready for the next move, I had to admit, my mate looked incredible in the heat of a challenge. Chapter 6. I had all of Sylvanus's attention as he shifted closer. So, what should we do now, Graciela? I don't desire to fight my own mate, but if you don't back down, I won't have much of a choice. I carry the mantle in this house, after all. I can't have a challenge to my authority, even from you. I shifted my stance, maintaining my ground without being aggressive. I'm not trying to challenge you. I am only saying certain details of my past are off limits for now. Anything that affects you or this pack, I am more than willing to discuss. I tried to be diplomatic, knowing that no matter how strong my wolf was, it wouldn't be in my best interest to start a war with Sylvanus. His eyes narrowed, but the tension in his body relaxed, and the stifling energy in the room dissipated. All right, we'll do things your way. I am, after all, a reasonable guy. I relaxed a bit, though I remained alert. I appreciate that. He motioned for me to take a seat on the couch. I sat on the edge of the cushion, still on guard. As I met his gaze, I saw a flash of amusement. Do you ever actually relax, Graciela? I furrowed my brows. What? Why do you ask that? I looked down at myself. Am I doing something weird? My insecurities flared. I hadn't exactly had a normal social life for the last 2 years. Sylvanus walked toward the couch and sat next to me, leaning back with a deep sigh. I could feel the heat of his body radiating toward mine, launching a fresh assault of butterflies in my stomach. I cleared my throat and tried to nudge toward the armrest. He glanced over, a smirk tugging at his lips. "I'm not going to bite, Graciela. Relax. Even if you tried, you'd find I'm not an easy target," I replied quickly, which earned a hearty chuckle. Heat rushed to my face as he smiled at me, no longer trying to hide his amusement. "You did get a good hit in earlier. It's been a while since someone caught me off guard like that. I'll give you that much." His hand moved forward, his fingers lightly brushing the skin of my arm. I gasped at the electric warmth that raced through me, a literal spark of the mate bond. "So, let's chat. Tell me about the hunters and why they were on your trail." His green eyes sparkled with sharp intelligence. I leaned against the armrest to gain space. "They were trying to eliminate me. I gathered that. But why?" I took a moment to think. I didn't want to drag him into the depths of my trauma, but the threat was relevant. "My uncle wants me gone. He has for a while. I suspect he hired the hunters to do his dirty work so he wouldn't have to face me himself." Sylvanus let out a low rumble, his eyes darkening with a protective edge. "This is the uncle you're planning to challenge for your title?" I nodded and looked at my lap. "The very same. The pack is mine by birthright, but he stole it." I could feel the darkness creeping back. My wolf was pressing against my skin, demanding justice for the betrayal. A warm hand settled on my arm. I let out a low, reflexive growl before remembering where I was. I pulled back and stood up, needing air. "Sorry," I gritted out, feeling the heat of embarrassment. "It's fine, Graciela." "You're not the first wolf to find me frustrating," he teased, trying to break the tension. I clenched my hands into fists. "Not helping, Sylvanus." He let out an awkward chuckle. "Right." He stood up, and I was struck again by his natural dominance. He didn't even have to try. It just seemed to saturate the air around him. He closed the distance, a gleam of mischief in his eyes. "So tell me then, how can I help you de-stress, Graciela?" My eyes widened. It's fine. I'm fine. Don't worry about it," I stumbled, taking a cautious step back. My distress only seemed to pique his wolf's interest. He smirked, showing a set of dimples I hadn't noticed before. "Are you sure? You look like you're carrying the weight of the world, and what kind of mate would I be if I didn't offer to help?" I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. "Well, since we aren't officially anything, I'd say it's handled. I can take care of myself." His eyes darkened as they skimmed over my face. A low rumble left his chest as he met my gaze again, and I knew the wolf was pushing to the surface. I cursed my own internal reaction as my wolf clawed for release. The urge to complete the bond was becoming a deafening roar. "Sylvanus, listen to me. We need to slow down." "I know exactly what I want," he murmured, his voice dropping to a gravelly tone. My wolf was practically a puddle at the display of confidence. I took another step back, but my body felt heavy. "We just met. I'm not ready to jump into a bond with someone I don't know or trust." I hoped my words would reach him because I was barely hanging onto my own resolve. The space between us vanished as he leaned in, his hand coming up to gently cup the side of my face, tilting my head back so our eyes locked. I was hyperventilating, the pull of the bond nearly overwhelming. "Please, Sylvanus," I whispered, torn between wanting him to stop and wanting him to never let go. He stared at me for a long, silent moment. I watched as the dark, predatory look in his eyes began to fade back into a soft forest green. I leaned into his warmth, a sigh of relief escaping me. His hold softened, and he gently ran his fingers through my hair. "I'm sorry. The bond is stronger than I expected. I'll work on my control." I pulled back slightly to look up at him. Just as I moved, his lips caught mine. My eyes widened in shock, but my wolf surged with pure joy. The kiss was soft, warm, and brief, separated almost as soon as it began. I stared at him, breathless. He gave me a smug, satisfied smile. "I could get used to that look on you. You're full of surprises, my little mate." He stepped away, giving me room to breathe. I reached up and touched my lips, still reeling. That was my first kiss. He shook his head and chuckled softly. I hope that helped you relax a little. You should get some rest. You've had a long day. We'll talk more when you're recovered. He turned toward the door. Oh, and feel free to make yourself at home. Just don't forget whose territory this is. With that, he left. I sat back down, my head spinning. Sylvanus was a total contradiction. He acted like an alpha, but claimed he didn't want the title. He wanted me, yet he gave me space. I wasn't sure if I was ready for a mate with this many layers, but the memory of his lips against mine wasn't going away anytime soon. Chapter 7. When I woke up the next day, I found out that Sylvanus and Valeriana were both away for the next couple of days. I sat on the couch next to Libra, who was braiding Bunny's hair. Is this a regular thing? I asked, my wolf pacing restlessly at the realization that my mate had run off again. Libertad nodded. With a pack our size, everyone pulls double duty. They're on a scouting party to ensure the perimeter is secure. After those hunters showed up, they weren't taking any chances. I bit my lip. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring that kind of trouble to your doorstep. Bunny reached back and patted my leg. You aren't the trouble, Graciela. Believe me, we've all had our moments. She gave me a reassuring smile that I couldn't help but return. Yeah, Libertad snorted. I remember when Bunny arrived. Talk about a whirlwind. Bunny playfully nudged Libra's leg to shut her up. Don't tease her, Lib. Marshall's voice rumbled from the doorway. He entered with a focused scowl, his eyes immediately locking onto Bunny to ensure she was safe. Bunny sighed softly. Marshall, I'm fine. I'm not made of glass. And she's right, I wasn't exactly an easy guest at first. There. All done. Libertad patted Bunny's shoulders. Bunny turned around, showing off the intricate braid with a bright smile. Thanks, Lib. Marsh pulled Bunny to his side the moment she stood. He looked down at her, the hard lines of his face softening. You look beautiful, mate. He pressed a quick, affectionate kiss to the top of her head. Bunny turned bright red, trying to shy away, but Marsh just chuckled and held her closer. Watching them sent a sharp ache through my chest. I rubbed at it, wondering if the bond was ever this simple for everyone else. You two are far too cute, Libertad teased. I'm going to start seeing stars if you don't tone it down. I'll remind you of that when you find yours, Marsh shot back. I let out a small laugh. For a moment, it was easy to forget the shadow of my past while surrounded by this strange, loyal group. So, who's in charge while Sylvanus and Valeriana are out? I asked. Marshall's humor evaporated. That would be me. Marsh used to be a beta in his old pack, Libertad added with a smirk. I studied Marshall. It made sense. He had a natural authority that the others lacked. If you were a beta, why did you leave? His expression darkened. It's not a story for today. He didn't leave by choice. He was banished, Bunny whispered. Marsh glanced down at her with a flicker of annoyance, but she just gave him a small, apologetic shrug. Banishment was a heavy sentence. For a wolf to survive without turning feral was a testament to their strength. Banishment, I said softly, my gaze softening. I'm sorry. No one deserves to be cast out like that. I earned it, he snapped, his voice tight. He stepped away from Bunny and marched out of the room without looking back. The silence that followed was heavy. I sighed, leaning my head back. I'm sorry. It seems like I keep hitting nerves around here. Graciela, you have to understand, Libertad said solemnly. We all have histories that aren't pretty. Most packs wouldn't take us in, but Sylvanus never judged us. He gave us a home. But the past, it doesn't stay buried just because you move. I understand that better than most. I know you do. I saw the marks on your skin when I treated you, Libertad said gently. I gritted my teeth, my defenses rising. All I'm saying is, if you're planning on moving on, don't expect everyone to open their hearts to you. She was setting a boundary to protect her people. I couldn't blame her. I don't plan on staying. I have a debt to settle, I stated. My wolf growled in protest. This is where our mate is. This is home, she insisted. Revenge is a trap, she snarled. I ignored her. My uncle had to pay for what he did to my parents. You're really going to leave? Bunny's voice was small and sad. I nodded slowly. I have to. I can't move forward until the past is settled. Bunny looked at me with deep pity. I hope you change your mind. Revenge is a poison, Graciela. It doesn't stop until it destroys everything you love. Her words felt like ice water in my veins. I had no answer for her. Come on, Bunny. Let's go find Leo, Libertad said. Bunny allowed herself to be led away, leaving me alone with my thoughts. The walls of the house suddenly felt like they were closing in. The memories of my cell, the cold, the Sylvanus, the isolation began to bleed into the present. I needed to move. I needed to run. I bolted for the front door. A firm hand caught my arm, stopping me mid-stride. I turned with a snarl, my fangs baring instinctively. Marsh stood his ground. Where are you going? Out! I snapped, trying to wrench my arm free. He moved to block the door. I can't let you do that, Graciela. You think you're going to stop me? If I have to. Panic flared in my chest. The feeling of being trapped, of being kept against my will, was a trigger I couldn't control. Get out of my way. You can't keep me here. Sylvanus's orders, Marsh stated firmly. He told me to keep you safe until he returns. The word kept echoing in my head like a prison door slamming shut. The air in the room grew thin. I staggered back, my breathing becoming shallow and erratic. Please, I whimpered, the strength leaving my legs. I just need to get out. Marshall's expression shifted to concern. Graciela, look at me. You're safe. Just breathe. He reached for me, but I lashed out, my mind lost in a fog of fear. Libertad and Bunny rushed back in, their faces blurred by my rising panic. Stay back, Marsh warned them. She's having a flashback, Libertad realized, moving toward her medical kit. The world began to spin. I saw shadows of my past captors in the corners of the room. I let out a low, desperate growl as the panic peaked. Before I could shift or lash out, I felt a sharp, cold sting in my shoulder, a sedative from Libra's kit. The room grew hazy as the chemical took hold, forcing my racing heart to slow. The crushing weight of the panic began to lift, replaced by a heavy, dreamless exhaustion. Sorry, Graciela, I heard Libertad whisper. It's for your own safety. Sylvanus is going to be worried, Marsh muttered as he caught me before I hit the floor. Everything faded to black as the darkness finally provided the escape I was looking for. Chapter 8. I don't know how long I floated in the darkness, but I eventually returned to consciousness with only a mild headache. Thank you, Healing Jeans. I found myself lying neatly on a bed, a kind gesture from the group, considering I'd nearly lost control of my wolf earlier. I rolled over to find Leonidas leaning against the wall, a large frying pan still gripped in his hand. I eyed the cookware before meeting his gaze, which was full of nervous suspicion. Really? Is the kitchenware necessary? Are you going to try and take my head off? He countered. I stared at him for a beat. Not unless you try to swing that at me again. Fair enough. He set the pan on the floor like a metal olive branch. I pushed myself into a sitting position with a groan as the room spun. Did you have to use that much force, Leo? I was more focused on stopping an alpha-level meltdown than I was on being gentle, he admitted. I rubbed my temple. It's been a while since a panic attack hit that hard. The stress of the last few days just caught up to me. You've had more than one? He asked. I gritted my teeth, realizing I'd shared more than I intended. Don't worry about it, I snapped, before quickly softening my tone. Sorry. I'm still a bit foggy from the treatment. He gave a small, wary smile. I did catch you pretty good. I'll say, I muttered. Where's everyone? Leonidas smirked. Marsh has the girls downstairs. He made me stay up here to make sure you were okay. He said if anyone deserved to face your temper, it was me. I snorted at that. I started to respond, but the sound of a violent crash and Bunny's scream echoed from downstairs. Leonidas bolted for the door, but I caught his arm. Wait, I hissed. That's my family. Let me go. He tried to wrench away, but I held firm. Calm down. I used my alpha command, its weight forcing him to go still. I listened, tracking the sense and the number of intruders. Damn it. I looked Leonidas in the eye. Listen, You're going out that window. Find Sylvanus and Valerian immediately. Tell them we're under attack. What about you? I'm going to hold the line until your alpha gets back to do his job. I shoved him toward the bed. Now go. Every second counts. I waited until he cleared the sill before I moved toward the chaos. The air downstairs was thick with a foreign, suffocating power. I took a deep breath, calling on my own wolf as I stepped into the living room. Who are you and why are you touching him? I asked. A large man had Marsh pinned against the wall by his collar. Bunny and Libertad were being held back by another male. A woman lunged at me from the side, and I ducked, spinning to deliver a firm, open-handed strike to her chest that sent her staggering back. I didn't give her a chance to recover. I stepped into her space, pinning her against the door frame with a warning glare. I looked at the two men. Let's try this again. Who are you and what are you doing here? The man holding Bunny and Libertad sneered. The other male, however, looked amused. He released Marshall, who slumped to the floor, gasping for air but keeping a defiant gaze on the intruders. I've been rude, I'm Leonard. He bowed his head slightly. This is Baron and that. He nodded toward the woman I was holding, is my sister, Elira. I released Elira, sensing she was more of a talker than a fighter for now. I'm Graciela. Now that we're acquainted, I suggest you leave the way you came. Leonard shoved his hands into his pockets. I'm afraid I can't do that. I'm here to deliver a message. You should watch your tone, Wolf. You're speaking to the bloodline of the monarch. Baron snarled, baring impressive fangs. The monarch? Who is that? I asked. Elira scoffed as she straightened her clothes. Classless simpletons. I see why Sylvanus finds this place so quaint. I straightened up. How do you know Sylvanus? Leonard smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. Sylvanus is our younger brother, and the favorite of our father. We've come to bring him home to his rightful place. The revelation left me reeling. Was Sylvanus royalty? Marsh stood up, his gaze narrowing on Baron. Release them. Now. Leonard nodded, and Baron stepped away from Bunny and Libra. Bunny immediately flew into Marshall's arms. Libertad glared at Baron before turning to me. Where is Leo? He's bringing Sylvanus back. Leonard chuckled. Well, you've saved us the trouble of a search. I'm guessing if Sylvanus wanted to be with you, he would be, I said, rolling my shoulders to ease the tension. He seems like the type to make his own choices. He's always been rebellious, Leonard said. But the king's patience has run thin. You and your king, I said. Sylvanus is the alpha here. A title for a child, Elira snapped. Your bloodline is polluted, Graciela. Your parents disgraced our kind by bringing an abomination like a female alpha into the world. The insult to my parents was the spark. My wolf roared for blood. I'll show you an abomination. I lunged. Marsh and Libertad tried to hold me back, but I broke through, slamming into Baron. We tumbled to the floor in a blur of movement. I landed a solid strike before he rolled us, trying to use his weight to pin me. I didn't care. The adrenaline was a high I hadn't felt in years. Before another blow could land, a thunderous roar shook the house. The air pressure in the room shifted violently. Baron was ripped off me and sent flying into the furniture by a blur of white blonde hair and raw fury. You touch her again, and I'll end you. Sylvanus snarled, his eyes dark with a terrifying intensity. He reached down and pulled me to my feet, his gaze frantically checking my face before lingering on the darkening bruise on my cheek. Quite an entrance, brother, Leonard said, clapping mockingly. Sylvanus's jaw was set like stone. What are you doing here? I told you I wanted nothing to do with the monarch's court. Valeriana and Leonidas burst in behind him. Valeriana looked like she'd seen a ghost, her eyes starting between Leonard and Sylvanus. What is happening? The room was a powder keg of snarling wolves and ancient secrets. I stood at Sylvanus's side, realizing that the man I'd called mate was much more dangerous than I ever imagined. Chapter 9. Valeriana charged across the room toward Baron, who had just recovered from Sylvanus's intervention. Elira stepped in to halt her, but Valeriana shoved her aside with a burst of beta strength. Baron snarled, but Valerian was faster, landing a heavy strike right where I had bruised him. You should have thought twice before showing your face here again. She lunged, pinning him against the wall with a forearm to his chest, but Baron simply grinned at her struggle. Leonard moved with a speed that defied logic, appearing instantly to wrench Valeriana away. Foolish woman. You dare lay hands on the royal family and a Gamma Prime. Valerian glared at Leonard, her defiance absolute even as he forced her back. Leonard's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. You must have a death wish. He caught her by the collar, the sheer pressure of his alpha aura beginning to stifle her. She struggled against the weight of his power, her fingers clawing at the air as the air in the room seemed to vanish. I felt my own panic rise. Bunny shrieked from behind Marshall. Please stop. You're going to hurt her. That's the point, little wolf, Elira said with a cold, sadistic smirk. I gritted my teeth and stepped forward. Let her go. Now. Leonard turned his dark gaze toward me. Why do you care? This isn't even your pack. Brother. Sylvanus snapped, his voice vibrating through the floorboards. Let her go before you find out exactly how much of father's temper I inherited. Leonard offered a mocking smile before releasing Valerie. She hit the floor with a thud, gasping for breath as the crushing weight of his aura lifted. My apologies, Leonard said, his tone a blatant taunt. Valerian pulled herself up, her eyes burning with a hatred she was forced to swallow. She looked over her shoulder at Sylvanus. I'll take the others out. She turned back to Sylvanus's siblings and bowed her head in a gesture of submission that clearly tasted like ash. Forgive me. I'll take my leave. She marched away, her steps stiff with suppressed rage. Marshall, Bunny, and Libertad followed close behind, eager to escape the room's suffocating tension. I stood uncertain for a moment until Sylvanus stepped forward, his broad frame shielding me from the exit. Now, deliver your message and get out of my house. Leonard studied Sylvanus, with a wicked gleam in his eyes. His gaze shifted to me. You said you didn't know my brother, yet he's protecting you more fiercely than the wolves he's known since he was a pup. Interesting. The message, Sylvanus growled, shifting to block Leonard's view of me entirely. Leonard chuckled. I see. Father will be so disappointed. He doesn't like being made a fool of, Sylvanus. Though I suppose I understand the fascination with a female alpha. The room went deathly silent. My wolf stirred. Our maid is distressed, fix it. I fisted my hands, annoyed by the internal interference, but I reached out and placed a hand gently on Sylvanus's back. The contact was electric, and my cheeks burned, but I felt the tension in his muscles jump under my palm. The air in the room suddenly felt easier to breathe. Leave Graciela out of this, Sylvanus said, his voice gritty and low. She has nothing to do with your court. Oh, she became part of this the moment she met you, baby brother. If you want to blame someone, blame your own lack of resolve. Leonard's words made my blood run cold. My wolf snarled at the mere implication of a threat to our bond. Rejection, the word echoed in my mind, sending my wolf into a frenzy. She wanted to destroy anyone who would suggest we didn't belong at Sylvanus's side. Mine, I growled, the word echoing with a power that surprised even me. My wolf pressed against the barrier of my mind. He's mine, not yours. I lifted my gaze to Leonard, whose eyes widened in genuine surprise. Baron shifted into a defensive stance, but I snapped my attention to him with a vicious snarl before turning back to Leonard. Try to take him from me and find out just how fascinating I can be. Sylvanus glanced back at me, his expression unreadable. I glared at him. You even think about entertaining their demands, and I'll make you regret it. You three cannot be serious, Elira chirped. You want us to believe this person is Sylvanus's mate? Don't make me laugh. I took a menacing step forward, but Sylvanus caught my wrist, his touch immediately grounding me. Enough. He let out a frustrated sigh. The message. Now. Father demands your return for Remy's coronation, Leonard said flatly. He says he's allowed you your freedom long enough, but he expects the family to be whole once the title passes. Tell the king I appreciate the invite, but my schedule is full. I don't care for the company of elites. Sylvanus shot his brother a mocking smirk. Leonard didn't blink. He expected that. So he told me to tell you it isn't a request, it's an order. If you aren't back within a fortnight, he'll send the berserkers. Make the smart choice, Sylvanus. Sylvanus's grip on my wrist tightened, though he didn't seem to realize it. Get out. Leonard's gaze moved to me one last time. If I were you, Graciela, I'd run while you still can. If my father and brothers find out what you really are. Sylvanus roared, shaking the glass in the windows. Don't you speak to her. Don't even look at her. He locked his arm around my side in a possessive grip. If any of you come near her, I'll tear this family apart limb from limb. Leonard smirked, holding up his hands in mock surrender. You win, baby brother. We're leaving. No need to kill the messenger. He nodded to Baron. Come on, princess, Baron said to Elira. It's time to go back to civilization. Thank the goddess for that, she quipped, leaning on Baron's arm as they exited. Leonard paused at the door. I'll see you in a fortnight, brother, willingly or not. He glanced at me, gave a sharp wink, and strode out. Chapter 10. Sylvanus has been gone for 3 days. After his family's visit, he had vanished like a ghost, leaving the house in an eerie, heavy silence. The visit from his royal siblings seemed to have cast a shadow over the entire pack, not just their reluctant leader. Personally, I wanted to forget the monarch ever existed, but being bound by fate to his youngest son made that wish hollow. I rubbed my temples, trying to soothe a growing headache. I had enough to deal with. My uncle's hunters, my own recovery, without adding Sylvanus's ancient family drama to the pile. If you're not careful, you'll burn a hole right through your head with all that thinking, Valerie's voice cut through the quiet. I looked up to see her leaning against the doorframe before she sauntered over. I thought that's what you were hoping for, I mumbled. You're right, please continue. I'm just here for the show, she snapped back, a spark of amusement in her eyes. She took a seat across from me, studying me with a calculated gaze. I leaned forward, resting my chin in my hands. Did you come in here to observe me like a specimen, or did you actually have something to say? Valerian asmarked. I thought you might need the company. And out of everyone in this house, you thought you were the one I'd pick? I raised a brow, though I found her bluntness more refreshing than I had a few days ago. She shrugged and looked out the window at the twilight sky. I followed her gaze, watching the pink and orange clouds fade into gray. It's a lot to take in, she said quietly. Honestly, Valerie, after the last 2 years, a couple of arrogant royals aren't the scariest things I've faced. She gave me a thin smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. You have no idea what they're capable of. Pray to the goddess they never find a reason to remember you exist. Enlighten me then. From where I'm sitting, this king of wolves sounds more like a bedtime story used to keep pups in line. I waved my fingers mockingly, though a cold prickle of apprehension stirred in my gut. Valeriana rolled her eyes. He's very real. And very dangerous. Then why the secrecy? If he's a king, shouldn't he be leading all of us? Valerian sighed, rubbing the bridge of her nose. This isn't my story to tell, and Sylvanus running off has left me doing his dirty work again. Typical. She leveled a serious look at me. Long ago, the packs lived in harmony. The monarch worked with the Council of Alphas to maintain balance. But over centuries, the bloodlines shifted. Power became the only currency. That's how the first rogues were born. I flinched at the word, memories of my parents flashing briefly before I shoved them back. Those original rogues were different, stronger, more feral. The pure bloodlines had the strength to drive them back, but the damage was done. The king's wrath was ignited. He claimed the instability came from the mixing of bloodlines, that only those with polluted genes could turn rogue. I frowned. So he just decided we were the problem? He moved the remaining pure bloods to a secret location, leaving the rest of the world to fend for itself. To him, we're the forgotten branches of a dying tree. Because we're fodder in his eyes. I felt the rage bubbling up. While this king sat on a hidden throne, the rest of us were left to die at the hands of the monsters he helped create. It wasn't justice. Sylvanus doesn't see it that way, Valerian whispered. He thinks the council should be rebuilt. He thinks we can all live together, a world where bloodlines don't determine worth. I felt a sudden, strange warmth at the thought. My mate had a vision that was as beautiful as it was dangerous. "What's with the look?" Valeriana asked. "Nothing. I didn't expect that from him." Valeriana exhaled sharply. "Do you understand now why you're a liability? Sylvanus is the lastborn of the monarch. His father would never allow him to mate with someone outside the inner circle. Honestly, it's a mystery to me how the bond even formed between you two." "Yeah, well, I've been called a lot of things. Mystery is one of the kinder ones." "His father would have you eliminated the moment he found out," she said flatly. "He'll have to get in line," I countered. "The list of people wanting me dead is already quite long." Valeriana started to retort, but suddenly she gasped, her hands gripping the table so hard that her knuckles turned white. Her breathing became ragged as the air around her seemed to vibrate with a sudden, dark energy. "Val? What's wrong?" I stood up, reaching for her. Her eyes were nearly black as she looked through me. "Something is wrong." A wave of visible distress washed over her, and she slumped forward, her body trembling under the weight of an invisible force. "What is it? Tell me." I knelt beside her. Valeriana gritted her teeth, her entire frame vibrating. "Not me," she managed to wheeze. "It's the bond. It's shattering." She let out a sharp cry of pain, as if she were being physically struck by an invisible blow. "What do you mean?" "Sylvanus," she gasped, her eyes glazing over. "He's in pain." My heart skipped a beat. A cold, hollow feeling opened up in my chest. If Valerie, his beta, was feeling this through their link, then Sylvanus was in serious trouble. "What is happening?" Marsh barked, bursting into the room with Libertad and Bunny close behind. "Get back," Libertad shouted, moving to Valerie's side. "What happened?" "I don't know, it just hit her," I said, my voice shaking. "Sylvanus," Valerian whispered one last time before slipping into a dazed silence. I took a step back, the reality of the situation crashing down on me. I didn't understand their royal history or their psychic links, but I knew my mate was out there and suffering. I turned to Bunny. "You!" She jumped. "Yes! We're going. Now. We're finding him." "Absolutely not." Marsh stepped in, his expression fierce. "It's too dangerous for her to be out there." I turned to him, letting the full weight of my alpha blood rise to the surface. "She is the only one who can track him, and I am going to find my mate. You will stay here and protect this house until we return. Do you understand?" I didn't just ask, I commanded. I saw the struggle in Marshall's eyes, the urge to fight the order, but the raw power of my intent forced his resistance to crumble. His shoulders slumped. "Fine," he growled. "But if she's hurt, you'll answer to me." "Let's go," I told Bunny, ignoring him as I headed for the door. "I hope you're as good a tracker as they say, because if he's not dead when I find him, I'm going to kill him myself for scaring me like this." "How would you like Graciela to handle the discovery of Sylvanus's location, should she find him in the middle of a battle, or perhaps captured by the very hunters she's been running from?" Chapter 11. Sylvanus POV. She was utterly breathtaking. The way she had held her ground with unshakable force, staring down her enemies, had stayed with me. In her eyes, I had seen a future, a release from my past demons, and a chance at redemption. I wanted her more than I had ever thought possible, but I knew that if I were to take her, it would eventually destroy her. Our worlds were too different. My family would not stop until she was gone. For once in my life, I would do the selfless thing. I would let her go. I wouldn't reject her, but I could ensure she lived a full life by not marking her as mine. My wolf rose within me at the thought, snarling like a ravenous beast. "Mine." My body trembled as he pushed against the mental block I had built. He was no mere wolf in my mind, but a force far too destructive to be released. Nothing good had ever come from him. My father told me I was blessed by the moon goddess, gifted with the spirit of the great wolf. Gifted? Blessed? It felt more like a curse to share my body with a shadow from the pits of the abyss. My brothers had always been jealous of how our father treated me growing up. They knew he would have given me his crown if he could, but I was not the firstborn. Years later, I discovered the truth of my lineage. My mother had named me Sylvanus for a reason. I was meant to be her vengeance against the man who stole her freedom. Vengeance was exactly what I called the beast within. He had made his presence known early. I shifted for the first time at 5 years old. He was violent, and the urges he gave me were bloodthirsty, except when I saw Graciela. Somehow, the beast stilled at the sight of her. That shocked me. He had never been quiet, not once, until her. The sound of a twig snapping pulled me from my thoughts. I tuned my hearing to the woods, searching for the source. A strange prickling crawled over my skin. I wasn't alone. Someone was stalking through the shadows. A Sylvanus-tipped dagger whistled through the air. I dodged as it embedded itself into the tree behind me. I turned toward the shadows it had emerged from. A feminine giggle carried on the breeze. "Come on, Wolfie, let's play." I didn't move. If there was one hunter, there were others. Graciela had warned me they hunted in groups. "You're no fun," I could hear the pout in her tone. "My sister said your girlfriend was a lot of fun. I guess I'll just have to wait until they catch her to play." My wolf battered against my mind, sweat breaking out on my forehead. I let out a low growl. "You touch her, and I'll make you wish for the end." The hunter giggled again. "What if I already have Mr. Wolf?" she teased, launching another dagger. I ducked as it whizzed over my head. My skin burned as my wolf tried to force the shift. I held him back, siphoning his power to strengthen myself without losing control. The hunter had threatened Graciela. She had to be stopped. An angry snarl crashed through my teeth as I charged toward the sound of her voice. She scurried through the trees, taunting me. "Hurry it up, Mr. Wolf." I pumped my limbs, picking up momentum. I could see her now, tall, lithe, moving with the Graciela of a dancer. She looked back over her shoulder, a smug smile on her lips. She began running backwards, seemingly effortlessly. "If you want to catch me, you'll have to try harder." "Why not shift?" she asked. I growled in frustration, pulling on more strength, dangerously close to the edge. She shrugged. "Well, suit yourself. Don't say I didn't warn you." She gripped something at her side. In a quick movement, she fired a flare into the sky. Light exploded above us. As I squinted at the flash, I noticed the silhouettes in the trees overhead. Trap. Ambush. My mind screamed, but it was too late. A heavy Sylvanus chain net plummeted from above. It was weighted, and it seared my skin the moment it touched me. I struggled, but the Sylvanus began to sap my strength instantly. I sagged to the earth, falling to my knees as the burning intensified. "I told you, Mr. Wolf." The hunter approached, her blue eyes standing out like frost against her tan skin. "I guess now we'll get 2 alphas for the price of 1. Another female hunter pushed to the front of the gathering group. "Wasting time. Secure him, now." 2 large males approached, carrying heavy Sylvanus restraints and weighted pins. I thrashed, calling on the beast to free us, but even a demon had weaknesses. "Once the net is off, move fast," the lead hunter ordered. "If he lunges, shoot him." They pulled the net free. I clenched my teeth as the Sylvanus links dragged across my skin, leaving behind searing welts. I tried to rise, but a hard kick to my chest sent me back to the dirt. Before I could move, they were on me. I snapped my teeth, but I was pinned. A sudden, agonizing heat flared in my shoulder as they used heavy Sylvanus shackles to bolt my arms to the earth. The Sylvanus scorched my veins like liquid fire. They moved to my other side and repeated the action. I lay fastened to the earth, the wildfire of the Sylvanus burning through me. More restraints were hammered into place at my thighs, leaving me completely at their mercy. The lead hunter crouched beside me. "If everything goes to plan, your female will come looking for you. You see, she's the one I really want." My beast roared, and I arched against the Sylvanus, the rage pouring out of me as I realized the truth. I was the bait. I was being used to trap Graciela, and I was powerless to protect her. I prayed she wouldn't come, but the bond told me otherwise. She was coming, and the hunters were ready. Chapter 12. This way, Graciela. Bunny calls back to me. I rush after her. She maneuvers through the underbrush with the ease of someone who has run these woods 1,000 times. I follow her lead, but my senses are dialed to the maximum. If Sylvanus is truly compromised, we are heading into a storm. I skid to a stop when a haunting, whistled tune drifts on the evening breeze. The woods go deathly silent. Someone is watching us. "Here, Wolfie, Wolfie, Wolfie." The voice is a playful, taunting whisper. My blood turns to ice. It's a lure, and they used my mate as the bait. I clench my jaw. Hunters. I put on a burst of speed, desperate to reach Bunny before she walks into the center of the trap. A figure blurs through the trees to my left, keeping pace. Better shift, or I'll catch you just like the other one. A high-pitched giggle follows the threat. I ignore the taunt and pump my limbs harder. Sylvanus's scent hits me. Heavy, magnetic, but underscored by the sharp, metallic tang of blood. He's hurt. My wolf slams against the walls of my mind. "Free me," she demands. My vision edges into red as her fury becomes my own. I fight to keep my human form, focusing entirely on the clearing ahead. These hunters have no idea what they've unleashed. I nearly collide with Bunny, who has stopped just ahead. She presses a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. I creep forward, my entire body vibrating with the need to reach my mate. In the small clearing ahead, 15 hunters are gathered. They think numbers will save them. They caught me off guard once. It will never happen again. The group shifts, and the sight nearly breaks my control. Sylvanus is pinned to the earth by heavy Sylvanus restraints, thrashing in an agony that vibrates through our bond. I start to lunge, but Bunny catches my arm, pointing upward. More hunters are perched in the canopy, crossbows leveled at the center of the clearing. I ground my teeth, forcing back a snarl. Bunny's ears perk up as she hears approaching footsteps from behind. "I'll handle the perimeter," she whispers. "You get to Sylvanus." I catch her hand. "Stay safe. I don't want to explain a scratch on you to Marshall." Bunny offers a fierce, small smile. "Don't worry about me. Save our alpha." She vanishes into the shadows with startling speed. I turn my gaze back to the trees. "I really hate hunters," I mutter. I scale a nearby oak, moving silently until I reach a high branch. I spot 3 marksmen in the canopy. 2 are easy. The third will be the challenge. Below, the lead hunter, the one who used the wolf's bane on me, strikes Sylvanus across the temple, forcing him into a daze. I lock onto the nearest marksman. I launch myself from the branch. I take the first hunter by surprise, yanking him from his perch with a sudden force. Before he can cry out, I use a precise, non-lethal strike to silence him and lower him to the forest floor. I pivot, snatching his crossbow and firing a bolt at the second marksman across the clearing. It hits its mark, and the threat from the trees drops. And then there was one I breathe, leaping from the branch. I shift midair, my wolf taking the impact as we hit the ground with a thud. The hunters spin in shock. I let out a low, territorial growl before shifting back to my human form. "You wanted me? Here I am," I shout, standing defiantly in the center of their circle. The last marksman fires, but I move with alpha speed, catching the bolt midair and snapping it in 2. "Is that all you've got?" I tilt my head, a predatory smirk on my lips. The hunters hesitate, looking toward their leader for a command. She stands over Sylvanus, her eyes full of malice. "I have something that belongs to you." She steps aside, and my heart stops. Sylvanus's eyes have gone pitch black, his wolf fully surfaced in a state of pure, agonized rage. The sight of me triggers a roar that shakes the very trees. My own wolf surges with such force that my body hunches over. "Run," I gasp at the lead hunter, "because if I catch you, the woods won't be deep enough to hide you." The hunters scatter, fear finally overriding their training. My wolf takes over, a blur of Sylvanus fur and righteous fury. I tackle the nearest threat, my strength overwhelming his defenses in seconds, with a powerful shove that sends him skidding across the dirt. A sharp sting hits my shoulder, a Sylvanus-tipped blade. My wolf swipes out, a powerful blow sending the attacker crashing into the underbrush. Now only the female leader and one man remain. She shoves her subordinate toward me and vanishes into the dark of the forest. Before I can strike, the male hunter collapses as a projectile hits him from the shadows. Bunny emerges from the trees, breathing heavily, her eyes wide with the heat of the hunt. I regain control, shifting back to my human form. I stagger toward Sylvanus, the exhaustion finally hitting me. He's fighting his beast with everything he has left. "Leave me," he rasps, his voice a distorted growl. "Not a chance. If you free me." "I don't know if I can stay in control," he warns. I look him in the eye. "Do you want to hurt me, Sylvanus?" "Never." "Then let's get you out of here." "Bunny, help me." We kneel on either side of him, our hands burning as we grip the Sylvanus restraints. With a synchronized surge of strength, we wrench the weights from the earth. Sylvanus lets out a pained howl that echoes through the night. I ignore the sear on my palms and toss the Sylvanus aside. I move to the final restraint at his shoulder. Sylvanus's gaze locks onto my neck, his instincts raw and demanding. "Graciela." I feel it in my soul. Once those restraints are gone, he will claim the bond. I know what this means, a lifetime tied to the son of a monarch, a life of war and secrets. "I know," I whisper. I meet his dark gaze. "I accept you." I yank the final restraint free. Sylvanus lunges, his strength surprising me even in his weakened state. He pulls me down, and I feel the sharp, electric sting as he marks me. I gasp, the initial pain melting into a profound, overwhelming peace. I can feel him now. A warm, solid presence settling into the corner of my mind. Mine, his voice echoes in my thoughts. His strength finally fails, and he falls back, slipping into a deep, healing unconsciousness. I let out a long, shaky breath. "Let's get him home." Bunny clears her throat, looking at the mark on my neck with a mixture of awe and respect. "Sounds like a plan, Alpha." Chapter 13. Bunny and I moved Sylvanus through the woods, both of us far too drained to maintain our shifted forms for long. Eventually, I had to take the lead. At the rate we were walking, we'd never reach safety. I pushed through my own fatigue, Sylvanus's weight a heavy reminder of the cost of the night. When the house finally flickered into view through the trees, Bunny let out a triumphant shout and used the last of her energy to sprint ahead. I followed at a steady trot, careful not to jostle Sylvanus's wounds. The front door swung open, and Marsh was there in an instant, catching Bunny in his arms. Leonidas was the next through, his eyes wide as he processed the sight of Sylvanus and me. He held up his hands in a non-threatening gesture as he approached. "I'm just here to help with Sylvanus, okay?" He spoke with a caution that suggested he knew exactly how protective a mate's wolf could be. I offered a tired huff of agreement, and he stepped in. "Marshall, I need a hand. The reunion can wait until we're sure our Alpha is stable." Marsh let out a low rumble of protest, but quickly stepped in to help. He heaved Sylvanus up, his expression turning grim as he felt the coldness of Sylvanus's lingering effect. "Is he breathing?" Marsh grunted. Leonidas checked quickly. "He's alive, just deep in a healing sleep. Probably for the best. Let's get him to Lib before she loses her mind." They moved Sylvanus into the infirmary, the boys huffing under the weight. Libertad spun around, a sharp remark on her tongue until she saw the state of her Alpha. Her face went pale, and she immediately cleared a space. "Get him down." "Now." I followed Bunny into the room, my legs feeling like lead. Libertad worked with clinical efficiency, calling for supplies as she began to treat the Sylvanus burns. I looked toward the other bed and saw Valerie. She was pale, her breathing shallow, but stable. Knowing they were both in good hands finally allowed my adrenaline to bottom out. My knees hit the floor, the world tilting. Bunny was there in a second, hovering over me. "Graciela? Stay with me." "I'm okay." My own voice sounded like it was coming from underwater. I slumped forward, the cool floor a welcome relief. My time in the shadows of the rogue camps had taught me how to push through agony, but even an Alpha has a breaking point. I heard the blurred sound of Libra's voice and heavy footsteps as the darkness finally claimed me. The sensation of something cool against my forehead brought me back. I opened my eyes to find Valerian leaning over me, her expression a familiar mask of irritation as she adjusted a damp cloth. "You know, for someone who saved the Alpha, you're an awful lot of work," she muttered. I watched her wring out the cloth. "Then why stay here and help?" Valerian didn't meet my eyes. "Don't get used to it. I'm doing this because Sylvanus would have my head if I didn't. Because of the bond. I didn't need her to like me. I only needed to know her loyalty to him was absolute. If she were loyal to Sylvanus, she was an ally to me. How long was I out?" "A full day," she replied with a weary sigh. She looked exhausted, her hair messy and eyes shadowed. She'd clearly been pulling double shifts. "That's an improvement," I murmured. "An improvement? This happens often." I shrugged, pushing myself up onto my elbows despite the protest of my muscles. "I've had worse. Can I see him?" Valerie's eyes narrowed. "If you can make it there without collapsing, be my guest. But don't expect me to carry you." I offered her a tired smile, knowing she'd probably catch me if I tripped. I managed to get to my feet, my limbs feeling like water, but the rest had done its job. I straightened my posture and headed for the infirmary, Valerian trailing just a step behind. The room was full. Bunny and Marsh were leaning against each other by the supply cabinet, and Leonidas was staring out the window while Libertad organized her instruments. Every eye in the room snapped to me. "Hi, everyone." I offered a small, awkward wave. Sylvanus's head snapped up. His green eyes searched mine, his gaze intense and lingering. I felt the heat rise to my face, the fresh mark on my neck tingling as if it were responding to his presence. A low, low vibration echoed in the room. A purr of recognition from his wolf. "Should we give them the room?" Leonidas asked, breaking the silence. "Not now, Leo," Marsh rumbled. Valeriana pushed past me, giving me a pointed shoulder bump as she went to Sylvanus's side. "How are you holding up, Alpha?" I could still feel Sylvanus's gaze on me. When I finally met his eyes, a faint flush touched his cheeks before he looked away. I felt a small, secret smile pull at my lips. "I'm all right," Sylvanus said, his voice deep and comforting. "Better than I should be, considering." "That's on me," I said, my voice steady. "The hunters were tracking me. I brought them to your door." "They were going to find us eventually, Graciela," Sylvanus countered. "I'm glad you were here when they did." "They're still out there," I said, my expression hardening. I took a breath. "My uncle sent them. He thought he'd finish me when he handed me over to the rogues 2 years ago. I spent that time in their territory before I found a way out. I was headed back to settle the score when I met you." Sylvanus's growl was low and dangerous. "You aren't alone in this anymore, Graciela." "I know," I said softly. I had left out the darkest details of my time in captivity, but they understood enough. Libertad gave me a quiet, knowing nod. She had seen the physical evidence of my story. "But we can't stay here," I continued, standing taller. "The hunters know this location. It's a matter of time before they regroup. And where do we go?" Sylvanus can barely stand, Valeriana challenged, crossing her arms. "I'm fine," Sylvanus muttered, though his pale face told a different story. "No, you're not," Valeriana and I said at the same time. We shared a brief, startled look. Sylvanus frowned. "Great. Now I'm being managed by a committee." I ignored the jab. "I know a place. It's close and the hunters won't dare set foot there. Have you heard of the Rogue Alpha?" Sylvanus's eyes widened. "Absolutely not. We aren't seeking help from that pack." Valerie, however, looked thoughtful. She nodded slowly. "Sylvanus, since you aren't exactly in a position to lead a march, I'm siding with Graciela. We need a fortress. We go to the Rogue Alpha." The tension in the room spiked. Valeriana stepped toward me, her voice a low whisper for my ears only. "If this goes south, if anyone gets hurt because of this plan, I'm holding you to it." Then she turned and walked out. I was left facing an unhappy mate and a room full of wolves who were looking to me for the next move. How should the journey to the Rogue Alpha's territory be handled? Should the pack face a moral dilemma upon arriving at the gates, or should they be intercepted by a patrol that tests Graciela's newfound authority as Sylvanus's mate? Chapter 14. My wolf was pacing restlessly as the SUV rolled down the gravel road. I gripped the seat cushion, fighting the urge to climb into the back just to be near Sylvanus. He was resting next to Valerie, and while I knew logically that their relationship was strictly professional, my wolf wasn't interested in logic. To her, any unmated female near our mate was a variable we didn't need. "We need to claim him," she growled, pushing against my mental defenses. The pressure in my temples was mounting. If she didn't settle down soon, I'd have a migraine before we even parked. I rolled my neck, trying to dissipate the tension. Marsh glanced at me, his hands steady on the wheel. "You holding up okay?" I gritted my teeth. "Fine. Just watch the road. There's a turn-off coming up soon." He nodded, leaning forward to scan the tree line. "So, what's this rogue alpha actually like?" Leonidas asked, popping his head between the front seats with a curious grin. He seemed to be the only one actually enjoying the field trip. I shrugged. "He's an alpha. That's all you need to know. And a word of advice, don't call him Rogue Alpha to his face unless you want to find out how fast Daniel, his beta, can move." I heard a rumor he took down his entire bloodline, Leonidas pushed. I turned to him, my expression flat. "I don't know the whole story, but I know he didn't do it alone." I looked back at the road as we hit the turn. I met one of his brothers once. It didn't end well for him. I made sure he'd never threaten anyone again. Leo's eyes widened, and he slowly retreated into his seat, the curiosity finally satisfied by the edge in my voice. Marsh let out a soft chuckle. "Well, that's one way to keep him quiet." I offered a small grin, finally feeling a bit of the weight lifted. The rest of the drive was silent until the massive pack house loomed through the trees. It was a fortress. Solid, imposing, and clearly well defended. Marsh let out a low whistle. "Now that is a stronghold." As we pulled into the drive, dust swirled around the SUV. A few members of the pack were milling about, their eyes sharp with suspicion. The front door swung open, and Noak marched out, Daniel trailing half a step behind him. I looked back at my group. "Let me do the talking. Be calm, be non-threatening. That means you, Marshall." "I'm the picture of peace," Marsh replied, though his posture was already stiffening. I stepped out, the fresh air hitting my lungs. Scarla came flying off the porch, a wide smile lighting up her face when she spotted me. "Look who's back," she called out. Noak froze, glancing over his shoulder. "Scarla, I told you to stay inside until we knew who it was." She narrowed her eyes, stepping right past him. "Noak, you know perfectly well that your orders are mostly suggestions to me." She patted his cheek teasingly as he growled in frustration. Her gaze swept over our ragtag group. I was expecting a slightly larger entourage. "This isn't I started, but a hand suddenly clamped onto my arm, yanking me backwards. The air was instantly filled with a chorus of defensive growls. I found myself staring at a broad, muscled back. Sylvanus was on his feet, his alpha aura flaring despite his injuries. I wrenched my arm free, shoving him lightly to the side while trying not to aggravate his wounds. "What is the matter with you?" I hissed. Sylvanus was locked in a staring contest with Noak, who had stepped protectively in front of Scarla. I sighed, the sound loud in the tense silence. "He's a friend, you idiot. If you want a peaceful night, you will stop acting like a territorial pup." Scarla shouted from behind Noak. Noak's growl cut off instantly, though he didn't stop glaring. Scarla shouldered her way between the two alphas. "Men. This is exactly why the goddess gave us patience, or nothing would ever get accomplished." Scarla turned to us with a warm smile. "Forgive my mate. He's still learning how to be a host." I shot a look at Sylvanus. "Mine too." Scarla's eyes widened as she took Sylvanus in. She smirked at me. "So, this is the mate? Well, Graciela, I have to say, you have excellent taste." Noak let out another low rumble. "Hush, you," Scarla laughed, leaning back against him for a second. "You're still my favorite pain in the neck." Daniel chuckled, turning it into a cough when Noak looked his way. Scarla stepped forward. "Why don't we go inside? It's much easier to talk over tea and a proper meal." "We'd appreciate that," I said, feeling the tension finally begin to break. "Wonderful. Follow me." Scarla had taken to her role as Luna with natural grace. She gave Noak a quick peck on the cheek before linking arms with Daniel and leading the way. The others waited for Sylvanus's lead. He looked annoyed, but he gave a sharp nod. Go on. Don't be rude. Marsh led Bunny toward the house, with Libertad and Leonidas following close behind. Valeriana paused next to me, let out a dramatic sigh, and whispered, I'll leave you two to settle your domestic dispute, before strutting after them. Noak gave Sylvanus one last measuring look before following. I turned on Sylvanus immediately. Don't you ever manhandle me like that again, especially not in front of people I respect. His jaw tightened. You're my mate. What was I supposed to do? Stand there while a stranger approached you? I pinched the bridge of my nose, counting to 10. Noak isn't a stranger. He's an ally. I need you to trust my judgment, Sylvanus. I'm yours and you're mine. Do you really think I'd lead us into a trap? The anger in his green eyes slowly ebbed away. He looked toward the house with a heavy sigh. I'm sorry, Graciela. It's just, this is all new. My wolf is possessive? Overbearing? A bit of a menace, I suggested. He cracked a small smile. I was going for difficult, but your work too. I laughed, the sound breaking the last of the friction between us. I took a step closer. It's new for me too. But I need you to trust me, okay? I'm not weak. He tilted his head, his gaze softening as it searched mine. I know you don't need a protector, Graciela. But I want to be one. There's a difference. He reached out, taking my hand and giving it a gentle squeeze. But I'll wait for the signal next time. If that helps. My face warmed. It would. He started walking toward the house, still holding my hand. I tried to ignore the way the contact made my skin hum. He glanced back with a smug grin. I frowned. Don't get cocky, Sylvanus. I can still take you. He threw his head back and laughed, a genuine, hearty sound. I pulled my hand free and gave him a playful shove, caught him off balance, and he stumbled. He looked up with a mock frown, and I just smiled. Next time, stay out of my head unless you're invited. I turned toward the house, leaving him to catch up. Oh, so it's like that? Leaving your wounded mate in the dust, he called out. I looked back to see him grinning. Better move fast, Graciela. I can smell the kitchen from here. I laughed, finally feeling like we were home, at least for now. Chapter 15. After a brief tour, Scarla left the others in the kitchen with Daniel. Sylvanus and I were led through a maze of hallways to Noak's office, where he waited for an explanation. Sylvanus and Noak stared each other down from opposite sides of the room. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. My uncle must have enlisted the hunters once he found out I was still alive, I explained, trying to ignore the heavy atmosphere. He won't stop until the threat to his power is removed, and now I've compromised Sylvanus's pack. I was hoping you would give them refuge until they could find another way. I felt a gnawing guilt. My presence had put them all in the line of fire. Scarla sat on the edge of Noak's desk. What do you say, Noak? We can't let them wander around with hunters on their heels. Noak shifted his gaze from Sylvanus to his mate. After a silent exchange, he looked back at Sylvanus. You are not a normal alpha, you're one of those purebloods. I can tell. His words shocked me. I had only learned purebloods existed a few days ago, yet Noak, who had lived as a rogue, recognized the aura instantly. Pure blood? Scarla asked, looking as lost as I felt. I'll explain it later, Noak quipped. Mostly, I want to know what a pureblood is doing out of hiding and leading a pack like an average wolf. If you're staying on my lands, I want to make sure I'm not walking into a war I didn't start. Let's just say there were some irreconcilable differences, Sylvanus replied with a shrug. Noak's eyes narrowed. I find that difficult to believe. Your kind likes to stick together, not wanting to muddy those precious bloodlines. He spat the last words with venom. I instinctively pressed my hand to the healing mark on my neck. Sylvanus emitted a low growl. Listen, Noak. Scarla slid off the desk with her own growl. Don't talk to my mate like that. He's an alpha, the same as you. She gave Sylvanus a hard look before relaxing back against the desk. I had to restrain my own wolf. She wanted to protect Sylvanus, but I reminded her he wasn't in real danger. Sylvanus clenched his jaw. I apologize, Luna. It's been a long couple of days, and my family history is a sore subject. He gave a small, stiff bow. Scarla's gaze softened. You're forgiven. Your pack is welcome to stay for the time being. Noak sighed, looking at me. Fine. They can stay. But I will be keeping extra eyes on your mate. You may trust him, Graciela, but I do not. Understood, I said softly. And thank you. He waved a hand dismissively. Now get out of my office. I rose and grabbed Sylvanus's hand, tugging him into the hallway. I pulled him into an empty room and shut the door. What was all that about in there? I demanded. Sylvanus ran his fingers through his hair. I could ask you the same thing. What did he do for you after your escape? Why the secrecy? Why does it matter? It has nothing to do with what is happening now. I think you're holding back, he interrupted, taking a step toward me. I think you keep omitting the things that haunt you. Start being honest with me, because these secrets are endangering the people I have a duty to protect. Panic flared. Don't make me laugh. When have you ever cared about staying, Sylvanus? All you do is run away. You even tried to run away from me. If I'm holding back, what does that make you? I was trembling, my wolf sensing a threat in my own mate's intensity. Sylvanus looked as if I'd slapped him. I immediately felt the weight of my words and wished I could take them back. He was right. I was leaving out the darkness of my past because I didn't want it to touch him. I didn't want him to look at me and only see a victim. You're right. I ran away. But not because I didn't want you, he said gently. I did it because I thought I was protecting you. My family will never let me go. I don't want anyone else's blood on my hands, especially yours. He began to pace the small room. I told you to leave me in the woods. I told you. I took a step toward him. Sylvanus. You should have left me, he yelled, his chest heaving. Now I've marked you, I've tied your life to a target. His eyes fell to the mark on my neck. Sylvanus, I'm not going to die, I whispered. I will fight just like I always have. I didn't come this far to lose. I took another step. You called me a liar. You said I was omitting things, and you're right. I told you I don't need you to protect me. That was a lie. I might not need you to protect me from the monsters you can see, but I do need you to protect me from the ones you can't. I took a shaky breath. Darkness and pain have been my companions for years. You are my beacon. I need you. We stared at each other. He let out a shaky breath. I wish that. What? His eyes hardened. I wish that I hadn't marked you. The words felt like a knife. I flinched as he moved toward the door. I will never be what you need, Graciela. I'm not your hope, I'm your destruction. So you're just going to run away again? I yelled as he reached for the handle. It's what I do best, he replied, slipping out. Yeah, run away. You're a coward. I shouted after him, desperate for him to turn back. He didn't. I slammed the door so hard the pictures rattled. Chapter 16. Sylvanus POV. Sweat poured off me as I hammered the punching bag, trying to vent the aggression roiling in my chest. The look in Graciela's eyes when I walked away had seared itself into my soul. No matter how hard I moved, I couldn't outrun the vulnerability I'd seen there. I need you, she'd said. Left hook. Smack. Right cross. Smack. Double jab. I wish that I hadn't marked you. The memory of her flinching at those words felt like a physical blow to my own ribs. I slammed my fist into the heavy bag with a roar of frustration. Damn it. I figured I'd find you in here. Valerie's voice echoed through the gym. I caught the swinging bag, steadying it before glancing back. She was scanning the room, her expression guarded. I let out a jagged breath. If you're here to lecture me, Valerie, don't. I'm not in the mood. You're never in the mood to hear the truth, and I'm rarely in the mood to tell it, she replied flatly, stepping further into the light. But we both know how this ends. Not today. I snapped, the warning clear in my tone. Why? Because you're spiraling over your mate, she taunted, her lip curling slightly. Focus, Sylvanus. This is bigger than one fight. Your father's timeline hasn't changed. Time is running out, and you're in here acting as you have forever. My wolf surged, and before I could think, I had crossed the gap, gripping the front of Valerie's shirt. I pulled her close, our personal space vanishing in a blur of alpha dominance. Watch your tongue. I am your superior, and it would be wise to remember that before you speak on things you don't understand. I released her with a firm shove to re-establish the distance. She straightened her shirt, her eyes flashing with a brief spark of defiance before she masked it. My apologies, Alpha. I didn't mean to offend. I turned back to the bag, my jaw tight. She was right, as much as it galled me to admit it. I was pretending the berserkers weren't coming. The longer I stayed, the more I turned this pack into a target. Right hook. Smack. Left-right combination. Smack. Smack. We have to go, Valeriana said, her voice dropping to a softer, more urgent level. I clenched my fists, my wolf snarling at the mere thought of leaving Graciela behind. A hollow, hopeless weight settled in my gut. I delivered one final, thunderous strike that snapped the chain, sending the heavy bag skidding across the floor. I dropped to one knee, chest heaving. Valerian placed a hand on my shoulder. I know it's hard. Probably the hardest thing you've ever faced. But doing what's right is rarely easy. I shifted my shoulder, causing her hand to drop, and stood up. I stared at the down bag, seeing only the wreckage of my choices. If you stay, you're bringing a war to her doorstep that she can't win, Valeriana pressed. The pack is loyal, Sylvanus. They'll stand by you until the end, but they have no idea what my father is capable of sending. I stared at the ceiling, the silence of the gym feeling like a tomb. We leave. We do, she agreed quietly. I closed my eyes, and Graciela's face filled the darkness. She was everything I hadn't known I was allowed to want. Fearless, resilient, and far more compassionate than the world had ever been to her. She would be an incredible alpha. She deserved a leader who didn't carry a death sentence in his blood. Meet me out front in an hour. Don't let the others see you, I said, my voice devoid of emotion. I walked out, my limbs feeling like they were made of lead. I had to see her one last time. I didn't care if she hated me for the argument earlier. I just needed to look at her before I disappeared. I knew she'd think I was rejecting her, but the truth was the opposite. Everything I was doing was to keep her breathing. She deserved a life, even if it wasn't with me. I found her room easily enough, but I hesitated at the door, my hand hovering over the knob. I finally turned it, the soft click sounding like a gunshot in the quiet hall. I slipped inside, letting my eyes adjust to the shadows. Graciela was a small, dark shape huddled on the bed. I moved closer, lulled by the rhythm of her breathing. I found myself smiling despite the ache in my chest. Her hair was a wild fan across the pillow, and for a second, I wanted nothing more than to reach out and touch it. I balled my hands into fists to stop myself. Her brow was furrowed, a small skull deepening even in sleep. I leaned down, my face inches from hers, remembering the spark of our first kiss. Perfect, I whispered into the dark. I started to pull away, ready to vanish, when a pained whimper escaped her. I froze. She began to toss and turn, her fingers tangling in the sheets. Another whimper followed, sharper this time. I needed to go. I needed to move before my resolve shattered. I took a step toward the door, but her whimper escalated into a cry of genuine anguish. My instinct overrode my logic. Before I knew it, I was back at her side. I sat on the edge of the mattress, leaning over her. Graciela. Tears were tracing paths down her cheeks, her head thrashing as she fought whatever demon was haunting her sleep. It felt like my own heart was being dismantled piece by piece. Graciela, wake up. It's just a dream, baby. I placed a firm, grounding hand on her shoulder. Graciela, wake up. Chapter 17. I opened my eyes to the cold, hard floor. My body surged upward as I scanned the room with a frantic, animal instinct. I was back in the cage. Back in the dark. No. 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 I pulled at my hair, spinning in a desperate search for an exit. I threw myself against the transparent barrier, my fists thundering against the surface. Let me out. Break. I screamed, the walls vibrating under my weight but refusing to give. You're never leaving this place, Graciela. A voice like grinding glass echoed behind me. I spun to see Kellen leaning against the shadows, wearing a familiar, jagged sneer. The phantom mark of his end was visible on him, a dark shadow where life had left him. I scrambled back, horror rising in my throat. "You're gone. I ended this." "Did you?" he whispered, his form beginning to dissolve into a cold, gray mist. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. "Look at them." His voice boomed, shattering the cell. Suddenly, I was standing in my childhood home, staring down at the wreckage of my life, the silent, still forms of my parents. I let out a broken sob, my legs giving out. Strong hands caught my shoulders from behind, anchoring me in place. I thrashed, trying to break the hold, but the grip was absolute. "Don't look away, Graciela." I shook my head, squeezing my eyes shut as the grief threatened to drown me. Fingers pressed into my skin. "Witness your failure," the voice hissed. I cringed, but the nightmare forced my eyes open, my body trembling like a leaf in a gale. "They're gone, and you're the one left behind," Kellen whispered into my ear. "No." "Yes, Graciela. You couldn't save them, and you barely saved yourself." I felt the weight of his words crushing my spirit. "Because you're fragile." A pathetic excuse for an alpha. "But don't worry, I'll remodel you. When I'm finished, the world will fear the shadow I've made you into." I felt a shiver of pure revulsion. I wanted to fight, to tear the vision apart, but I was paralyzed. "No!" I shouted, finally breaking the tether. I stumbled forward, hitting the ground as a phantom pain raced through my veins. I rolled onto my back, staring up into a sea of red eyes and predatory smiles. Shadowy hands reached out, pinning me, pulling at my very essence. I fought with everything I had, but the darkness was a tide I couldn't swim against. Numbness began to seep into my limbs. I couldn't feel the ground anymore, only the cold tugging of the void. "Graciela," Kellen called from the abyss. "Fragile, broken Graciela." "Go to hell," I managed to wheeze. Suddenly, his face was inches from mine, his eyes wild and hollow. "This is it, Graciela," he roared. He reached into the center of my being, and an earth-shattering scream tore from my throat as the world fractured. I woke up screaming, my limbs thrashing against the mattress, some unseen force holding me steady. I needed to get free. I needed to run. "Graciela," a deep, commanding voice broke through the fog. "Graciela, look at me. It's just a dream." I collapsed back against the pillows, gasping for air and blinking away the stinging tears. It took a moment for my mind to realize that the hands holding me were warm, grounding. Sylvanus was hovering over me, his face etched with a sharp, raw concern. I fought the urge to break down completely as my pulse began to slow. Sensing my shift, he pulled me upward, tucking me into his chest. I let out a small, startled sound, but I didn't pull away. I buried my face in his neck, breathing in the scent of pine and lightning that only belonged to him. His arms were a fortress, and his hand moved in slow, soothing circles across my back. "It's over now. It was just a memory. You're awake, and I've got you," he whispered. I clung to him, my fingers bunching the fabric of his shirt. "Don't leave me," I breathed. His body went rigid for a heartbeat at my words. "Shoo. I'm right here," he murmured into my hair. I pulled back just enough to see his face. He met my eyes with a gaze of intense, quiet reassurance, his thumb moving to catch a stray tear. I wanted to ask why he was here, how long he'd been watching, but the words died in my throat. I just wanted the fear to stay away. My need for his presence outweighed my pride. He seemed to see it in my eyes. He let out a low sigh and pressed a lingering kiss to my forehead. "Come on. Let's rest." He settled us back onto the mattress, his arms wrapping around me as I tucked my head under his chin. It had been years since I felt this kind of peace. I hadn't realized how much a soul could ache for it. "Close your eyes, Graciela," Sylvanus said, his voice a calm anchor. "I'll stand watch." I settled against him, not caring how it looked. "Thank you." I felt his lips brush the crown of my head. "You don't owe me thanks, Graciela. You're my mate. I'd do anything for you." I closed my eyes and let his warmth pull me under. Slowly, the exhaustion took over, his steady heartbeat acting like a lullaby to my frayed nerves. "Forgive me, Graciela. The words were so faint I thought I'd imagined them, but they made my heart skip as I finally drifted into a dreamless sleep. I woke later to a frantic pounding on my door. I groaned, rolling over to reach for the warmth beside me. But I met only cold sheets. I sat up, my heart jolting into my throat. I ran to the door, flinging it open to find Marsh looking breathless and grim. Graciela. The hollow feeling in my chest told me the truth before he could speak. Forgive me, Graciela, he had said. Valeriana and Sylvanus are gone. We've searched the grounds, there's no sign of them. He looked at me, waiting for the order to pursue. I swallowed hard, forcing my voice to remain steady. Stop the search. It's over. Let them go. But Graciela, he's your. No. I growled, the alpha in me overriding the grief. He chose his path. If they want to run, let them. I slammed the door shut, leaning my back against the wood. I pressed my hand over my mouth, but it couldn't stop the sob that tore through me. He was gone. He had walked away. I was alone. Again. How should Graciela lead the remaining pack members now that Sylvanus has left? Should she embrace her role as their new alpha and prepare them for the hunters, or will her focus shift to tracking Sylvanus down to demand answers? Chapter 18. People don't explain what it truly means to be marked. The moment Sylvanus claimed the bond, my entire world shifted on its axis. The sky became the ground beneath my feet, and I was in a constant state of falling. It wasn't until he left that I realized Sylvanus had become the anchor holding me firmly rooted. Now that he was gone, I felt adrift, tossed about in the raging chaos of a reality I didn't recognize. Before Sylvanus, my anchor had been survival and the cold need to avenge my family. Now, my mind was in a loop of a single name. Sylvanus. 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 It was an endless cycle of longing, and it was starting to infuriate me. No matter how hard I tried to distract myself, he clung to my thoughts like an unshakable shadow. I slammed my palms down on the kitchen counter, making the nearby pack members jump. Enough. What did the counter ever do to deserve that? A voice chirped beside me. I turned to see a woman giving me a cheeky, knowing smile. Her complexion was deep, and a faint scar on her cheek gave her features a sharp, resilient edge. She chuckled, her dark waves swaying. You must be Graciela. We didn't get to meet during your last stay. I gave her a tight-lipped nod. And you are? I'm Nadine. You've probably met my mate, Ryder. She held out a hand. I hesitated for a second before shaking it. Nice to meet you. I slipped my hand back and wiped the flour onto my jeans. She watched me as she went back to kneading dough. So, what's got you so wound up, Graciela? Nothing, I replied quickly. Right. Because nothing usually leads to people testing the structural integrity of my kitchen, she said sarcastically. I frowned. It's not worth talking about. Yet it's all you're thinking about. She was fast with her retorts, making me bite my cheek to keep from snapping. Before I could tell her to mind her business, the kitchen door swung open. Rydell marched toward us, his gaze intense and focused. Nadine wiped her hands on her apron as Rydell stopped in front of her, his jaw tight. Nadine, is there a reason you are in here and not resting as the healer ordered? Ryder, I am perfectly fine. The girls are looking out for me. You're worrying over a shadow. She gave him a small, reassuring smile. You need to be resting. I'm not having this discussion again, he rumbled. The warmth in Nadine's eyes vanished, replaced by a fierce, protective fire. You listen to me, Ryder. If you try to force me back to that room, I will make you very, very sorry. Am I clear? The kitchen went dead silent. I reached out slowly, took my utility knife off the counter, and handed it silently to another woman nearby to de-escalate the tension. Rydell let out a long, weary sigh before glancing at me. I gave him a non-committal shrug. Fine. You always do what you want anyway, he grumbled, his pride clearly wounded. I didn't come here for an argument. Noak wants to see you in his office, Graciela. With that, he marched out. Nadine went back to the dough with a sudden, frantic energy before her eyes welled up. I stood frozen, unsure of how to react. I wasn't built for emotional comfort. I backed away as the other women rushed to her side. I felt much better once I escaped that heavy atmosphere. I'd never been the nurturing type. Perhaps my alpha blood had refined those traits into something harder. I'd never thought about motherhood, but a sudden image of a life with Sylvanus flashed through my mind, warming me for a heartbeat before I crushed it. He had left. My anger flared again, and I stomped toward Noak's office to drown out the hurt. I knocked. "Come in." Noak's voice called out. I found him behind his desk. He gestured for me to sit. "How are you holding up?" "I'm fine. How have you been managing your wolf? Any complications since the rescue?" I chewed my lip, thinking of the night I freed Sylvanus from the hunters. Noak saw the hesitation instantly. "I'll take that as a yes." I let out a heavy breath. I was in control, and then suddenly, I wasn't. Sylvanus, somehow, he influenced my shift. My wolf didn't listen to me. It felt like her, but she was acting on his will, not mine. "It's called transference," Noak said after a moment. "What is that?" Noak stood up, pacing the small space. "Rogues grow up studying purebloods. To survive them, we had to understand their mechanics. Transference is a rare phenomenon where a dominant alpha's aura can override the instincts of those around them. It's like a hive mind. The stronger wolf siphons their will into the others to create a unified force. Usually, another alpha is too strong-willed to be affected, but because he's your mate. You were open to him. So I was just a pawn? I asked, appalled. "A receiver," Noak corrected. "A strong bloodline doesn't always do it intentionally, but it makes the bond more dangerous. He's your anchor, which means his emotional state can bleed into yours." My anger returned. "Well, it's a good thing he's gone then," I snapped. Noak leaned over the desk, his eyes softening. "Graciela, you've been marked. Neither of you can just walk away. Your souls are tethered now." I tightened my fists. Sylvanus made me feel weak. "He left me like I didn't matter," I whispered. Noak reached out, placing a hand over mine. "Trust me. Whatever reason he had for leaving, it wasn't a lack of desire for you." "How can you know that?" "Because it wasn't long ago that I was trying to push my own mate away to keep her safe." He gave my hand a firm squeeze. "The question is, what is your response, Graciela? How does an alpha react to this?" I didn't have a full plan, but my instincts were screaming at me to follow him. "Looks like I'm taking a detour before I head home to my uncle," I said, a small, dangerous smirk appearing. Noak grinned. "Just remember the lesson. Control the anger, or you'll lose yourself to the transference again. And one more thing, when you find them, give those purebloods a little taste of the hell we've lived through." Chapter 19. Sylvanus POV. Every step that took me further from Graciela felt like a vice tightening around my heart. I feared that soon it would stop beating altogether, an act of mercy compared to the weight of what I had done by leaving her. Valeriana remained silent beside me the entire way, her presence a steady, cautious anchor. She knew better than to tempt the beast snarling just beneath my surface. My head throbbed with the effort of holding him back. All he wanted was to tear through the world until we were back at her side. I had avoided everyone since our return to the estate, sequestered in my old quarters. But my time to hide was over. A summons from my father's guard brought me to the dining hall for a family dinner. "I see you've chosen to return of your own free will." "Pity," Leonard remarked, his voice dripping with his usual carefree boredom. He barely looked up from his wine. I glared at him, the urge to silence his arrogance nearly overwhelming my restraint. "It seemed you all were struggling to maintain order without me." "So, here I am," I replied flatly. Valerian stood at my shoulder, eyes fixed on the floor, the expected posture in the presence of the monarch's bloodline. Leonard leaned back, a sharp glint in his eyes. "And how was your little project when you left? Did she put up a fight?" I clenched my jaw so hard it ached. Twirling a Sylvanus fork between his fingers, he continued, "A shame you didn't bring her. I would have loved to see what makes a common wolf so interesting to you. Though I suppose once you're finished with her, brother." He trailed off with a mocking smirk. The restraint snapped. I leaned across the table, catching him by the collar and hauling him halfway over the mahogany surface. "Mention her again. I dare you." For a split second, the practiced boredom in his eyes flickered into genuine alarm. "Sylvanus." Release him. The command came from the doorway. My oldest brother, Remy, entered the room. I let out a low growl of frustration before dropping Leonard back into his seat. Remy was exactly as I remembered, tall, graceful, and wearing a mask of absolute indifference. His shield followed him silently, pulling out the chair at the head of the table. "So lovely of you to join us, Remy," Leonard remarked sarcastically. Remy didn't even acknowledge him. "This dinner is going to be a chore if Remy is setting the tone." Elira's voice cut through the silence as she entered with Connor, my third oldest brother. Connor's hatred for me was a living thing. His eyes narrowed the moment they found mine. If it isn't the prodigal son. Truly, a day for the history books. He clapped his hands with theatrical mockery. "Connor." I muttered his name like a bitter oath. Valerian shifted closer, sensing the volatility of my wolf. I forced myself to take my seat. Elira slid into the chair beside me. "I'm glad you're back, Sylvanus." "Connor is dreadfully dull." "What she means is, the guard hasn't had to stop a riot in weeks since you left," Connor commented. I shifted, trying to ignore the pulsing need to walk out. Leonard peered at me with a grin. "Oh, I think you'd be surprised how much our little brother has changed. He's learned a few things about control." He held my gaze for a moment before a heavy presence filled the room, making the air feel thick and cold. "Good evening, children," our father said, his tone deceptively cheerful. It warms my heart to see the family whole again. I kept my eyes on the table, refusing to look at the man who had spent my life trying to mold me into a weapon. Servers began to set our meals down, but the sight of the elaborate dishes made me sick. After the honest, hard-won meals of the rogue pack, this opulence felt hollow. "Is the meal not to your liking, Sylvanus?" my father asked. His hair was perfectly styled, the gray at his temples more prominent than I remembered. His face was a map of stern authority. He lifted a brow, waiting for my reply. "Perhaps he needs something a bit more unrefined, father." After all the time he spent among the savages, Connor added with a chuckle, "You should have seen them, father. They have no respect for lineage. Especially that female," Elira hissed, her voice full of disdain. "I don't know," Leonard mused, swirling his drink. "I found her spirit rather compelling." I reached for a glass of amber liquid and downed it in one go, fighting to keep my mask from cracking. "An alpha female? Your standards are slipping, Lenny," Elira huffed. "What did you just say?" Our father's voice cut through the chatter, the humor vanishing instantly. The room went silent. Elira blinked, startled. I was just teasing Leonard about his taste in." "No. Before that. You said the female was an alpha. Is this true?" He leaned forward, his elbows on the table, his posture radiating a sudden, predatory intensity. Leonard cleared his throat, sensing the shift in the room. "Yes, father. It's true. A strange anomaly of the lower bloodlines, I imagine. Nothing worth our concern." A chill raced down my spine. My father's reaction wasn't one of disgust. It was something else entirely. As his sharp green eyes met mine, I saw a flicker of something I never expected to see in the monarch. Fear. He forced a strained smile and dabbed at his mouth with a silk napkin. "Of course. I've just remembered a pressing matter of state. Forgive my early departure." He stood abruptly, the chair scraping harshly against the floor. The suspicion in my gut grew until it tasted like copper. I watched him leave, the heavy oak doors slamming shut behind him. "Well, that was interesting," Leonard muttered, watching the door. His eyes met mine, mirroring my own confusion and wariness. My father knew something about Graciela, something that unsettled him. The only comfort I had was the belief that Graciela was far away, safe from the reach of this house. Or so I hoped. Chapter 20. 20 years before. Orient POV. Declanda, thank you for coming on such short notice. I greeted my old friend at the door of the study. His hazel eyes scanned my face with sharp intuition before he stepped inside. "I only hope this is as urgent as your message implied, or Mara will have me relegated to the barracks for a month." "Tell me, Declanda, did mating also involve a total loss of your nerve?" Trosel spoke up from the small love seat where he sat next to his twin, Kalel. Kal-El shot his brother a warning glare, elbowing him in the ribs. Trus-El and Declanda had a relationship fueled by mutual irritation, but they were both formidable alphas in their own right. I closed the heavy oak door, shutting out the rest of the world. I know this seems out of character, but I have proof that the council has been compromised. The room went deathly silent. My friends exchanged weighted looks. Kal-El was the first to speak, his gaze fixed on the floor. By bringing us here, I assume you believe we're the only ones left who haven't turned? He looked up, his eyes shadowed. Trus-El tensed, his posture shifting into a defensive stance. I nodded. Yes. Well, that's just perfect, Declanda sighed, running a hand through his wavy auburn hair. He moved toward the cabinet, grabbing a bottle of scotch and pulling the cork. He took a long, grounding drink. I truly despise politics, he muttered before turning back to us. We should have seen it coming, Kal-El growled, pacing the rug. The monarch's son has been whispering in ears behind his father's back for months, trying to gather support for a coup. Brax won't stop until he has total control. He took the bottle from Declanda, taking a drink of his own. I shared their frustration. I had watched Brax lingering around the edges of our authority for too long, looking for a weakness to exploit. So, what's the move, Orion? Kal-El asked, folding his arms. I rubbed the stubble on my jaw. I don't have a full strategy yet. I only knew I had to warn you. We're in danger the moment Brax realizes we aren't among his loyalists. Shouldn't we take this to the monarch? Kal-El asked. In a perfect world, yes. But it's our word against his son and the majority of the council. That's a losing hand, brother, Trus-El replied. We can't just stand by. I won't watch our people be handed over to a man like Brax. He'll drag us into a new dark age, Kal-El insisted, his voice rising with conviction. I held up a hand. I didn't say we're doing nothing, but we have to be calculated. Kal-El stared at me for a long moment before sitting back down. I felt the crushing weight of responsibility for these men. We had grown up together, inheriting our titles and fighting rogues side by side, only to find a snake in our own garden. As head alpha, I felt the heavy burden of the corruption that had already taken root. My friends, my brothers, I looked at each of them, my voice strained. I don't know if this is a war we can win from the inside. We are surrounded. I won't lead you into a slaughter. I balled my hands into fists. What I'm about to suggest is going to sound like madness. But listen. I cleared his throat. We leave. Now. We slip away while the path is still open, and we seek out the banished. Declanda nearly choked on his drink, sputtering as Trus-El gave him a heavy-handed pat on the back. You're right, that is madness. Declanda barked, waving Trus-El off. You think the banished want anything to do with us? They'll think we're just more of the same. No, I think Orion is onto something, Kal-El said, his eyes narrowing in thought. I offered him a grateful nod. He looked at Declanda. Have you never heard the phrase, the enemy of my enemy is my friend? So you think they'll ally with us just because we share a common threat? Declanda asked, skeptical. That is the hope, I said. Declanda's expression shifted as he looked between Kal-El and me. He let out a long, defeated groan. He took one last drink and set the bottle onto the desk. Fine. Count me in, you lunatics. Glad to see you found your courage, Trus-El commented, earning himself a sharp elbow to the gut from Declanda. Trus-El doubled over, muttering under his breath. And you, Trus-El? You in? Trus-El straightened up with an eye roll. When have I ever backed down from a fight? It's the only thing I'm actually good at. Then it's settled. We leave at the first opportunity. And when we do, we are no different from the banished. We need their trust if this cause is to survive. The monarch will fall, Brax has too much momentum, but we will be the ones waiting when the dust settles. We need to build a future based on peace, not just power. I could feel the conviction vibrating through me. These were hard truths. I respected the monarch deeply, but I knew he would prefer us alive and fighting for the future than lost in his halls. Mara is going to be furious, Declanda sighed. Here we go, Trus-El groaned. We're going to hear about it for the next 500 miles. Kal-El and I shared a small, fleeting smile. Declanda glared at us. Just wait until you're all mated. We'll see who's laughing then. The thought sobered me instantly. A mate. A family. With the shadows closing in, I wondered if I'd ever get the chance to find the other half of my soul. Chapter 21. I can't believe I let you guys talk me into this, Leonidas whined, his footsteps heavy as he trailed behind us. Taking on purebloods in their own backyard? This is a one-way trip, I'm telling you. His voice dissolved into a series of anxious mumbles. Libertad let out a low, dangerous growl. Keep it up, Leo, and the purebloods won't be the ones you need to worry about. I stifled a cough to hide my smirk. Leonidas subsided into a silent pout, clearly not wanting to test his sister's patience further. I kept my focus on Bunny and Marshall. Bunny was deep in a tracking trance, her senses locked onto Sylvanus's distinct scent. Marsh stayed half a step behind her, his posture tight and alert, scanning the tree line for any sign of an ambush. How will we know when we've crossed the border? Leonidas whispered after a few minutes of tension. We've been in their territory for the last 3 miles, Bunny replied without breaking her stride. I felt my muscles lock. How can you tell? The air smells older. It's heavy. They smell like Sylvanus, but sharper. More clinical. She stopped suddenly, tilting her head back to catch the breeze. I followed her lead, closing my eyes. Now that she mentioned it, Sylvanus's scent was a roar in my senses, but it was surrounded by a chorus of other alphas. I realized then how much my distraction over Sylvanus's departure had dulled my instincts. We were deep in the lion's den. Give me a second to lock onto. Bunny's eyes snapped open. They're here. They know. Marshall's gaze met mine, a silent question hanging between us. We could stand and fight a force we didn't understand, or we could try to maneuver. I wasn't one for running, but I wouldn't gamble the lives of Sylvanus's pack on a blind skirmish. Bunny, take Libertad and Leo. Head north, stay off the ground as much as possible to mask the trail, I commanded, pointing toward a thick cluster of ancient oaks. Marshall's expression darkened at the thought of parting from Bunny, but he didn't argue. He pulled her into a brief, fierce embrace. You remember what I told you? She nodded, her eyes bright with unshed tears, before she pulled back to frame his face with her hands. And you remember your promise to me. I expect to see you again soon. She gave him a lingering kiss before turning to the others. Let's move. I watched them vanish into the thicket before turning to Marshall. I placed a hand on his shoulder. She's a survivor, Marshall. Trust her. He offered a small, proud smirk. I do. So I said, my own wolf rising to the surface, how about a game of tag? Marshall's smirk turned into a deadly grin. My favorite. We took off in the opposite direction, putting distance between ourselves and the others. Within minutes, the woods felt like they were closing in. The hair on my arms stood up, we were being stalked. A massive wolf exploded from the underbrush, cutting off our path. I skidded to a halt, my heart hammering. Marsh let out a thunderous growl and shifted in a blur of motion. I stared in shock as a brilliant, mahogany-coated wolf stood where he had been. He was massive, larger than our attacker, and the aura he radiated was pure alpha. I realized then that Marsh had been suppressing his true nature all along. During my split second of shock, another wolf barreled into me. My back hit a tree with a sickening crack, and I gasped as the air left my lungs. I looked up into the snarling face of a predator, its teeth inches from my throat. The wolf lunged to intimidate me, but I didn't flinch. I waited for the opening and landed a heavy right hook directly to its muzzle. The wolf yelped, its head snapping back. I used the momentum to roll clear and delivered a powerful kick to its ribs, sending it tumbling. I turned to see Marsh locked in a vicious struggle with the first wolf. My own wolf scratched at the back of my mind, but I held her back. I wanted to see if I could handle this in my human form. The wolf I'd kicked scrambled up, its ears flattened in a murderous rage. These wolves were stronger than any I'd faced, but I was an alpha in my own right. It began to circle me. I kept my breathing steady, watching its eyes. It snapped at my legs, and as I jumped back, my heel caught a root. I hit the ground hard. Seizing the moment, the wolf launched itself at me, jaws wide. I threw my arms up, catching its upper and lower mandibles just before they could snap shut on my face. My muscles screamed as I fought to keep the jaws apart. With a growl of pure desperation, I kicked upward into its solar plexus while shoving with all my might. The wolf flew backwards, crashing into a tree trunk. I scrambled to my feet, chest heaving. "Enough," a deep, cultured voice commanded. I spun to see Baron standing at the edge of the clearing with a dozen reinforcements. Beside him was a tall man with piercing green eyes that mirrored Sylvanus's. I gritted my teeth as they moved to surround Marsh and me. Marsh shifted back, looking bloodthirsty even as he stood defiant. Baron stared at Marshall, his eyes wide with disbelief. "An alpha? You've been hiding in plain sight." He quickly masked his shock with a sneer. "You are trespassing on royal lands. Turn back now or answer to the monarch." "We didn't come this far to turn around," I said, meeting Baron's gaze. "I'd like to see this king for myself." The green-eyed man beside Baron let out a cold chuckle. "You must be the one my brothers are so fixated on." He approached me, his gaze traveling over me with a look of clinical appraisal. "I see the appeal. Proud. Fierce." I felt a wave of revulsion as he started to circle me. "A female alpha. A curiosity of the lower bloodlines," he mused. He reached out as if to touch my hair, and I snapped my head toward him with a warning snarl. He held up his hands in mock surrender, a wicked glint in his eyes. "You're here for Sylvanus, aren't you?" he asked, stopping in front of me. "Whatever bond you think you have, it's a fantasy. My father would never permit such a dilution of our line." He reached out and caught a lock of my hair between his fingers. "Though I wouldn't mind keeping you as a trophy." The memory of my past flared in my mind, a dark, cold fire. I caught his wrist in a grip that made his bones creak. "I am no one's trophy." I twisted his arm with a sudden, violent torque, forcing him to his knees. The circle of wolves around us erupted in snarls. Baron was shouting at me to release Connor, but I tuned him out. I leaned into the man's ear, increasing the pressure. "Know this, royal prick. The last person who tried to own me ended up in the dirt. I have no problem adding a prince to the list. Release him, or your friends pay the price." Baron roared. I looked up and saw two men dragging Bunny into the clearing. Marsh let out a roar of pure agony, his body beginning to shift in a frenzied burst. I saw Libertad and Leonidas being held at the edge of the woods. I let out a frustrated growl and shoved Connor away. He scrambled up, his face contorted with rage, and delivered a heavy strike to my jaw. The world tilted as the ringing in my ears began. "Graciela." Bunny's voice felt a mile away. A powerful hand caught me by the collar and hauled me off my feet. The pressure of Connor's alpha aura began to stifle the air in my lungs. He stared at me with a sadistic, triumphant grin. "I'm going to enjoy breaking you. I think I'll make Sylvanus watch the process." Black spots began to cloud my vision. "When I get free," I managed to rasp, "I'm coming for you. And Sylvanus will help me finish it. Take them to the cells." Baron's voice was the last thing I heard before the darkness took me. Chapter 22. "Graciela," Kellen's voice whispered, a cold draft against my ear. The darkness around me shifted, but my eyelids felt like lead. I could feel the biting cold of metal restraints against my wrists and ankles. I wanted to scream, but the pressure in my chest was a physical weight, stifling my voice. Fingers brushed the hair away from my face, and I recoiled, my skin crawling. A deep, hollow chuckle vibrated through the still air. "Oh, Graciela. Aren't you tired of this game yet?" Kellen's voice was full of a dark, twisted amusement. I felt a sharp sting of phantom pain, but I refused to give him the satisfaction of a sound. He thrived on the noise of my defiance. "You have greatness in your blood, Graciela. It's in your genes. All you have to do is stop fighting me." His voice was a low hum against my ear, his presence a suffocating shadow. My wolf was scratching at the back of my mind, a desperate, muted thing. The wolf's bane in my system had severed our connection, leaving me adrift. He loved it when I was silenced. I could feel the ghost of his touch over my ribs, centering on the dull ache where the rogues had tried to break my spirit weeks before. "Look at me," he commanded, his voice dropping into a growl. I kept my eyes shut. Looking at him made the world feel small and hopeless. It was better to remain a void because Kellen fed on the light of my anger. "Look at me," he bellowed. My eyes snapped open, my wolf responding to the sheer force of his rage. My canines descended instinctively, and I strained against the metal bonds, snapping at the empty air between us. He hovered just out of reach, a jagged grin splitting his face. "Fierce. Beautiful. You have so much potential, pet." "I am no one's pet." I snarled, the metal table rattling under my struggle. "We shall see. Perhaps more time in the dark will sharpen your perspective." He shrugged with an indifference that chilled me. He leaned in, his eyes shimmering with a dark, unnatural light in the dim space. "You don't even realize the power you're suppressing." His hands moved with a sudden, predatory speed, pinning me. I thrashed against the table, my heart hammering like a drum in the silence. He watched my struggle with a clinical, satisfied smile. My eyes burned, and for a fleeting second, I wanted it to end. I wanted the cycle to break. What was left for me in a world that only offered cages? He sensed the dip in my resolve and chuckled, a sound like dry leaves skittering on stone. "Don't fade on me yet, Graciela. I'm going to strip away the weakness and build you into something the world will fear." He wanted to remake me in his image, a weapon for his rogue army. I would never be his instrument. I would be his end first. I narrowed my eyes, my voice a jagged blade. "I hate you." "Good," he whispered. Hate is a much better foundation than hope. I woke up gasping, my lungs burning as if I'd been underwater. My head throbbed with a rhythmic, agonizing pulse. I met the hard, damp concrete beneath me and recoiled, my mind reeling. I pushed myself up, my limbs shaking as I tried to regain my equilibrium. My eyes darted around the enclosure, the walls closing in. A familiar, icy panic clawed at my chest. I didn't want to be awake. I wanted the dream back, at least in the dream, I knew the rules. I inched toward the door of the cell, my mind a whirlpool of past horrors. I licked my dry lips, reaching a hand toward the bars. The moment my skin touched the metal, a searing heat raced through my palm. I yanked it back with a hiss, staring at the red welt forming across my skin. Sylvanus. The bars were laced with Sylvanus. This was real. I collapsed to the floor, pulling my knees to my chest. The world felt like it was spinning on a broken axis. I could hear Kellen's laughter in the corners of the room. I could see his shadow on the wall. My body shuddered as my wolf scratched at my skin, the need to shift a frantic, painful pressure. I began to rock, a rhythmic motion to keep the shadows at bay. "Kellen is gone. You ended him, Graciela. He's gone. He's gone. Look at me." His voice thundered through my skull, and I squeezed my eyes shut, my nails digging into my legs. "You aren't real. You're a ghost. You aren't real." I whispered, a mantra against the dark. "Pathetic. Fragile." His laugh sent a chill through my marrow. I snapped my eyes open, searching the empty cell for his red-eyed stare, but there was only the damp stone. A broken sob escaped me. "No. No. Please," I gripped my hair, the silence louder than the screams. "Something is wrong with the prisoner," a distant, muffled voice called out. I was too far gone to care. Every blink brought a flash of his apathetic smirk. They were going to take me back to the interrogation room. I couldn't go back there. "You belong to the dark, Graciela. You'll never be free." I whimpered, my wolf thishing blindly against the mental barriers. I pressed my palms to my temples. "Go away. Get out." I screamed. The screech of metal on concrete made me flinch. 2 guards filed in, their movements efficient and cold. I scurried back, my limbs tingling. "Stay back. Don't touch me." The lead guard held up his hands. "Calm down. You're disrupting the block." His partner moved around the side, and I caught the glint of a needle in his hand. My lip curled into a sneer as I backed against the wall. I wouldn't be sedated. Not again. I lunged, trying to catch them off guard. The lead guard intercepted me, and we hit the floor in a tangle of limbs. I threw a desperate elbow, catching him in the face. He let out a harsh grunt. "Subdue her." "No. No." I clawed at the stone, tears blurring my vision. I felt the sharp, cold sting of the needle at the base of my neck. The world immediately began to blur, the edges of the room melting into gray. I reached for the open door, my fingers dragging on the floor as the darkness took hold. I could still hear the ghost of a laugh. "You're mine, Graciela." A shock of cold water pulled me back to the surface. I could hear voices, sharp, demanding, but my eyelids felt fused together. A stinging slap to my face forced my eyes open. I was kneeling against the back wall, my arms shackled to a ring in the stone above me. I groaned, my mind a fog of chemicals and Sylvanus ache. I focused on the guard standing over me. "Are you with us, prisoner?" I frowned, my voice gravelly. "I didn't realize you were waiting on me." Another slap snapped my head to the side. I tasted copper and spat it out before meeting his gaze. "Now you have my attention." "You have been summoned to face the royal family," he recited, his voice full of disdain. 2 more guards entered, looking like grim reapers in their formal armor. I focused on the sharp pain in my cheek to clear the fog. I didn't realize a little trespassing warranted the full royal treatment. "Am I that special?" The guard let out a low growl. "You will learn respect, or you will lose the ability to speak at all." My wolf stirred at the threat, and a dry chuckle escaped me. "And you should learn how to talk to a lady. Didn't your mother teach you manners?" I watched his hand twitch. "I'd rethink that," I said, meeting his eyes with a cold, level stare. "I've got a very long list of people I'm going to deal with when I get out of here." "You're climbing it very quickly." His jaw tightened, but he took a step back. "Secure her. The theater is waiting." He turned and marched out, the heavy echo of his boots following him. Chapter 23. Kal-El PV. Alpha, one of the patrols intercepted a trespasser on the North Ridge this morning, Draken reported, his voice steady but layered with an unusual urgency. I looked up from the map spread across the stone table. I had been discussing supply lines with my other beta, Coden, but Draken's expression pulled my full attention. He quickly averted his gaze from mine. "I believe this is someone you'll want to handle personally, sir." "Why?" I asked, raising a brow. "I trust your judgment, Draken. That's why you hold the rank of beta." "Normally, yes. But this is a pureblood," Draken replied, his eyes meeting mine tentatively. "And he claims to be the second son of the monarch." The air in the cave seemed to freeze. I stared at him in stunned silence. "How is that possible? How would he even find us?" Coden stood up, his chair scraping harshly against the stone. "If he's here, he could have led a strike team right to our doorstep." Draken shook his head. "I've tripled the patrols and sent out scouts. As far as we can tell, he came alone. He wasn't even hiding." "Take me to him," I growled, pushing past them and into the winding tunnels of the mountain stronghold. My wolf was pacing in the back of my mind, his fur bristling with a decades-old hunger for justice. "Is it time?" he whispered. Over the last 20 years, I had sacrificed everything to keep Orion's flame alive. When Orion and his family were reported lost, it felt like the heart of the rebellion had been torn out. Many fled, terrified of the monarch's reach, but I had stayed. I had regathered the broken pieces of our force, because I refused to let my friends' sacrifice be for nothing. In the years since, I had lost Declanda and Trosel as well. I would have joined them if not for the resilient pack that called these mountains home. When I entered the main cavern, a crowd had gathered. In the center stood the prisoner, guarded by a tight circle of my best warriors. I couldn't see his face yet, but the scent was unmistakable, the cold, clinical ozone of a high-tier pureblood. The patrol leader saw me and signaled his men to break formation. The trespasser stood with his arms crossed, his posture entirely too relaxed for someone in a renegade camp. He scanned the cave with a look of mild amusement until his gaze landed on mine. The recognition hit me like a physical blow. He had Brax's eyes. The same arrogant, calculating green. I felt a snarl building in my chest. Sensing the shift in the air, he smirked. "You've done well for yourself, Kal-El. The last of the old guard. Or should I say, the alpha of the mountain." I closed the distance in 3 long strides, my aura flared to its limit. "You were a fool to walk into this den alone." He shrugged. "I've always preferred the direct approach." I let out a low, warning rumble. He held up his hands in mock surrender. Besides, I know you aren't going to end me, Alpha Kal-El. If I were worried, I wouldn't be here. I narrowed my eyes, my voice a jagged blade. Don't be so certain. Your father has taken enough from me to justify whatever I decide to do to you. You walked in here like a gift, and I'm not one to turn down an opportunity for retribution. I watched for a crack in his mask and found a flicker of genuine apprehension in his eyes, but he held his ground. He hasn't taken everything yet, Leonard said, his teasing tone vanishing. I moved with alpha speed, grabbing him by the front of his shirt and hauling him forward until we were inches apart. I don't play games, boy. If you have something to say it now, or I'll have you removed from my mountain in pieces. The fear in his eyes was clear now, a small victory for my wolf. Orion Black's legacy, it survived, he said quickly. Liar. Orion and his family are gone. Your father made sure the world knew it. I growled, the pain of the memory making my grip tighten. I swear to you, the girl is alive. She's currently being held in the lower cells after a failed incursion. My father, he's only just realized she survived the original purge. I don't know how long she is left now that he knows the truth. I stared into his eyes that belonged to the traitor Brax, but I saw the truth of his words reflected there. I released him abruptly, taking a step back as the world seemed to tilt. It was the hope I had prayed for but never dared to believe in. Why tell me this? What's your angle? Call it an insurance policy. I'll be your eyes and ears inside the estate. I'll feed you the intel you've been missing for 20 years. In exchange, when your rebellion finally moves, you ensure I'm not caught in the crossfire. He shoved his hands into his pockets, trying to reclaim his nonchalance. Uncertainty gnawed at me. This had all the markings of a trap designed to draw the resistance out into the open. We were so close to being ready. A mistake now would be fatal. But if he was telling the truth, I couldn't leave Orion's daughter to the monarch's mercy. Here is the reality. I don't trust you. Being his son is reason enough. I crossed my arms, my gaze level. But I will give you one chance to prove your worth. He tilted his head. And what does that look like? I offered him a cold, predatory smirk. You bring me Orion's daughter. If she is alive and well, you will deliver her to me. Her safety will be the price of your life. A life for a life. His eyes widened. That's impossible. If I'm caught aiding her escape, it's my head. Is it? You found my hidden stronghold easily enough. You've already committed treason by standing here. Why stop now? I probed, testing his resolve. Unless, of course, this was all a fabrication. He let out a long, ragged sigh, running a hand through his hair. It's more complicated than that. She won't leave without her companions. And my brother. Sylvanus. He won't let anyone near her. That sounds like a personal problem, Leonard. You want your life? Then you do as I've asked. I turned to my betas. Draken, see our guest to the border. With pleasure, Alpha, Draken replied, stepping forward with the patrol. Leonard snorted, allowing them to take his arms. As they passed, I signaled them to halt. I'll give you 1 week. If you don't return with her, our deal is void. The next time we meet, I won't be in a talking mood. I waved them off, and they led him out into the light. Coden approached me, his voice thick with a cautious hope. Do you think it's possible, Kal-El? Could she really be alive? I turned away, staring into the dark of the tunnels. I don't know. But if she is, the monarch is about to find out that some fires can't be put out. Chapter 24. I stood shackled to a podium in the center of the great hall. All around me, rows of purebloods watched with a clinical, detached curiosity, as if I were a curiosity on display. I yanked at the Sylvanus-lined chains, the metal burning my skin, but I refused to let the winds show. A guard nearby stepped forward, his baton raised in a silent threat. I met his eyes with a cold, mocking smile before turning my gaze back to the room. The announcer strode into the center of the hall, his voice echoing off the high, arched ceilings. The royal family. The assembly rose as one as the heavy oak doors swung open. Elira entered first, draped in silk and leaning on Connor's arm. I felt my wolf surge, a snarl vibrating in my chest at the sight of them. I tested my bonds again, the rattling metal catching Connor's attention. He offered me a slow, predatory grin. I bit my tongue to keep the growl from escaping. Leonard followed with his usual effortless stride. When our eyes met, his mask of boredom slipped for a fraction of a second. There was an urgency in his gaze, a silent communication I couldn't yet decode. He quickly masked it, winking at a group of noble women who sighed as he passed. "Just end this now," I muttered to the empty air. Then, the air in the room seemed to shift. Sylvanus walked through the doors, his presence a physical weight that silenced the murmurs. He looked more imposing than I remembered, his brow set in a deep, troubled frown. I watched as he caught sight of me, his entire body stiffening mid-stride. When our gazes locked, the world outside that connection ceased to exist. The hollow ache that had lived in my chest since he left vanished instantly. I took my first full breath in weeks. It didn't matter that I was in chains or facing a death sentence. Sylvanus was alive, and he was right there. I saw the flash of relief in his eyes before it was buried under a wave of fury. My wolf whined, confused by his anger. He took a seat near Leonard, his posture radiating a dangerous tension. Leonard leaned in to whisper something, earning a sharp snarl from Sylvanus, though Leonard only offered me a subtle, knowing wink. "The monarch," the announcer cried. I focused on the man entering the room. His power was a cold, suffocating wave that preceded him. He had the same white blonde hair as Sylvanus and the same sharp features, but his green eyes were muted, hollow. Looking at him was like looking at a more refined version of Kellen. They were built from the same dark ambition. Today, we witnessed the trial of this prisoner for her incursions against the crown, the king declared, his voice a smooth, lethal baritone. He turned to me. "State your name for the record." I ran my tongue over my teeth, my voice steady. "Graciela Renee Black." The hall erupted in hushed, frantic whispers. The king raised a hand, and the silence was immediate and absolute. "Is your father Orion Merrick Black?" My brow furrowed. "Why does that matter to you?" The guard behind me swung his baton, catching me squarely behind the knee. I hit the floor with a grunt of pain, my teeth gritted. Slowly, painfully, I forced myself back to my feet. "The prisoner will answer the question," the prosecutor stated coldly. I spat a mouthful of copper to the side. Yes, that was my father's name. The shock in the room was palpable. I didn't understand why a name from my past carried more weight than my presence in their woods. I looked at Sylvanus. He was staring at the guard with pure, murderous intent. "Silence," the prosecutor shouted. The monarch sat in the center of his kin, his gaze a physical pressure. He didn't just see a trespasser, he saw a ghost. Kellen's laugh echoed in the back of my mind, and I fought to stay grounded. "As your father's successor, you inherit the weight of his history," the king explained. "You stand accused of high treason. Your father conspired against this throne to build a splintered army. The shadows of that rebellion still move in his name." I stared at him, stunned. "You're mistaken. My father wasn't a rebel. He was a good man whose life was stolen by a traitor." "You speak of things you don't understand," the king said, rising slowly from his seat. "You remind me of him, Graciela. Brave, but dangerously short-sighted. I heard your parents were lost to the rogues, swept away in a moment of weakness." My wolf snarled, the sound vibrating through the podium. The king stepped closer, his voice dropping. "I heard you were held by those same rogues. A captive. A tool for their amusement." The rage hit me like a tidal wave. I yanked at the chains with everything I had. The Sylvanus-laced metal groaned, the lynx screaming under the pressure of an alpha's fury. The hall gasped as the chains snapped with a thunderous crack. I lunged over the podium, catching a glimpse of a dark, satisfied smirk on the king's face before the shift took me. My wolf emerged with a roar of pure, unadulterated bloodlust. "Father, wait!" Leonard shouted, standing up. "She's been claimed." The room froze. "Explain yourself," the king growled, his eyes never leaving mine. "Sylvanus has taken her," Leonard said, his voice regaining its practiced ease. "She bears his mark. You can smell it on her." "That's right." Sylvanus's voice thundered as he stepped into the center of the hall. "She is mine." By the ancient laws, her actions are my responsibility. Any judgment against her is a judgment against me. The king inhaled sharply, catching the scent of the bond. He turned to Sylvanus, his expression one of cold fury. You are a fool. Do you have any idea what you've done? He delivered a sharp, backhanded strike that sent Sylvanus's head snapping to the side. I lunged forward with a snarl, forcing the king to step back. I moved to Sylvanus's side, pressing my shoulder against him. He ran a grounding hand through my fur, the warmth of his touch finally quelling the fire in my blood. His father watched us with a look of pure loathing. And what is the verdict, father? Is it an execution then? Sylvanus challenged. I realized then that he was offering his own life to shield mine. The king let out a growl of pure frustration. I will reserve my judgment until I have reviewed the facts of this bond. Until then, you will keep your prisoner under constant watch. She is never to be without a tether. He stepped closer to us, his voice a lethal whisper. This is far from over. Then he turned to the court with a practiced, political smile. Let it be known that I am a just and merciful monarch. The room broke into applause as he exited. Sylvanus's hand tightened in my fur. We need to talk, he said, his tone promising a reckoning. Leonard approached us with a smirk. A pleasure to see you again, Graciela. I gave a low warning rumble, which only made him grin wider. You're welcome, brother. I'd say I've saved your mate from a very dark fate today. Sylvanus snorted. Let's go, Graciela. Before you find a way to break anything else. He led me away from the prying eyes of the court. I didn't understand the depth of the monarch's hatred, but as I walked beside Sylvanus, I knew I was exactly where I was meant to be. Chapter 25. Sylvanus led me silently through a house that felt more like a fortress disguised as a palace. Guards were stationed at every intersection of the endless, high-arched hallways, their eyes tracking us with a cold, professional detachment. I spotted Valeriana leaning against a heavy oak door, her expression one of pure weariness. When she saw me trotting at Sylvanus's heel in my wolf form, her eyes widened in a flash of disbelief. So, this is the cause of the royal uproar? Valerian directed a sharp look my way. I let out a low, territorial rumble, purposefully brushing against Sylvanus's leg to assert my place. Sylvanus's fingers threaded through my fur, a grounding touch. It seems so. I suspect the rest of her pack is being held in the lower levels. Valeriana let out a long sigh. I'll check the holding cells. I'll leave you two to navigate this. Sylvanus offered a brief nod of thanks before she vanished back the way we had come. He whistled softly, signaling me into an open suite. I stepped past him, and he followed, the heavy door clicking shut with a finality that made my ears twitch. Sylvanus moved toward a dark mahogany dresser and pulled out a clean, oversized t-shirt. I don't have anything that will fit you properly, but he held it out. I took the fabric in my teeth. His green eyes stayed locked on mine until I gave a sharp huff and tilted my head toward the corner. He smirked. You really want me to turn around? It's not like I haven't seen the transition before. I let out a warning growl that made him chuckle. Fine. Professional courtesy. He held up his hands and turned his back. I shifted back into my human form in a blur of heat and bone snap, quickly pulling the shirt on. It hung loosely, barely reaching my mid-thigh. You can turn around now, lover boy, I mocked, trying to regain my edge. He turned, his gaze traveling over me with a slow, weighted intensity before meeting my eyes. The air in the room suddenly felt too thin. Have his eyes always been that piercing? I shook my head to clear the fog. You look better in my clothes than I expected, he commented, a hint of a smile touching his lips. I felt my jaw tighten. Don't get used to it. You have some explaining to do. He leaned against the dresser. I imagine I do. What are you doing here, Graciela? I thought I'd made it clear that staying away was your best chance. I crossed my arms, my gaze narrowing. You thought wrong. I would have let you walk away if it weren't for this. I pulled at the collar of the shirt, exposing the fading mark on my neck. You claimed me. My wolf hasn't given me a moment of silence since you left. She couldn't understand why our mate walked out on us. Sylvanus's gaze fixed on the mark, his eyes darkening with a sudden, raw hunger. I didn't leave because I didn't want you, Graciela. Wanting you has never been the problem. I let out a jagged, humorless laugh. Then what was it? My history? My time with the rogues? Does the fact that I was held captive by men like Kellen make me too unrefined for a pureblood? Is my blood not clean enough for your throne? My chest heaved with a sudden, sharp anger. Sylvanus remained silent, his jaw working. That's it, isn't it? I felt the sting of tears and cursed myself for the weakness. I didn't choose that life. I didn't ask for any of it. I just wanted a chance to be whole. For my mate. Sylvanus's expression fractured, a look of pained realization crossing his face. He turned and slammed a fist into the stone wall with a thunderous crack. Damn it. I watched, startled, as he turned back, his voice thick with suppressed rage. Graciela, I don't care about your history. I don't care about anything other than the fact that you're here. It makes me more than angry to think anyone ever restricted your freedom. If I could find them, I'd burn their world down. I already took care of it. They're gone, I replied, a strange warmth spreading through my chest. He snorted, a brief flash of humor lighting his eyes. Right. I keep forgetting you don't need a savior. He stepped forward, closing the distance and pulling me into a fierce embrace. I stiffened for a second before melting into his strength. But even if you don't need it, I still want to protect you. I relaxed against him, the scent of pine and lightning finally calming the storm in my head. I wanted to keep you away from this mess, but I should have known you were too stubborn to stay put, he whispered. I burrowed my face into the crook of his neck. You're an idiot. Did you really think I'd just let you walk away? I pulled back to look at him. He was watching me with a mix of amusement and something much deeper. Yeah, I am an idiot. But can you blame me? You met my family. I'm not exactly bringing you home to a welcoming committee. I don't care about welcoming. We're a team now. No more running. Got it. Sylvanus's smile faded, replaced by a solemn intensity. He pressed his forehead to mine, the connection sending sparks through my system. I promise. I won't leave you behind again. Leaving you the first time nearly cost me my mind. I closed my eyes, the Sylvanus ache in my body beginning to dull. Don't think this means you're forgiven yet, I mumbled. He chuckled, the vibration of it warming me through. I'll earn it. Every day. But first, we have to get you and your pack out of my father's reach. I frowned, looking up at him. He had a lot to say about my father. Do you have any idea what he meant by high treason? Sylvanus stepped back, his expression turning grim. I only know the royal version of history. I had no idea Orient Black was your father until you said it in the hall. I winced. I can't believe he was a traitor. He was the kindest man I knew. I believe you, Graciela. If you're his legacy, then he must have been a man of honor. He reached toward the dresser again, picking up a heavy, polished metal band. My breath hitched. What is that? It's a tether, he said softly, his voice full of regret. I recoiled. No, not a chance. I am not wearing that. Graciela, listen to me. He met my eyes, his gaze pleading. It's the only way my father will allow you out of a cell. Without this, you're a prisoner on sight. It's weighted with a dampener. It'll keep you from shifting, but it means you can stay with me. Otherwise, he'll have you moved to the deep dungeons tonight. I snatched the metal band from his hand, the cool weight of it a mockery of my freedom. You'd better start making a very long list of ways to make this up to me. I snapped the band around my neck, the click sounding like a cell door. Make it a very long list, Sylvanus. Chapter 26. Sylvanus POV. After the tension of the Great Hall, I decided to take Graciela somewhere that might offer a moment of peace. She had been through a gauntlet since arriving at the estate, and I wanted to give her something, even a small fragment of the truth, to anchor her. I led her toward the abandoned wing of my father's house, moving through the shadows to ensure our path remained unobserved. This wing looks like it hasn't seen a duster in a century, Graciela commented, trailing her fingers over a layer of gray silt on a side table. She glanced back at me, a spark of her usual fire returning to her Sylvanus eyes. Don't tell me the royal budget doesn't cover maintenance? I felt a genuine pull in my chest at the teasing tilt of her lips. My father forbade anyone from entering this wing after he took the throne. It's been a dead zone for 20 years. Her smile widened as she leaned slightly toward me. Quite the rebel, aren't you, Sylvanus? She pulled back after a heartbeat, her eyes scanning the vaulted ceiling. So, why the secret tour? I closed the distance, taking her hand in mine. A small, sharp intake of breath left her, and the contact sent a jolt of static through my system. I tightened my grip, grounding us both. I thought there might be something here that belongs to you. This is the old Alpha Council chamber. Graciella's expression went unreadable. For a second, I worried I had overstepped, bringing her to the site of her father's alleged treason. I shifted my weight, reaching up to rub the back of my neck. Maybe this was a mistake. I was cut off by the feather-light pressure of her lips against mine. It was a brief, tentative kiss, but it resonated through my entire being. I swallowed hard as she stepped back, a soft smile on her face. Thank you, Sylvanus. This is more than I expected. Graciella moved deeper into the chamber, her eyes wide with a mix of reverence and curiosity. I watched her, giving her the space to process the history built into the stone. I knew she missed her father. This was a way to reach back through the years to the man he had been before the purge. A sharp, startled gasp pulled me from my thoughts. I went on full alert, my protective instincts flaring as I scanned the room for a threat. I relaxed only when I saw her standing before a section of the wall that had shifted, revealing a narrow, hidden passage. She looked back at me, her face lit with excitement. Did you know about this? I shook my head, joining her at the threshold. I spent half my childhood sneaking around this wing, but I never found a seam in this masonry. I peered into the dark void beyond. Graciella caught my hand, her fingers interlacing with mine. Come on, let's see where the rabbit hole goes. She led the way into the cramped corridor. I had to duck my head to avoid the low-hanging stone. We moved about 50 feet before the passage opened up into a small, dust-choked room. Graciella let go of my hand, moving toward a heavy desk covered in weathered parchment and leather-bound volumes. Jackpot, she whispered, pulling a small, embossed leather book from a hidden drawer. What is it? My father's personal record, she said, her voice thick with emotion. He always told me that a leader who doesn't keep his own history is bound to lose it. She flipped the cover, her excitement slowly cooling into a concentrated frown. I stood behind her, looking over her shoulder. The pages were filled with neat, cramped columns of names and dates. It looks like a manifest, I murmured. It's too extensive for just the council, Graciella noted. She stopped mid-turn, and I reached out to steady her hand, my finger landing on a specific entry. Wait. I know that name. I pointed to a line near the bottom. He was a high-ranking officer in the Royal Guard during my grandfather's reign. Retired years ago. I looked more closely and noticed a small geometric symbol inked next to the name. Scanning the page, I saw the same mark repeated beside dozens of others. What's the significance of the symbol? Graciella brought the book closer to the flickering light. She flipped through several pages at a rapid pace. I don't know yet, but it's everywhere. It's a code or a classification. I tensed as a faint, rhythmic echo reached us from the hallway. We need to move. If the guard is doing a sweep, we can't be caught in here, I whispered near her ear. She gave a quick nod, clutching the ledger to her chest. I led us back through the passage and into the main chamber, the heavy stones sliding back into place with a muffled thud. I could feel the hum of Graciella's frustration. It felt like a low-frequency vibration against my own mind. When we reached the hallway, I reached for her hand again. I'm sorry if this brought up more questions than answers, I said softly. She squeezed my hand, her gaze lingering on the closed wall. I'm not sorry. I wish he hadn't felt the need to keep the world in the dark. Finding out he might have been part of a resistance is a lot to process. I reached out, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, my thumb grazing her jaw. Graciella, whatever he was doing, it doesn't change who he was to you. He clearly loved you above everything else. He probably kept these secrets to ensure you never had to carry the weight of them. A single tear tracked through the dust on her cheek. I wiped it away gently. He wanted a different life for you. You've seen how jagged this world is. He likely wanted you to grow up in the light, away from the shadows of his work. Graciela let out a small, tired laugh and leaned into my touch. Come on, lover boy. Let's get back before we're missed. I think I've had enough history for one day. We moved back toward the inhabited part of the estate, Graciela holding that leather book as if it were the most precious thing in the world. Chapter 27. The moment we stepped into the sanctuary of Sylvanus's quarters, I unlatched the dampener and tossed it onto the dresser with a sharp clatter. I rubbed the faint, reddened line on my neck, my brow furrowed. I'm warning you, Sylvanus, if that thing goes back on, there's going to be a reckoning. Why do you even have royal tech like that in your personal reach? Sylvanus's expression guarded as he moved toward the center of the room. When I was younger, my wolf's aura was volatile. I hadn't learned to channel the pure blood strength, and I caused damage I couldn't undo. My father made me wear that until my control was absolute. It wasn't exactly a golden childhood. I felt a sharp pang of empathy as he stopped before a heavy door, quickly shifting the topic. He pushed it open, revealing a space of polished stone and Sylvanus fixtures. The washroom. I wanted to push him for more, to understand the scars his father had left, but I knew the value of a slow burn. I offered him a small, challenging smile and moved into his space, purposefully brushing past him to peer into the room. This is larger than my entire home back in the territory. You could fit a whole patrol in that basin. He followed me, his presence a warm weight at my back. I don't know about a patrol, but it's certainly built for more than one. I looked back at him, my gaze playful but searching. His green eyes were darkening, the vengeance beast within him surfacing in response to our proximity. I spun slowly until I was facing him fully. And who said I was looking for company, Alpha? His eyes raked over me, the intensity making my pulse quicken. I don't think I need a formal invitation. Did you forget where we are? Leaving you unattended would be a security risk. As your warden, I really shouldn't let you out of my sight. He took a slow step forward, and I squared my shoulders, baiting his protective instincts. His gaze narrowed. Do I need to remind you who the dominant alpha is in this room? You're welcome to try, I said, a cocky grin spreading across my face. He moved with sudden, predatory Graciela. I let out a startled laugh as I dodged his first reach, but he was faster. He caught my arm, pulling me firmly against his chest. He leaned down, his breath warm against my ear. I'm the alpha here, Graciela. You're alpha. He pressed a lingering kiss to the mark on my neck, sending a wave of heat through my entire system. I leaned back into him, my breathing hitching. You are my alpha, I conceded, feeling his wolf rumble in deep, vibrating satisfaction. His grip loosened slightly, and I turned in his arms. But there's always a catch with you, isn't there? I placed my hands flat against his chest, meeting his gaze with absolute resolve. If you're my alpha, it means I'm yours. Equality, Sylvanus. That's the deal. I didn't give him a chance to negotiate. I closed the gap between us, meeting his lips in a kiss that tasted of long overdue desperation and fire. I didn't care about the king, the rebellion, or the guards outside the door. My wolf was screaming for her mate, and I was done ignoring her. Sylvanus's arms locked around my waist, lifting me until our hearts beat against one another. With a low groan of surrender, he let his own walls crumble. I nipped at his lip, a silent challenge, and he met it with a ferocity that matched my own. His hands were steady anchors, holding me close as I trailed kisses down the line of his jaw. Who do you belong to? I whispered against his skin, my body vibrating with the strength of the bond. He leaned his head back against the stone wall, his voice a raw, jagged rasp. You. Always you. I moved to the crook of his neck, my canines beginning to lengthen as the alpha in me took full control. And who holds your loyalty? I felt him shudder as he fought the urge to shift, his power rolling off him in waves. You do. I hovered just above his skin, the bond humming between us like a live wire. Do you accept me? Truly? Yes. Claim it, Graciela. Sylvanus's hand moved to the back of my head, holding me to him as my beast finally surged to the surface. I let out a low, focused growl and claimed the bond, my teeth piercing the skin in the ancient rite of the high alphas. The world exploded into a kaleidoscope of his memories, his pain, and his fierce, unyielding love for me. Our souls tangled until I couldn't tell where my shadow ended and his light began. I pulled back, breathing hard, and smoothed the mark with my tongue as the bond settled into a steady, golden hum. Sylvanus leaned against the wall, his eyes slightly glazed as the connection solidified. That was overwhelming, I suggested, my voice trembling. I was going for perfect, he replied, a faint, breathless laugh escaping him. I rested my head against his chest, a profound sense of peace finally washing over me. After weeks of fighting the pull, the silence in my head was beautiful. He scooped me up into his arms. Come on. You need to rest. I looked up at him, exhausted but smiling. Going to keep me under lock and key then? He looked down with hooded, intense eyes. For now. But only because if we're going to find a way out of this palace, I need you at full strength. But I wanted that bath, I complained, though another yawn betrayed me. He shook his head, carrying me back into the bedroom. Sleep first. I know you haven't had a real night's rest since I walked away. I certainly haven't. I'm not that tired, I muttered, right as my eyes began to drift. Clearly. I pouted, but didn't resist as he lowered me onto the massive bed. He leaned over, pressing a soft kiss to my temple. I'm adding this to the list of things I owe you. I smiled as the darkness of sleep began to pull at me, my wolf finally sated and still. Sylvanus climbed in beside me, pulling me into the crook of his arm. Just sleep, Graciela. I'll be right here. We'll face the king together when you wake. Promise you won't vanish? I whispered. I promise. I'll be the first thing you see when the sun comes up. I burrowed into his warmth, falling into the first dreamless, peaceful sleep I had known in years. Chapter 28. I woke to the muffled vibration of a heated argument. I have no interest in discussing this further. Sylvanus's voice was a low, dangerous rumble. Leave before I ensure you have no choice in the matter. And when exactly do you plan to handle it? When the monarch decides the review is over and clears the great hall for an audience with the headsman. I recognize Leonard's voice, smooth, clinical, and entirely too calm for the subject matter. Sylvanus let out a sharp, territorial growl. No one touches her. I will dismantle this entire wing before I let anyone near her door. Then you'd better start planning for a total siege, brother. Because from what the whispers are saying, she's become the most high-profile target in the territory, Leonard replied, his tone suggesting he was more bored than concerned for his own safety. I let my eyes flutter open, keeping my breathing rhythmic as I spotted them at the foot of the massive bed. Sylvanus looked uncharacteristically disheveled, his blonde hair mussed as if he'd been startled from sleep beside me. If I recall, you were quite vocal about her status yesterday. Maybe I should start the dismantling with you, Sylvanus said, taking a predatory step toward his brother. Leonard offered a mocking, paper-thin smirk. Sylvanus, let's be rational. If I wanted her compromised, I wouldn't have spent the last 12 hours masking your bond from the Royal Guard censors. I'm here to offer a strategic exit, not a eulogy. I pushed myself up against the headboard, the movement drawing both their eyes. An exit to where? Sylvanus's expression softened instantly, though a deep frown remained. Leonard, however, looked entirely too pleased with himself. Do you want to handle the briefing, or shall I? Sylvanus moved to the edge of the mattress, his presence a protective wall. I'm sorry the noise woke you, Graciela. I looked past him, my gaze locking on Leonard. The noise isn't the issue. What are you two debating? How exactly is Leonard saving me, and what is the immediate threat? Is the king moving against us already? Leonard chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Sylvanus does love his compartmentalization. Be quiet, Leonard. You aren't helping the situation. Sylvanus snapped, running a hand through his hair in a rare display of agitation. What situation? I need the truth, Sylvanus. Right now. I felt the familiar spark of alpha irritation. The warmth of the previous night was rapidly cooling under a wave of tactical uncertainty. Sylvanus eased himself onto the bed, his voice dropping to a cautious level. Valerian intercepted a transmission shortly after you fell asleep. My father has moved the timeline up. He intends to finalize the verdict and the sentence by dawn. A cold weight settled in my stomach. And the rest of my pack? Marshall? Bunny? I moved toward the edge of the bed, the urgency making my heart hammer. Graciela, stay calm. Sylvanus reached for my hand, but I shifted away. Don't tell me to be calm. My friends are in those cells because of me. Do you even care what happens to them? Of course I care, but my priority is keeping you breathing. You were exhausted. You needed the recovery time, Sylvanus shouted back, his frustration finally boiling over. I bit back a sharp retort, recognizing the protective surge of the mate bond at work. I stood up, the oversized shirt barely providing coverage. Leonard let out a short, appreciative whistle, which prompted Sylvanus to immediately step between us, his alpha aura flaring in warning. Don't be too hard on the big guy, Graciela, Leonard commented, leaning against a pillar. He did send Valerian back down to the lower levels to coordinate a distraction. I peered around Sylvanus's broad shoulder. Why are you involved in this, Leonard? What's your price? I know you don't do charity for renegades. His eyes met mine, and for a second, the mask of the board prince slipped. I had hit the mark. I narrowed my eyes. That's it. You've made a deal. You wouldn't be risking the monarch's wrath for a brotherly favor. He held up his hands in a gesture of mock surrender. A sharp mind to match the spirit. You're right, I've secured my own interests in this exchange. The details don't concern you. What matters is that I have coordinates for a secure location, and I'm your only ticket out of this palace. Why should we trust a word you say? I challenged. We can't, Sylvanus growled, his hand finding mine and squeezing. This has the scent of an elaborate trap. One of our brothers is likely waiting at the extraction point. And risk the fury of your wolf? Not even Connor is that suicidal, Leonard rolled his eyes. I don't expect trust. I expect self-preservation. Listen to the facts. I stepped out from behind Sylvanus, crossing my arms. Make it quick. Your father wasn't just a council member. He was the primary strategist for the resistance. He defected because he had proof that the current lineage wasn't the intended succession. That's royal propaganda. There's no objective proof of a schism that deep, Sylvanus countered, his voice full of concern that the history would open old wounds for me. I thought so too, until I saw our father's reaction at dinner, Leonard continued, his voice turning uncharacteristically serious. I did some digging into the private archives. Father's panic wasn't about a trespasser, it was about a legacy he thought he'd ended 20 years ago. Get to the point, Leonard, Sylvanus commanded. My contacts within the inner circle intercepted a frantic comm to a man named Albin. Father was demanding to know why the black lineage was still standing after he'd paid for its removal. My wolf snarled, a low, vibrating sound of pure fury. Albin. That's my uncle. Are you saying the monarch and my uncle have been partners this entire time? That this royal house is the reason my parents were taken? I was trembling, a white-hot rage standardizing in my marrow. Sylvanus's hand tightened around mine, the warmth of the bond pulling me back from a blind shift. We'll handle this, Graciela. Together. We'll ensure every debt is paid, he whispered, his eyes locked on mine. I took a jagged breath. I'm holding you to that. Leonard cleared his throat, breaking the moment. Right. So, I realized the rebel army wasn't a myth. I tracked the signal. There is a high-density collective of alphas hidden in the northern range. When I provided your name and lineage, their leader agreed to provide sanctuary. On the condition that I deliver the true alpha of the Black Line. You want us to believe you found the mountain stronghold? Sylvanus asked, his disbelief clear. You'll believe it when you see the numbers they're pulling. Your mate is about to become the catalyst for a war that has been brewing since before we were born, Leonard said with a grim, humorless laugh. The thought of Sylvanus being caught in a crossfire for my sake made my stomach knot. I'm not going anywhere without Sylvanus. If these rebels have an issue with his bloodline, they'll have to go through me first. Leonard held up his hands. It's a high-stakes play, I'll admit. But staying here is a guaranteed end. As much as it galls me to agree with him, he's right. This is our only viable path, Sylvanus added, looking at me for confirmation. I looked at Sylvanus and saw the resolve in his green eyes. Fine. We follow the lead. But understand this, Leonard. If this sanctuary turns out to be a trap for my mate, you won't live to see the fallout. Leonard let out a slow breath, his posture stiffening. I'm starting to see why the bond chose you two. You're both terrifyingly single-minded. Sylvanus leaned down, pressing a firm kiss to my temple. Pay him no mind. I think you're exactly what this world needs. Chapter 29. I wasn't thrilled about navigating the darkened corridors in nothing but a thin shirt, but shifting wasn't an option. The sound of a transformation would have drawn every guard in the wing to our position. My skin itched with hyper-awareness as we passed sentries moving to their evening posts. Sylvanus threw frequent glances over his shoulder, his eyes searching for me in the gloom to ensure I was still within his reach. I stepped closer to him when I noticed a pair of guards lingering a second too long on our group. Sylvanus sensed my unease and adjusted his pace, falling back so I was sandwiched safely between him and Leonard. I appreciated the gesture. Even though I could handle myself, there was a quiet comfort in his instinct to shield me. Leonard led us down a service corridor that veered away from the opulent heart of the palace and toward the utility sectors. I kept my eyes scanning the shadows, half expecting the king to have anticipated Sylvanus's move. Leonard slowed as we reached a heavy, unassuming door. This leads to the western garden. The drainage system runs directly beneath it. Valerian eyes likely using the maintenance access as an extraction point for your friends, he whispered. I looked to Sylvanus for confirmation and found him glaring at his brother's back. Leonard let out a faint, mocking scoff. Your predictability is your biggest weakness, brother. I felt Sylvanus's aura flare. He looked ready to settle the score then and there, but I pressed my hand against his chest to steady him. Save the family drama for later. We need him to get everyone out in one piece. Sylvanus let out a sharp, frustrated rumble but subsided. I fixed Leonard with an expectant stare. Move. Before I stop holding him back. Leonard grumbled something inaudible and pushed the door open. The cool night air hit me like a physical blow, and I shivered, once again feeling the vulnerability of my scant attire. I took a steadying breath and stepped into the gardens. My wolf surged to the surface as I scanned the perfectly manicured hedges, my body coiled and ready for an ambush. Sylvanus reached out, catching my hand and lacing his fingers with mine. I just need the connection right now, he murmured, his voice strained with the effort of maintaining his human mask. I didn't argue. His protective instincts were running on overdrive, and I knew the contact was as much for his stability as mine. I focused on the world around us, but the garden was deceptively still. Only the rhythmic pulse of crickets and the distant croak of frogs broke the silence. Leonard moved quickly, leading us toward the far western corner where the landscaping turned wild and overgrown. The hedges here were twisted and mangled, reaching toward the moon like jagged claws. Sylvanus, give me a hand, Leonard called out. Sylvanus reluctantly released my hand to help his brother. As I approached, I saw them straining to hoist a heavy iron grate from the soil. The scent of damp earth and stagnant water rushed up, making me wrinkle my nose. You took your sweet time. Valerie's voice hissed from the dark as Sylvanus and Leonard hauled her up. She shot me a brief, icy look before turning away. Her dislike was a constant, but as long as she was loyal to the pack's survival, I could tolerate it. One by one, the others were pulled from the depths. They looked ragged and exhausted, but alive. Marsh was the last to emerge, and he looked the worst for wear. He groaned, clutching his side as they set him on the grass. Bunny was at his side instantly, her face a mask of controlled panic. Marshall? He looked up at her, forcing a pale, reassuring smile. I'm all right, Bunny. Just a bit stiff. He pulled himself up with effort, his jaw tight against the pain. Leonidas let out a long, audible sigh of relief. I have never been so happy to breathe fresh air. I could kiss the ground. He turned and threw his arms around Leonard in a burst of frantic energy. Leonard stiffened, looking down at Leonidas with utter bewilderment before firmly uncoupling him. Please, keep your distance. I'd rather not share your current aroma. Leonidas pouted, turning to Libra, who was watching the exchange with a mix of amusement and suspicion. Do I really smell that bad? She rolled her eyes and pulled him close. Ignore him. You smell like a survivor. A survivor who needs a bath, Leonard added, smoothing his silk shirt. Will you all shut up? Valeriana hissed, her head swiveling toward the palace. We are trying to. Her warning was cut short as the garden erupted in blinding white light. I snarled, shielding my eyes as flashbangs detonated around us. Hunters. This was their signature entry. Someone grabbed my arm, and I fought back with a snarl until a familiar scent hit me. Graciela, it's me. Sylvanus growled, pulling me toward the tree-line. Through the brush. Move. Leonard yelled over the ringing in my ears. I saw him grab Leonidas by the collar and haul him forward, Libertad close behind. Valeriana and Bunny were supporting Marshall, moving with a desperate urgency. I glanced back and saw a dozen silhouettes moving through the mist, hunters, their weapons raised. Sylvanus doubled his pace, his grip on my arm absolute. I heard the sharp thwack of a bowstring and felt a searing heat as a Sylvanus-tipped bolt grazed my upper arm. I cried out, my knees buckling for a split second, but I forced myself forward. Sylvanus's growl was low and lethal. I'm fine. I hissed through gritted teeth. It's just a scratch. Keep moving. We broke through a dense thicket only to find the path ahead blocked. A second team of hunters stood waiting, their crossbows leveled at our chests. Leonard stood at the front, shielding Leo, Libra, Bunny, and Valerianor boxed in with the wounded Marshall. We were caught in a classic pincer maneuver. I'll take the rear, I whispered to Sylvanus, my wolf already pushing at the seams of my skin. Help your brother clear the front. Sylvanus tensed, his eyes flashing green. You can't hold them off alone, Graciela. That's suicide. I gave him a sharp, alpha look. Watch me. Clear the path, or we all end up back in those cells. I didn't wait for his approval. I pulled away and shifted in a blur of fur and muscle, my wolf emerging with a roar that shook the leaves. Chaos descended. I ignored the sting in my arm, focusing entirely on the hunters closing in from the rear. One fired, the bolt whistling past my ear, but I was already in motion, shattering their formation with the weight of an alpha's charge. The air was filled with the sounds of combat, the sharp crack of firearms, the snarls of shifted wolves, and the shouts of the hunters. I didn't hold back. I sank my teeth into the lead hunter's shoulder, the force of my jaw making him cry out as I threw him aside. I felt a sharp pain in my flank as another hunter tagged me with a bolt, but the agony only fueled my rage. I spun, catching the hunter who had fired before he could reload. I knocked him to the ground, my claws leaving deep furrows across his chest as I neutralized the threat. I saw another hunter aiming for Sylvanus's back. I lunged, my body a blur of gray fur, slamming into her and sending her crashing into the mangled hedges. She went still as the jagged branches caught her. I turned back to the clearing. The skirmish was over as quickly as it had begun. Sylvanus and Leonard stood amidst the fallen hunters, their muzzles stained and their eyes wild. I shifted back, my breath hitching as I reached down to rip the bolt from my leg. I tossed the Sylvanus tip aside, the wound already beginning to itch as it healed. Sylvanus trotted over to me, his nose bumping my shoulder as he checked for deeper injuries. Leo, shirt. Now, Libertad commanded. Leonidas didn't argue this time, handing over his shirt as he shivered. Libertad passed it to me with a small, knowing nod. Sylvanus is going to lose his mind if you keep walking around like that. I took it, pulling the fabric over my head. It was a tight fit, but it did the job. Leonard huffed, shaking his head to clear the blood from his fur. He gestured toward the western ridge, indicating we needed to keep moving. I leaned into Sylvanus's side, the adrenaline beginning to fade and leaving a dull ache in its wake. I tangled my fingers in his thick fur as we began the long trek toward the mountains. "Have I ever mentioned," I whispered as we walked, "that I really, really hate hunters?" Sylvanus let out a soft, huffing sound, the wolf's equivalent of a laugh, and pressed his head against my side. Chapter 30. My body screamed at me to stop moving and find relief for my stinging wounds. We had been wandering through the wilderness for what seemed like ages. Looking out on the scenery around us, it didn't appear as though there was an end to it. We were surrounded, more like drowning in a sea of trees. Sylvanus and I kept ourselves posted at the back of the pack. For myself, it was because I couldn't get my injured leg to move at a consistent speed without causing me trouble. For Sylvanus, I imagined it was his need to make sure he could keep his watchful eyes on everyone in his pack. Leonard was still posted at the head of the group, guiding us through the strange labyrinth. Every so often, he would glance back over his shoulder at everyone to make sure we were all still there. Though I felt his eyes were focused on one particular member more than the others, I kept my mouth shut about it. I gritted my teeth against the pain in my leg when my foot caught on a fallen branch that had me tripping up. Libertad cast a quick look over her shoulder at me, her eyes zeroing in on the injury. I placed my hand over the scratch and shot her a reassuring smile, not wanting to draw unnecessary attention my way from the others. She pursed her lips, but turned away. It was a minor wound, and of everyone, Marsh was the one who should be most concerned. Marsh was squeezed between Bunny and Valerie, who were helping him along. I couldn't see his face, but from the tension in his back, I knew he was struggling. I had no idea what was wrong with him, but I assumed some of his ribs must be injured by the way he took shallow breaths. I felt guilt swell up in my chest like a geyser ready to burst. Sylvanus brushed himself against me, and I let my hand brush against his soft fur. The brief connection eased the darkness that was trying to seep back into my mind. How much further is this place? Are you sure you know where you're going? Leonidas broke the silence that had developed over the past couple of hours. Lennox's ears flattened against his head, and he threw a look in Leo's direction along with a growl before speeding up his steps. Leonidas crossed his arms over his chest and glared at the back of Lennox's head. "I would also like to know how much further." Bunny spoke up, sounding a bit strained. "Perhaps we can rest for a moment?" Sylvanus let out a low whine beside me, and I chanced a brief look at him. I could tell he wanted to help his pack, but he also knew, as I did, that resting wasn't an option. We had to put as much distance between the monarch and us as fast as possible. The only way of guaranteeing everyone's safety was for us to get to the rebels. "Everybody stop," I yelled. The group faltered in their steps and cast wary looks in my direction. Leonard let out a growl of irritation, but I ignored him. "I think it would be best if we put Marsh on Sylvanus's back." Marsh turned himself toward me. "I'm fine." "No, you're not. Now stop acting like an idiot." "I can't go on much longer like this, Marshall, and neither can you. You are pushing yourself to the brink." Bunny's voice broke a bit at the end, and I could tell that all her worry for her mate's well-being had brought her to the breaking point. Marsh stared down at her silently before he heaved a sigh. Okay. Bunny let out a tiny sob of relief before burrowing herself into Marshall's side. I watched him wince, but he held back any other display of how much discomfort he was in. I walked towards them with Sylvanus following beside me. "I hope you don't mind me offering you up like this." Sylvanus's ears wiggled back and forth, which I took as a sign that he didn't mind. It took us a couple of minutes, but we finally got Marsh situated on Sylvanus's back. I could see the look of relief on Marshall's face as he eased himself forward and got a firm grip of fur. I gave Sylvanus a pat on the shoulder. "All right, now that we've taken care of that, let's get this show back on the road." Leonard turned away from us, flicking his tail in annoyance before he started moving again. Leonidas released a small groan, but was the first to follow, the rest of us picking up pace behind them. The silence enveloped us once again, which didn't bother me much. In fact, I welcomed the silence after all the excitement over the past couple of days. It was only when I heard a twig snap in the distance that the silence became unsettling. I turned my face towards the sound and halted. I waited for a minute, but I couldn't sense anything out of the ordinary. It was probably a deer or something, I thought to myself to calm the paranoia. I began moving again, but in the back of my mind, my instincts were screaming at me that something was off. There was another snapping twig, followed by the sound of rustling leaves on the ground. My wolf surged toward the surface, instantly alert. My eyes traced the trees around us as the hair on the back of my neck rose on end, telling me that someone was watching us. What was that? Leonidas questioned with a tense voice. Probably a deer, Libertad suggested, trying to calm down her brother's obvious panic. I noticed the way Sylvanus and Leonard's ears twitched as they tried to follow the sounds. I caught a rush of shadow out of the corner of my eye, and I turned my face quickly to find nothing but empty space. I picked up my pace, as did everyone else, knowing that we weren't in the best condition to be caught up in another entanglement with the enemy. A low rumble echoed through the trees. That doesn't sound like a deer to me, Leonidas whispered to his sister. A wolf stepped out of the tree line in front of us, its head hung low, and its fur bristled as it stared down Leonard. Leonard let out a low warning growl. His growl was drowned out when a choir of growls echoed in the trees around us. My eyes narrowed as I watched wolf after wolf step into view, completely boxing us in. Dear, my foot. Leonidas growled softly as he moved closer to his sister. The wolves surrounded us, snarling and pawing at the ground as if waiting for the signal to strike. I pulled my lip back in a snarl of my own, taking up a protective stance near Sylvanus and Marshall. Leonard was growling low in his throat as he turned in a slow circle, taking in the fact that we were completely surrounded. I felt my skin prickle with awareness when the formation around us broke apart and a large man stepped into view, a pair of shorts hanging low on his waist. He was clearly a wolf of authority, but he wasn't an alpha, that much I was certain of. His dark eyes skimmed over our group, faltering for a moment when they landed on Libra. He recovered himself quickly with a shake of his head. You are trespassing on rebel territory, highborns. I suggest you turn back the way you came. I'll even give you a head start before I let my men hunt you down. The tone of his voice was unyielding and dominant. The wolves behind him let out snarls filled with aggression. My body tensed beside Sylvanus, and I shot a glance in Lennox's direction, waiting for him to say or do something. Lennox's ears pressed back against his head before he shifted back into his human form. I noted the look of uncertainty in his eyes. Clearly, he had not been expecting this welcoming committee. So the snake has returned. It's been longer than a week. The man spoke with a twinge of amusement. I understand that, but no buts. The Alpha told you the conditions of your agreement. It was a limited time offer, and you failed to deliver on time. He barked over Leonard, not allowing him time to explain himself. I could tell that these men just wanted a reason to push back against the city dwellers. Their resentment for them clouded their reason. I gritted my teeth in frustration. I demand to speak with your Alpha. The man's attention cut to me, and his eyes narrowed. And who are you that you feel you can demand things from me? This is Orion Black's successor. You know, the one I told you I would bring you. Leonard spoke for me, his voice carrying an air of smugness. The man's eyes widened as his gaze trailed over me. She doesn't look like much. Are you sure this is his successor? His earlier hostility had been lost, and now he stood in disbelief. Yes, she definitely is, Leonard replied. She can speak for herself, I snapped in Leonard's direction. And she will gladly show you how much she is like her father if you don't tell your men to stand down. I don't respond kindly to being threatened, I said with a pointed glare cast toward the man in charge. He lifted his hand, and the wolves behind him relaxed, but I could still see the glares cast in our direction. I apologize. This was all just protocol for us. The man bowed his head toward me in a submissive pose briefly before lifting his face. I'm Coden, one of Alpha Kalel's betas. Listen, Coden, my friends, and I have been through a lot recently, as you can probably tell. I'm not really in the mood to deal with pack politics or the he said she said of some ridiculous agreement you made with the guy over there. I tossed my head in Lennox's direction. What I want is for you to escort us to your Alpha safely without any trouble from your pack mates. Do you think that is something you can handle? Leonidas gave a small laugh at my condescending tone, which earned him a glare from both Leonard and Coden. I rolled my eyes and waited for a response. Coden turned his gaze back to me, eyeing me for a moment. It would be a pleasure to escort you and your friends to my alpha. Hopefully, we can clear up any misunderstandings. Yes, hopefully, Leonard mumbled under his breath. Coden and his men escorted us through the woods, though it felt more like we were prisoners of war, given our current condition. I did notice that the wolves around us moved as a unit. It was clear that they had extensive training as warriors, and had they been released to hunt us as Coden had threatened, I'm sure they would have been formidable opponents. When we got closer to the mountain base, the wolves began to break off in different directions. I let my eyes take in the fortress of a mountain and the opening that stretched before us. In the opening stood a tall man with a large scar that stretched from the left side of his face to his neck. It made him exude a threatening atmosphere, and I could tell by the way he stood that this was the Alpha, the man who had supposedly defected with my father and had built a rebel army. He stood as though he were the gatekeeper. It wasn't hard to imagine him leading an army of wolves. Coden stopped in his approach. "Wait here," he commanded us before he moved towards his Alpha with steady steps. I watched as the two of them exchanged words before the Alpha's eyes snapped back to our group. They roamed over every single one of us, as if in slight surprise as he catalogued us. The two of them approached us. "This is Alpha Kal-El," Coden introduced him to us, though mainly focusing his gaze on me. "Alpha." I lowered my head slightly in acknowledgement of his position. I heard we might have some things to discuss. He tilted his head to the side as he examined me. "You are Orion's daughter. There's no way to deny that. You have his eyes." I felt my chest tighten at his assessment, but I kept my facial expressionless. He let his gaze wander from me to the rest of the group. Kal-El's lips pursed. "It looks like you all ran into some trouble." His eyes fell to Marshall, who was still lying on Sylvanus's back. Bunny took a small protective step towards Marshall, anxious over the Alpha's proximity to her already wounded mate. Kal-El's intense gaze snapped to her, and his eyes widened as if he was seeing a ghost. "Thalassa." Bunny's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. "Bunny," she corrected him. "Thalassa was my mother's name." "Did you know my mother?" she questioned softly. I looked between the two of them as if trying to connect the dots in my own mind. The more I looked at the two of them, the more I saw the similarities. Kal-El cleared his throat. Yes, I knew her." Closely, from the looks of it, Leonard mumbled under his breath, which earned him a fierce growl from Kal-El. Kal-El quickly schooled his outburst. "You and your friends may enter, but the city dwellers may not." "We all may enter, or we will all turn around and head back the way we came," I corrected. Kal-El stared me down, looking much more imposing than he had before, which I thought would be difficult. I wasn't about to be intimidated. "You're the one who wanted me to come here, not the other way around. So if you want me to remain here, then you will let us all in. All of these people have proven themselves trustworthy, even him." I motioned to Leonard. "I give you my word as my father's successor." There was a long moment of silence that fell between us before he nodded his head. "Fine. You all may enter, but I reserve the right to deal with that 1 inch. He pointed to Leonard if he betrays us. "Deal," I said without hesitation. Chapter 31. Kal-El stood at the far end of the small cave, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed over his chest, staring into nothingness. I sat next to Sylvanus on soft pillows after having spent the past few hours being fed and cleaning up from our journey. I cleared my throat and tucked some hair behind my ear. "I imagine you didn't want me to come here just so we could enjoy each other's company," I prompted, tired of sitting in silence. Kal-El turned his gaze towards me. The intensity of his stare was unlike anything I had felt before. I shifted on my pillow, trying to keep myself from being intimidated. Kal-El pushed off the wall. "I wager that your father would be proud of the way you've turned out. You never back down, even when you probably should." Kal-El lowered himself to the ground, taking a seat across from us. "When you spend years fighting for every single day, it becomes a habit not easily broken," I replied with a shrug. Kal-El inclined his head in acknowledgement of the truth in my words. His gaze drifted over to Sylvanus in a skeptical way, sizing him up. I noticed Sylvanus's posture stiffen out of the corner of my eye. He naturally felt the need to hold his ground. It was an instinctual habit for those born into leadership, especially considering his background among the highborns. It didn't make much of a difference to me, but I knew it meant something to others. Kal-El smirked as if amused by Sylvanus' reaction. "You've got heart, kid, I'll give you that." "I like to think so," Sylvanus replied dryly, which made Kal-El snort. "Are you two done with your contest? Or should I leave?" I questioned with a lifted brow. Both of them were silent for a moment. Kal-El turned his attention back to me, ignoring my previous comment. "I'm sure you've probably got a lot of questions for me." "Sure, but I think the most important one is, what exactly do you expect from me, Alpha Kal-El?" Kal-El reached up and rubbed his chin in a thoughtful manner. "You get right to the point, don't you? I don't see a reason why we should waste each other's time. You clearly wanted something from me, or else you wouldn't have made an agreement with someone you clearly distrust, especially when you had no evidence that I was who he claimed me to be. I might have had a lot of questions about my father's unknown life, but that could wait until later. Right now, we're on the verge of a major conflict, and I need to deal with it. All right. This whole movement was your father's idea from the get-go. The rest of us followed his lead because we trusted his judgment. After he was gone, it wasn't long before we realized that his departure was planned and that they would be coming for the rest of us. I want you to lead this movement alongside me. To take your father's place. I knew firsthand about the betrayal my father had faced by someone he had trusted, but I wasn't about to race headlong into something I didn't understand. And what are the others? "I'm the only one left," he said with a strained voice. "Your father, my brother, and my best friend were all lost under the previous administration's orders. I would be gone too if it weren't for the small pack that had occupied this mountain." My eyes focused on the scar on his face, knowing it was likely a result of that time. "I guess I should count myself lucky to be here as well." Kal-El gave a small smile. "That you should, little Alpha," he teased slightly, and I smiled back, feeling myself relax. There was something about him that reminded me of my father. Sylvanus leaned his body towards me, brushing our shoulders together. I leaned into him, relishing the brief contact. How did things escalate to this point? He sounded genuinely interested in understanding what had happened. "Is it so hard to believe? Have you not witnessed the manipulative ways of the current leadership?" Kal-El questioned with a harsh tone. Sylvanus tensed up, and I felt his emotions rush through me before he settled into a silent resolve. I felt my own frustration swirling. "What exactly were your reasons for leaving?" "Your father was the one who put two and two together. He warned us that Brax was going to seize total control. Brax had practically everyone in his pocket, and I'm almost certain he was responsible for his predecessor's downfall. Your father predicted everything so effortlessly. While they were securing their power, we retreated into the night. It wasn't a safe place for anyone who hadn't signed over their support to Brax." Kal-El explained with a tired look on his face. I recalled the notebook I found in my father's hidden office. It must have been a list of those who were faithful to the regime and those who weren't. "So you all decided to leave to ensure your survival?" I wanted to be angry, but it's not like I could blame them. I recalled the time I spent as a captive in Kellen's camp. I would have done anything for my own safety. "It was more than that," he continued. "We wanted to build a better world for generations to come. A place where all of us could live peacefully regardless of our lineage." That's what your father was trying to work towards while he headed the council. That was his sincere wish. I turned toward Sylvanus, remembering that Valeriana had mentioned he had desired the same thing. He met my gaze, and I was struck for a moment by the strength of his character. Sylvanus cared deeply about the people around him. That's what made him such a worthy leader in my eyes. Even if he didn't want to acknowledge that part of himself, I knew he would make an excellent head of state, given the opportunity. I sucked in a breath before turning back to Kal-El. "So your plan was to build a force and challenge the regime. What about after that?" "What was the plan?" "Well, Orion believed there would be a rightful leader. Someone who would truly care and want to unite everyone. Someone who believed in a fair council." "I think Sylvanus is your best option for that," I responded without hesitation. "And it's the option that has my full support." "What?" Both of them echoed in stereo. My father would have wanted someone like Sylvanus to lead. He has the knowledge it takes to run things, having been raised in that life, but he also has the compassion needed to bring both worlds together. Plus, if it helps, I know he disagrees with his father's methods as much as any of you. Sylvanus pushed up off the floor, looking slightly overwhelmed by my suggestion. I can barely lead my own small group, Graciela. Kal-El watched as Sylvanus began to pace back and forth in the small space. His eyes were trained on him, observing every movement. I could feel the flurry of Sylvanus's emotions flashing through me, but I stood by my words even if he didn't believe in himself. Kal-El's gaze flickered to mine in a moment of deep contemplation. You truly believe that he will become the man your father pictured? I believe it with my whole heart. In fact, I'm willing to stake my life on it. Sylvanus stopped pacing behind me, but my attention was focused on Alpha Kal-El. If you ensure that the leadership will be given to Sylvanus, then I will fight alongside you and your men. I give you my word as my father's successor. He gave me an intense look. I can't imagine the things you've lived through, but as Orion's heir, I respect your judgment. If you are willing to stand so firmly behind him, Kal-El cast a quick glance to Sylvanus, who was standing behind me, then I am willing to do the same. He looked back at me, uncrossing his arms and holding out a large hand in my direction. I believe we have an agreement? I placed my hand in his, taking it in a firm grip. We have an agreement, Alpha Kal-El. Chapter 32. My hands moved carefully over Marshall, checking the area sporting a deep purple bruise. He winced as I checked his ribs. I peeked up to see his face scrunched in discomfort, and I quickly pulled back. They're definitely fractured, Marshall. Tell me something I don't know, Lib, he managed, his breath hitching slightly. You're lucky it wasn't worse, I said dryly, lifting a brow at his stubbornness. He scowled, but then a small smirk cracked through, and I felt my own lips turn upward. I heard movement behind us and turned to see Bunny entering the room, her expression tight with worry. Coden followed close behind, looking slightly exasperated. I'm sorry, Coden said, his voice deep and steady. I know you wanted a moment to check on him, but his mate wouldn't stay put. I sighed, running a hand through my messy hair. Don't worry about it. I'm finished here anyway. And? Bunny prompted, her voice strained. I watched Marsh quickly pull his shirt down to hide the bruising. My prognosis is that he'll be back on his feet in no time, I said. Bunny released a heavy breath of relief. But he needs to rest. Keep the movement to a minimum for a day or two, and he'll be good as new. Thanks, Libra. Bunny beamed, pulling me into a quick, grateful hug. I chuckled, wrapping my arms around her. You don't have to thank me, I didn't do much. As we hugged, a scent caught my attention, something light and distinct mingled with Bunny's usual perfume. I took a soft breath, trying to place it. My eyes widened in surprise, and I pulled back to look her in the face. She looked back, confused. What is it? Marsh leaned over, his brow furrowed. Why are you looking at her like that? I focused on Bunny. How are you feeling, Bunny? Honestly? Better, now that I know Marsh is okay. No, I mean physically. Anything unusual? She hesitated, glancing at Marsh before looking back at me. Just tired, I guess. But with everything going on, I figured that was normal. Marsh stepped closer, his voice laced with protective concern. Is something wrong? I shook my head quickly to ease his panic. No, it's nothing like that, I said softly, lowering my voice so only they could hear. Bunny, I think you might be pregnant. The room went silent. Marsh seemed to freeze mid-breath as he processed the words. Bunny's eyes grew wide, and then a radiant smile broke across her face. She turned to Marshall. Did you hear that? Marsh looked suspended in time. Bunny peeked at me, whispering, Is he okay? Oh, he's fine, I suppressed a giggle. Just a bit of shock. Marsh cleared his throat, his voice regaining its strength. Are you saying? I'm going to be a father. I stepped back to give them space as Bunny placed a hand over her stomach in awe. I'm 90% certain, I told them. It's early, but the scent is there. You two are going to have a pup. Bunny looked at Marsh with a vulnerable, searching gaze. You're not upset, are you? I know we talked about waiting. That snapped Marsh out of his daze instantly. Upset? Baby, I love you. There is nothing in this world I want more than a family with you. He pulled her into a gentle embrace, mindful of his ribs, and pressed a kiss to her temple. I stepped further away, letting them have their moment. "So, you're the resident healer?" Coden's gruff, velvety voice startled me. I jumped slightly, having momentarily forgotten he was there. I chanced a glance at him, trying to settle the sudden flutter in my stomach. There was an undeniable intensity to his presence. I smoothed down my hair, trying to look composed. "Something like that. And you're the one in charge around here?" I asked playfully. His dark eyes sparked with amusement, the corners of his mouth twitching upward. "Something like that." He was breathtaking when he smiled. My inner wolf was practically pacing with excitement at his attention. Without thinking, I found myself taking a step toward him, drawn in by an invisible tether. He seemed to feel it too, closing the distance between us. "Libra." My brother's shout shattered the moment. I frowned, turning toward the entrance of the small cave room. "What are you going to do, tell on her?" I heard another voice mock him. It was Leonard. "Libra." Leonie dacieled again, sounding closer. "You're being dramatic, Leo," Leonard called out. "Stop following me. Stop walking away, and I won't have to." They burst into the room, and Coden straightened up, his expression turning guarded. Leonidas appeared in the doorway, spinning around to face Leonard, who was right on his heels. "You're unbelievable," Leonidas snapped. "It's a wonder you haven't been run out of the woods yet." Leonard just smirked, that familiar look of mischief in his eyes that usually drove my brother crazy. "Sticks and stones, Leo," Leonard winked. Leonidas shuffled and spun around to face me, but in his haste, he collided right into Coden. Coden stumbled back from the impact, his arm brushing against mine to steady himself. The moment we touched, a jolt of pure energy raced through me. I gasped in surprise. Leonidas instinctively grabbed my arm to make sure I didn't fall. "Are you okay?" he asked, looking guilty. "I didn't mean to steamroll you." A low, protective rumble sounded from Coden's chest. He looked between Leonidas and me, his eyes dark with an ancient intensity. My wolf surged to the surface. "Mate. He's the one." Coden took a firm step forward, his gaze locked on Leo's hand on my arm. "Step back," he said, his voice vibrating with authority. Leonidas let go immediately, holding his hands up. "Whoa, easy. She's my sister, man." I watched Coden struggle to balance his protective instincts with the reality of the situation. He was clearly fighting the urge to be overprotective. "For heaven's sake, Leo," Leonard groaned, stepping into the room. "Can you go 5 minutes without causing a scene?" "I didn't cause this," Leonidas countered. He leaned toward me, whispering through gritted teeth, "Talk to your mate, Lib. He looks like he's about to lose it." His words snapped me out of my trance. "Coden." His name felt perfect as I said it. "It's okay. I'm safe. He really is just my brother, annoying as he is." Coden visibly relaxed, the tension leaving his shoulders. He looked around the room, a flush of embarrassment creeping up his neck. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "Right. Sorry. I got a bit ahead of myself." "I understand," I said with a warm smile. He returned it, and my heart did a slow somersault. Someone cleared their throat behind me. "So, should I start the welcome to the family speech now, or?" Marsh teased, and I squeezed my eyes shut, blushing furiously. Chapter 33. Sylvanus had left the small cave room in silence after Kal-El, and I had struck up our agreement. I knew he was upset with me for offering him up in the arrangement, but I knew in my gut it was what was best for everyone. As alphas, we couldn't always think about our individual wants. We had to think about what the pack needed. The pack should come first. I wanted to build the best future for everyone, and the only way to do that was for Sylvanus to take his rightful place. I had one more thing I wanted to accomplish to help Kal-El and the others with the struggle against the monarch. That's why I had tracked down the one person I knew would help me, because it would help Sylvanus. Valeriana stood in the small space with a tense expression as I explained what had been decided during our talk with Alpha Kal-El. "What use are we going to be to them? There are only 7 of us. 8 if you include Sylvanus' brother, and I definitely don't." Valerian crossed her arms over her chest defiantly. "The pure bloods will have them completely outnumbered." It won't matter how well trained they might be. I agree with you, which is why we need more people, I stated simply. Oh? And you happen to know people who want to risk everything in a rebellion that may or may not succeed. Most of these younger wolves don't even know that pure bloods exist. Excuse me if I find it hard to believe you'll gain the support we need in such a short time. I tried to keep my annoyance under control because I needed Valerian to be on the same page. I leveled her with my gaze. I know some people who would join us and might give us the edge we need, or at the very least, help even out the odds. She lifted a brow, questioning my words, before her expression shifted into one of realization. You want to bring in the rogue alpha? I smiled at her, pleased that she could follow my strategy without needing a long explanation. He wouldn't need much convincing, of that I'm certain. If we brought him here and showed him what we planned to do, I know he would jump on board. That would not only give us numbers, but also give us more seasoned warriors. I see your point, but what I don't understand is why you are talking to me about this. Shouldn't you be explaining this to the other alphas? I'm not an alpha, nor do I care to be here. The only reason I'm here is that, because of Sylvanus, I know I finished for her. That's why I want you to go and deliver this message to Noak for me, and hopefully escort him and his men back here. Valerian narrowed her eyes. You want me to be your messenger? She scoffed. I crossed my arms over my chest. I want you to do this because it means Sylvanus's odds of surviving this will rise. I know you don't care much for me, but we both care about Sylvanus. I watched as she considered my request with a look of sharp frustration. I understood I was using her loyalty as leverage, but sometimes you did what you had to do to ensure everyone's survival. That was a hard lesson I had learned during my time as a prisoner of the rogues. You're right. I will do this because it will help Sylvanus. Valerian moved towards me with determined steps. I just have one question for you. Have you stopped to think, while you've been plotting this path, if this is something Sylvanus or the others even want to be a part of? Plotting? I asked, confused by her sudden shift in tone. Valerian pulled her lips together into a tight line. You're trying to tell me that you're doing this for something other than a personal score? I don't believe that for a second, Graciela. This whole time it's been, I need to get back to my pack and challenge my uncle, and now suddenly you find out the monarch is the actual reason why your family is gone, and magically you're a woman of the cause. My whole body went stiff from her accusations. I couldn't find the words to respond, which only made her eyes light up with intensity. Sylvanus actually cares about this. He knows firsthand what his family has done. The others will follow Sylvanus to the end, even if it means giving up everything. You, however, are you willing to risk everyone just for your own sense of justice? Her question sat like a heavy weight in my stomach. Is that what I had done? Had I been doing this all for myself? Doubt began to cloud my mind. All I'm trying to say is that maybe you should have asked Sylvanus what he thought before you made a decision for him. He's a man of his word, and you've given it, but that means if anyone falls, he will be the one to carry that weight. That's just the way he is. That is why Sylvanus is so reluctant to lead. He doesn't want to be the reason why anyone else gets hurt. Valerian was talking to me with a blunt honesty that cut through my defenses. In some ways, I was still learning the depth of Sylvanus's burden. He might be my mate, but Valeriana had known him longer. The guilt stung. I never wanted to hurt Sylvanus, but according to Valerie, my actions had boxed him in. She was right. I should have included him. I had been so focused on seeing the purebloods held accountable that I hadn't paused to consider the emotional cost to the man I loved. You said when we first met that this was something Sylvanus talked about wanting for everyone. A better world, I said, trying to find a solid foundation for my motives. But you didn't give him a choice. She raised her voice, causing my inner wolf to stir. Valerian took a deep breath, visibly trying to calm herself. You're his mate, Graciela. He would walk through fire to save you. Your drive for vengeance becomes his drive to protect you. You're pushing him into a corner. I couldn't stop the low sound of frustration from pulling from my chest. You don't think I would do everything I could to protect him? Valeriana shook her head. I know you would physically do everything you could, Graciela. I'm trying to help you see, though, that your personal mission could end up costing him everything. If you're going to fight this battle, make sure it's for a cause that is worth the risk for everyone involved. I watched her expression soften as she met my gaze. Revenge is a hollow goal, but protecting the people you love, that's something else. Maybe doing everything you can so that no one else has to suffer as you have is what makes it a worthy cause. She let her words hang in the silence. She had made her point, and I had her agreement to be my messenger. Valerian turned away and moved towards the exit, stopping at the door. I don't hate you, Graciela. I just want to know that everything I've done for Sylvanus hasn't been in vain. I gave a brief nod as she disappeared from view. An internal war raged within me. I left the room to find the only person who could ground me. It was time for Sylvanus and me to truly talk. I had spent too much time running from the past, and I needed to be sure of exactly what we were fighting for. Chapter 34. Sylvanus sat near the small hot spring with his arms folded over his chest and his brows pulled together. The small crease that had formed between them made me ache to smooth it out. I took a quiet seat beside him, keeping my gaze focused on the steam rising from the water. It made the room appear hazy, as if we were trapped in some kind of dream. Sylvanus made no attempt to speak to me, but I could feel his emotions as they surged with my nearness to him. I'm sorry, Sylvanus. I decided to be the one to break the silence. He shifted beside me but didn't respond, which made me bite my lip nervously. I turned my face toward him. I told you I wanted us to work together, and I made decisions for both of us without asking you. I don't regret the goal, but I should have given you a choice in how we got there. You should have at least talked to me about what you were thinking, he mumbled. I tilted my head to the side and glanced away from him to the water. Our reflections danced across the glassy surface, and I found myself mesmerized by it for a moment. I'll talk to Kal-El and explain that I made a mistake offering your leadership up like that. After that, you are welcome to do whatever you like, but I'm going to stay here and stand my ground. I reached out and dipped my fingers into the warm water. I didn't want to look at Sylvanus directly. A part of me was too afraid of what his expression would tell me. You don't think I want to stay and see this through? I shrugged my shoulders. Honestly, I don't know what you want, Sylvanus. You've been torn before. It wouldn't surprise me if you decided to walk away. I mean, I don't want to drag you into this, and I can certainly handle my own path. Sylvanus turned his gaze to me, his voice sharpening. This isn't just your struggle. This is about everyone and what's right for the future. There are real dangers, Graciela. You could get hurt. Haven't you thought about the risks? I released a heavy sigh. Of course I've thought about that, but the fact that I'm even here right now is a miracle. I'm not afraid of the risks, Sylvanus, but I don't want to take your choices away. I want you to be able to decide for yourself what you want to do. Don't you see that I will go wherever you go, Graciela? You make it seem like letting me walk away was even an option. I could hear the frustration in his tone. You left once before. Why would this be any different? I questioned him. His lips pulled together in a tight line, and his shoulders tensed. Because things are different now, Graciela. I told you I wouldn't leave you again. I meant that as a man and as your mate. I pushed up off the ground as our emotions swirled in my mind, making it hard for me to decipher between them. How are things different now? Because of a bond? That doesn't guarantee a future. Plenty of mates choose to live apart or decide they don't want to be together. Sylvanus lifted himself from his spot, staring me down with an intensity that had my heart hammering in my chest. I couldn't tell if he was completely exasperated with me or simply overwhelmed by the moment. Do you not want me, Graciela? Is that what you're trying to say? His question came out so soft, but firm that I felt my heart skip a beat as a shiver of uncertainty raced through me. I wet my suddenly dry mouth and shook my head. The thought of not being around Sylvanus felt like losing a part of myself. He reached out and grabbed me by my shoulders. I love you, Graciela, but you're driving me crazy. Tell me what you want. Do you want me to stay or do you want me to leave? I stared at him in shock. You love me. His eyebrows lifted. Have I not been obvious enough for you? Yes, Graciela, I love you. You saved me from the lonely existence I had before I met you. You've made me want to be the man you claim to see when you look at me. I've never been so happy or so terrified in my life. Graciela, I need you to trust me. You don't have to keep going through life alone. I want to support you. I want to love you. Let me. My eyes became heavy with unshed tears as I stared into the honest eyes of my mate. I knew he meant what he had said. I felt all the walls I had built up around me crumbling down. I leapt into his arms without hesitation. I'm so sorry. It's hard for me. So much has happened. I've clung to the anger and hurt as a way to survive. I'm not sure I know how to open up anymore, but I want to try. And I know I want to try with you for you. Sylvanus burrowed his face into the crook of my neck and held me in his arms. That's all I'm asking, Graciela. He pressed his lips gently to my skin. I love you so much, you'll never know what meeting you have meant to me. All the doubt and guilt from earlier slipped away as if it had never been there. Being in Sylvanus's arms washed away all the negative things and gave me a soul-searing sense of peace. I didn't care about the past. All I cared about was being with him and creating a place for the two of us to remain together. I think I can imagine what it might have meant, I said as my lips turned upward in a small grin. He pulled back so that he could look into my eyes. I don't know how all this is going to turn out, Graciela, but I want you to know that I'm not going to run away anymore. I'm going to face whatever future comes, and I'm going to do it with you beside me. Nobody knows how this is all going to turn out, but it's better for us to stand for something than to just wait for the past to catch up with us. I pushed up on my toes and pressed my lips to his in a firm kiss. I pulled back just as he leaned in to deepen it. As long as we are fighting for the right reasons, then we can know we are moving towards a better future. He lifted a brow and brushed some hair behind my ear. When did you get so wise? He teased. I pushed away from him with a grin. I didn't. I'm just taking some very good advice. Chapter 35. 2 days after I had sent Valeriana away, she returned with Noak and a significant number of his men. They were more than ready to support the cause, and while Alpha Kal-El remained wary of working with reformed rogues, it didn't take long before he and Noak were treating each other like old allies. They decided to hold a pre-battle gathering for the men, a moment of solidarity and good luck. Now that the main cave was full of laughter and shouting, it was hard to imagine that we would soon be entering a struggle from which some might not return. I suppose that's why celebrating together now was so important. It was a moment to push aside our worries and cherish the people standing beside us. Sylvanus leaned down and pressed his lips to my ear, his voice a low, warm rumble. Later tonight, you and I are going to have our own moment, mate. A shiver of anticipation raced through me. I'm holding you to that, I whispered back. He gave my hand a firm, affectionate squeeze before pulling away to join Noak, who had called him over for a round of good-natured wrestling. I watched them, a small smile playing on my lips. Men and their need to prove their strength. I let my eyes scan the room, spotting Libertad and Leonidas in a typical argument and Marcia escorting a reluctant bunny away from the noise. But then, a strange scent hit me. My gaze locked onto a figure moving with a chilling, graceful unease. The stranger paused and looked back at me, her expression twisting into a cold, triumphant smile. She raised a hand in a slow, deliberate signal that our time was up. My blood froze. The world seemed to move in slow motion as canisters suddenly flew through the cave opening. Dense smoke and blinding flashes of light erupted, shattering the peace. Ambush! Everyone down! I screamed as the cave dissolved into chaos. The roar of gunfire drowned out the music. I felt a searing heat as I was struck, the force knocking me hard to the ground. Pain radiated through my side and hip. I tried to rise, but my strength failed me. Around me, the cave had turned into a blurred battlefield. I had to find Sylvanus. I dragged myself across the stone floor, my teeth gritted against the burning pain. I saw Leonidas fall, struck down in the fray, and Libra's scream of his name pierced through the noise. Leonard saw it too, and he became a whirlwind of fury, driving back the attackers with a desperate, raw strength to protect the siblings. Please, let them be okay, I whispered, tears blurring my vision. It felt like my childhood all over again, the helplessness, the sudden loss. Graciela. Valeriana appeared through the smoke, fighting her way to me. Behind her, I saw Sylvanus and Noak fighting back to back. Relief surged through me, but it was short-lived. A hand tangled in my hair, wrenching my head back at an awkward angle. The female hunter looked down at me, her face a mask of cold triumph. She drew a long blade, the steel feeling icy against my skin. "Hello, Alpha," she hissed. "I wanted to take my time with you, but I think I'll just let your mate watch as your light fades." Imagine his face, knowing he was too late to save you. I struggled, but my wounds held me back. I felt my wolf's presence, a warm, steady comfort in my mind. "I'm with you, Graciela." Suddenly, a fierce snarl echoed beside me. The hunter was wrenched away as Valerian intercepted her. They moved in a blur of strikes and parries. Valerian managed to disarm her, pinning her with a look of pure disdain. "Go to hell," the hunter gasped. "Not today," Valerian replied, her voice cold as she neutralized the threat with a final, decisive move. Valerian turned back to me, her expression softening, but before she could speak, a sharp report rang out. I watched in horror as she stumbled, a wound blooming on her chest from an unseen marksman. "Valerie!" I ignored my own agony, crawling to her side. She slumped to the stone, her breathing shallow and ragged. I caught her hand, my heart breaking. "Stay with me, Val. Sylvanus is coming. Just hold on." She managed a weak, tragic smile, blood staining her lips. "I always knew it would be for him," she whispered, her voice a fragile rasp. "It's going to be okay," I sobbed, pulling her into my lap. I could hear the damage to her lungs, the rattle of a breath she couldn't quite catch. "Graciela, promise me," she wheezed, her grip on my hand fading. "Not revenge. Live for the future. For him. I promise. I love him, Valerie. I promise." I held her tighter, blocking out the sounds of the battle. She had sacrificed everything for us. She was packed. With one final, quiet breath, Valeriana went still. A cry of pure grief tore from my throat for her, for my parents, for every life lost to this cycle of violence. My body trembled as if it were breaking apart. I had seen too much loss, I couldn't take any more. Strong hands suddenly pulled me back. "No, let me go." I fought blindly until Sylvanus's voice broke through my shock. "Graciela, it's me. I've got you." Marsh knelt beside Valerie, then looked up at us and gave a somber, slow shake of his head. Sylvanus's face was a mask of controlled, deep-seated pain. "Take her to Bunny," he told Marshall, his voice tight. "Keep her safe. I have to finish this." He stepped back into the fray without looking back. As Marsh carried me away, I kept my eyes on Valeriana until the smoke swallowed her. Most would forget her, but I wouldn't. I would fight for the peace she wanted. I would build a world where no one had to die to prove a point. I would do it for them. All of them. Chapter 36. The battle hadn't lasted much longer. We had been able to drive the hunters back into whatever hole they had crawled out of. Most of those who had breached our sanctuary had fallen, and those who escaped would find no peace in the forest. I had been taken to a recovery area that soon began to fill with the wounded, some far worse off than others. I watched as Leonidas was carried in by Leonard, with Libertad trailing behind them like a ghost. He was alive, but barely. Clinging to life by a thin thread. Bunny explained that the arrow had pierced his chest, narrowly missing his heart, but damaging his lung. Libertad was doing everything in her power to save her brother, her hands steady despite the grief in her eyes. Only the goddess knew at this point if he would make it through the night. My heart felt numb as I looked around the room. Even after my own wounds had been tended to, I couldn't seem to snap out of my haze. I just kept seeing Valerie's face at the moment the light left her eyes. Sylvanus had yet to appear. According to Marshall, he was helping the men honor the fallen. I knew he needed to be alone with his thoughts. He had lost someone who had been his anchor for a long time. Our dead were being gathered with honor so that we could return them to the moon goddess as warriors. The hunters were left to the depths of the forest. They would receive no ritual from us. They were part of the shadows now. I stood silent beside Marsh and Bunny. They had tried to get me to stay in the medical bay, but I wouldn't have it. I was an alpha, and I was going to be with my pack as we honored our own. I finally caught sight of Sylvanus as he carried Valerie's body to the pyre. He laid her gently with the others, running his hand over her brow in a final, silent goodbye before stepping back. Noak gave him a supportive nod as he passed, a quiet acknowledgement of their shared loss. Kal-El stepped forward with Coden at his side. I could see the worn expression on his face, a face that had seen far too many endings and beginnings. We have all lost things in our pursuit of a better tomorrow. Kal-El's voice carried on the nightly winds, surrounding us with conviction. Those who ordered the attack tonight act out of fear. They're afraid of what we represent and of the world we will bring to their doorstep. Our brothers, sisters, mothers, and fathers deserve a world where they do not have to live in shadows. He took the torch and lit the pyre. Sylvanus came to my side then, his hand grabbing mine in a tight, grounding grip. I gave his hand a gentle squeeze as we watched the flames dance higher and higher into the night sky. A single mournful howl was thrown into the dark, followed by another. Led by the instinct of old, we all threw our heads back toward the moon and joined the chorus. The sound was beautiful and heartbreaking, the send-off our friends deserved. Several hours later, Sylvanus and I stood silently in the small space that had been given to us. Neither of us had spoken much since the ritual. My body still ached, but the healing process was moving swiftly. I peeked over at Sylvanus, his green eyes dark with a depth of emotion I had never fully seen before. "I'm scared," I admitted softly. He didn't speak, but I knew he was listening. I wrapped my arms around my waist, feeling the chill of the cave. I've lost so much, and today was another reminder. I don't want to lose anymore. I swallowed hard against the lump in my throat. I love you, Sylvanus. I don't want to lose you. Sylvanus moved quickly across the small space and gathered me into his arms. He pressed his lips to mine in a kiss that was desperate and hungry, a raw plea for connection amidst the grief. I clung to him, needing to feel the heat of his skin and the steady thrum of his heart. In that moment, the world outside, the battle, the fire, the pain, simply ceased to exist. There were only the two of us, anchored to one another by a bond that felt stronger than the stone walls around us. As we moved toward each other, the weight of the day began to lift, replaced by a soul-searing sense of peace. In the quiet darkness of the room, we let go of the past and the fear of the future, finding sanctuary in each other's embrace. As we lay together afterward, the silence was no longer heavy, but comforting. I pressed my face into the crook of his neck, breathing him in, feeling the electric pull of our bond humming beneath the surface. "I love you, Graciela," Sylvanus whispered, his voice thick with a sincerity that shook me. "I love you so much. We're going to face whatever comes next together. I'm not leaving you." I pulled him closer, the salt of a few stray tears touching my lips. But for the first time in years, they weren't tears of sorrow. There were tears of a woman who had finally found her way home. Having lived so long in the darkness, to share this light with him was like being carried into a heaven made just for the two of us. I wasn't afraid of tomorrow anymore. Not as long as I had him beside me. Chapter 37. The next morning, everything was quiet. The pack moved about the cave preparing for our departure, but it seemed as though words were in short supply. Sylvanus had left our space before I had woken up, and it hadn't taken me long to track him down. He was talking with our little pack in the main cave about Leo's condition. He was still alive, clinging to hope by a thread, and we were holding onto that thread with everything we had. "You're going to stay here with Libertad and watch over the others who are too wounded to travel," Marsh explained to Bunny as the remaining warriors began to file outside. She gave him a deep frown. "I want to go with you." He shook his head firmly. "Not this time. You are going to stay here. I need to know you and our pup are safe. I can't have that on my mind while I am out there." Bunny stared up at him with a fierce fire in her eyes. "You promised me that I would never be alone again. As long as you had breath to breathe, you better keep breathing. Promise me you'll do everything in your power to come back to us." I turned away, feeling a lump rise in my throat. I wanted to believe everyone would be together again, but that wasn't a promise I could make. Noak walked toward us with a tight expression. "Hello," he greeted us in his usual short manner. Sylvanus stepped forward to stand closer to me. "Noak." He inclined his head as a sign of respect. "We are just waiting for the scouts," Noak explained, directing his information toward Libertad and Bunny. If, for some reason, this goes poorly, evacuate those who are healthy enough and take them to my pack territory. My mate has instructions to take you in and give you the protection of my name. Sylvanus reached over and grabbed my hand. Thank you. Noak nodded, giving me a quick, supportive look before he turned to join the others outside. I moved toward Libertad and Bunny, pulling them into a group hug. I will do everything in my power to make sure we are all together again, I whispered. Like Valeriana would have wanted. The scouts returned quickly, out of breath and urgent. Kal-El stood at the front of the pack, his expression hardened into stone. They are moving this direction quickly, the scout reported. They'll be here within the hour. And they have another pack working alongside them. I gritted my teeth. That would be my uncle. Kal-El whistled loudly. All right, let's move out. Scouts, stay at the back in case we need to signal a retreat. The sound of shifting filled the clearing, the snap and crack of bone as the pack took their wolf forms. Once Kal-El was changed, he threw back his head and howled before darting into the trees. His pack followed, holding their war formation with practiced ease. Sylvanus nipped at my haunches before he took off, and I followed close on his heels, calling on the strength of my wolf to keep speed. We made it to the edge of the woods within 30 minutes. The closer we drew, the eerier the feeling became. We lurked behind the tree line, waiting for the monarch to present himself. My instincts were screaming that something was off. Sylvanus flicked his tail, sensing the same restlessness. When the monarch finally appeared with his men, Kal-El sounded the call to attack. Hundreds of wolves surged out of the woods, a wave of fur and fury. But as we charged, a roar from behind had me halting, digging my paws into the soft dirt. I tossed my head back to see that they had ambushed our flanks. The monarch had been the distraction, while my uncle led a sneak attack from the side. It was a smart strategy. Take out the messengers so no word of retreat could be sent. I turned and raced back with as much speed as I could muster to protect our scouts. I launched myself at the lead warrior of the ambush, my body flying through the air. We tumbled to the ground in a mass of snapping teeth and swiping claws. I fought with a white-hot focus, dodging his attacks and countering with the precision I'd learned in the rogue camps. When the warrior finally fell, I let out a howl of victory. Marsh was suddenly there, clearing a path toward the scouts, his red-brown fur a blur of motion. I swung my head around, searching for my true target. There he was. 2 years had passed since he betrayed my family, and now he stood in the center of my father's pack, wielding them like a stolen tool. Rage moved through my veins. My wolf wanted to reclaim what was hers. She wanted the false alpha answering for his crimes. I shouldered my way through the fighting, avoiding attacks as I went. I had one goal. He must have sensed me at the last moment as I leaped. He twisted, barely avoiding my jaws. He countered, his teeth catching my haunch, but I ignored the sting. I snapped at his muzzle, catching him hard enough to make him retreat. We circled each other, checking for weaknesses. He moved with an arrogance that told me he still thought I was the helpless girl from 2 years ago. He was underestimating me. I moved with a speed he didn't expect, raking my claws across his vision and then going straight for his now exposed throat. I slammed my weight into him, forcing his front legs to cave. I pinned him to the ground, my teeth inches from his neck, demanding his submission. He fell still, the realization of my dominance finally sinking in. The world around us seemed to grow quiet. I shifted back into my human form, standing over him with the weight of a true alpha. Shift, I commanded. Slowly, the wolf became the man I knew. I grabbed him by the throat, forcing him to look at me. You took everything from me. You sold me to the rogues like a pet. You even hired hunters to track me down, I spat out. He glared at me with a hateful light. I tightened my grip. Every day I spent in that camp, I thought of my promise to you. You hoped I would die, uncle. But here I am. I'm a woman of my word. I released him, and he fell to the ground at my feet. I stepped down firmly on his leg, and a sharp crack echoed through the air. He cried out, huffing through clenched teeth. I looked down at him with cold finality. You will end on the ground like the traitor you are. I am an alpha, he wheezed. No, I growled. I am the alpha. You are a dead man, and have been since the moment you betrayed my father. I stepped away from him toward the onlooking wolves of my old pack. This man killed Orion Black and his Luna, your true Alpha and Luna. I called out, my voice firm and powerful. The wolves turned their hungry gazes toward my uncle. He squirmed, his face pale with terror. I can explain. I talked over his pleas. As the daughter of Orion Black, I passed judgment. A betrayer's end. No mercy. I stepped back as the pack surged forward, a wall of fur and fury driven by the truth. The sounds of my uncle's final, desperate cries were quickly swallowed by the collective justice of the pack he had tried to steal. Justice had finally come home. Chapter 38. Sylvanus POV. I felt the moment Graciela left my side, and I tossed my head to see as she rocketed off towards the back of the pack. I was confused about why until I saw the enemy racing for the scouts at the back. I barked at Marsh to catch his attention. He looked to me, and I tossed my head in Graciela's direction. He saw the threat immediately and took off after her as she engaged the first attacker. I felt torn between going after my mate and fighting with the others against my father. I didn't get a chance to decide because a large body collided into me, tossing me to the ground. My body tumbled a couple of times before coming to a halt. I shook my head, fighting to clear my vision as I pushed up off the ground. The sounds of the struggle were a roar all around me. A wolf charged from the masses, and I jumped backward to avoid the strike before rushing forward with my own. My teeth skimmed its shoulder as it twisted away. Suddenly, a rush of pain ripped through my back leg, and I threw my head back in a howl of surprise. I turned with wild eyes to see my brother Connor at my back. I snarled at him, but the distraction allowed the other wolf to catch my flank. I twisted quickly, snapping my teeth as fury rippled through me. Connor used the opening to his advantage, biting into my back leg and shaking his head with a focused intensity. My legs gave out, and I slammed into the ground. I twisted to the side, snapping my teeth, trying to get to my brother. He dragged me a couple of feet before I was able to turn enough to kick out at him with my free leg. My claws caught his muzzle as I kicked, and he let go with an angry yelp. I rolled through the dirt as the pain raced up my leg. I was sure that it was fractured. A familiar, heavy presence suddenly weighed in over me, and my body trembled as if I had been thrown back in time, to when I was only a pup, and my father would punish me for any sign of defiance. I looked up into the dark, cold eyes of my father. He towered over me in his wolf form. I rolled onto my stomach, trying to protect my vitals as I scurried for footing. He leaped forward and sank his teeth into my neck, biting down hard. I let out a howl, digging my claws into the ground to slow him down as he began to drag me away from the others. He was intent on finishing me. A howl of anger echoed through the clearing as Leonard charged through the frenzy, his legs carrying him swiftly toward us. His eyes were full of hatred as he broke through the crowd and threw his body full force into our father. The impact forced my father to release me. I hit the ground on my side, shaking my head as I pulled myself up with my good legs. I watched as my father and Leonard circled each other. My father lunged forward, snapping his teeth, and Leonard jumped back out of the way. I'd seen the attack many times as a child when my father tried to make me submit. It always led to an ambush. I watched as Connor appeared out of the chaos, catching Leonard by the shoulder and yanking him down. My heart froze as our father leaped forward at the opportunity. His teeth sank into Leonard while Connor held him down. I stood silently watching the scene, unable to move. The sounds of the struggle were the only things I could hear. Leonard was falling because he had tried to save me. Sylvanus, what are you doing? Finish this. Graciela's voice broke through the trance. I turned my head to see her standing in her human form, looking like a goddess of war amidst the chaos. Behind her stood a large gathering of wolves ready to strike. As she gave the word, they rushed forward like a tsunami of impending justice. My wolf snapped back into action at the sight of my mate. I ignored the pain in my leg and pushed forward, turning back to my family. I couldn't let them take Leonard. He might be a difficult man, but he had protected me and fought to save my pack. I hobbled toward the struggle and bit down onto my father's flank, sinking my teeth in deep before I dropped my weight to pull him free from Leonard. He landed on top of me, snapping his teeth like a rabid beast. I could feel every strike, but I wasn't going to give up. I used my strength to butt him away with a toss of my head. He landed in the dirt a couple of feet away, attempting to shake off the attack. I didn't give him the chance to recover. I went for him again, my focus absolute. I didn't notice that Connor had made a move toward me until a yelp of agonizing pain sounded. I looked up to find Connor shaking his head, recoiling from a fresh wound near his eye. Graciela stood protectively in front of me with her fur bristling and her head hanging low, ready to defend me. I turned my eyes back down to see that my father was gasping for breath. His body was a mangled mess of the wounds I had inflicted. He was fading, and nothing could stop that now. I took a step back in shock at the finality of it. Graciela tossed a brief look in my direction, and I could see the softened look in her wolf's eyes. Around us, the battle had reached its end. Those of the enemy who hadn't fallen were on their knees with their necks outstretched in submission. We had won. Kal-El appeared out of the parting crowd, his face hard as he spotted the king at my feet. When he got closer, a growl erupted from my chest, and he froze, looking to me with hesitation. I didn't want him anywhere near my father. This was my family's burden to bear. Sylvanus, Graciela's sweet voice drifted to my ears. She stood with her head tilted, her eyes questioning. You don't have to do this. I know you hate the man, but it doesn't change that he's your father. You kill our father, and I promise your little mate will pay the price as soon as I'm free, Connor growled from where he was held. Graciela turned quickly and struck him hard in the chest, knocking him over into the dirt. She stood over him, pressing her foot to his throat. I would rethink your little show of authority, she said, her voice cold and steady. You are nothing now, and your blood won't save you. You are surrounded by men who want nothing more than to see you face the consequences of your crimes. I am the only thing standing between them and you. Connor stared up at her with his good eye, but kept his mouth shut. I closed my eyes and let the shift take me. I could feel my skin pulling tight as my bones realigned. I sagged to the ground when it was over, kneeling beside my father's body. He released a weak growl, but I knew he was too spent to be a threat. I reached out and touched his fur. You were a terrible leader, I whispered. You caused the suffering of innocence for your own vanity. You never deserved the crown. I lifted his head into my arms. His growl rumbled through my body one last time. Consider this for my mother and for everyone who suffered in your name. My eyes filled with unshed tears for the people we had lost. I tightened my arms around his neck and, with a final, decisive movement, I ended the king's reign. Justice was served. I released him, and his weight crashed into the dirt. There was a moment of silence before the howls of victory echoed up around me. I remained kneeling in the dirt. An electric pulse rushed through me as a hand touched my shoulder. I turned my head to see Graciela getting on her knees beside me, her gray eyes focused completely on me. We made it through, she whispered. We're both alive, and we are together. There is so much more we have to worry about now, I said, the weight of the future settling on me. I'm the king. I have to. Her fingers pressed to my lips, silencing me. We can save those worries for tomorrow. Today we celebrate the victory. I heard a heavy groan. I turned to see Leonard standing, cradling his wounded arm. God, I really wanted to be the one to do that, he complained. You're always taking the spotlight, little brother. I thought you were gone, I replied dryly. Leonard scoffed. And missed the opportunity to boast about how I saved the king's life? Now, excuse me, I have to go find Alpha Kal-El and tell him exactly what I think of him. He hobbled away toward the cheerful crowd. I rolled my eyes, turning back to Graciela as she laughed. A soft smile played on her lips, and even though she was marked by the battle, it did nothing to diminish her beauty. She stood out like a ray of everlasting hope in a land of blood and bone. Epilogue. A few weeks later, I walked into the medical bay to find Leonidas trying to move away from a scowling Leonard. Unhand me, you brute. I'm not an invalid, he growled in frustration. Bunny and Marsh stood to the side, watching the two with amusement. I moved toward them, shaking my head. Leonidas spotted me first. Graciela, you're the head alpha. Tell Leonard that taking an arrow to the chest hasn't impeded my ability to walk around. You almost didn't make it. I am not letting you do anything until you're better. With your luck, you'd trip and start the whole recovery over, Leonard mused as he shifted Leonidas back toward his seat. Leonidas glared up at him with an angry pout, but it had no effect on Leonard. I laughed at the two of them. Sorry, I'm off the clock right now, plus Leonard is Sylvanus's right-hand man, so he's got plenty of authority around here. Leonard chuckled at my response, which earned him a mock glare from Leo. I turned away from the two of them to Bunny and Marshall. Where's Libra? Coden came by a few minutes ago and told her she had to take a break or he would carry her out himself. Bunny replied with a bright smile, her hand resting on the tiny swell that had started to appear. I nodded my head. Good, she has been working too hard recently. I agree. I offered to be an assistant, but Marsh wouldn't let me do anything that might cause me any strain. Honestly, I thought he was protective before. She rolled her eyes. Wait until you and Sylvanus have a pup. He'll probably never let you out of his sight. I laughed softly at her comment. Speaking of Sylvanus, I'd better go make sure he's still alive. He's been locked in his office since the sun rose. I took one last look at the group and smiled, feeling happy that everyone was still together after everything we'd been through. Valeriana was definitely watching over us, and I was sure she would continue to do so. I left the medical bay and made my way through the halls of the large home that we had reclaimed. I hummed to myself as I approached Sylvanus's office. I knocked on the closed door once before opening it. Sylvanus was hunched over a large stack of papers on his desk, looking more than a little worn down. He didn't even look up as I crossed the room. Clearly, he was completely engrossed in his work. I came to stand behind him, placing my hands on his shoulders and gently kneading the tension away. You look like you're working hard, King. He let out a soft groan as I hit a tight spot in his muscles. There are a lot of requests being made, and I want to make sure I've given them all consideration before I turn them over to the council. He relaxed his shoulders under my touch. I leaned forward and planted a gentle kiss on the nape of his neck. You're a wonderful leader. But even leaders need to take breaks every once in a while. I spun his chair around so that he was facing me. I didn't give him a moment to protest before I sat on his lap, wrapping my arms around his neck. He lifted his brow in a questioning manner before a smirk played on his lips. What a thoughtful mate I have. I suppose a small break wouldn't do me any harm. His hands gripped my hips, pulling me close. I leaned forward and pressed a warm, lingering kiss to his lips, enjoying the quiet moment. Sylvanus seemed to have the same idea, deepening the kiss as he pulled me against him. The world outside, the rebuilding, the politics, the past faded away. There was only the heat of his skin and the steady beat of his heart. We broke apart after a moment, both of us breathing a little faster. I stayed close, laying soft kisses along his jaw. There's something I need to tell you, I spoke between breaths. His hands rested firmly against me, his gaze full of an affection that had my heart swelling with satisfaction. I pulled back so that I could look into the eyes of the man who had given me hope when I thought there was none. Our people are lucky to have such a wonderful man as their king. I'm so lucky to have such a wonderful man as my mate. I cupped his face in my hands. And our child will be so lucky to have such a wonderful man as a father. Sylvanus's body froze against mine, and his eyes widened. Are you telling me, are you pregnant? He whispered. I smiled at him, my eyes misting. Libertad confirmed it when I visited her the other day. I was just as surprised as you, believe me. Sylvanus swallowed hard before his eyes roamed down to my stomach in a look of pure wonder. His hand drifted down to rest gently over the life growing inside me. I'm going to be a father, he breathed. I placed my hand over his. That night before the battle truly changed our lives in more ways than one. I felt the rush of his emotions through our bond, the strongest of which was an overwhelming wave of happiness. I leaned forward and gave him a gentle kiss on the lips. Correction, you are going to be a great father. I love you, Graciela. He kissed me deeply, his touch a silent promise of a future filled with light. I smiled against his lips and let the warmth of our bond rush through me. I love you too, I thought, as we looked forward together to the new world we were building.
Thank you for watching this episode on Moonlit Publishing.